right. Good morning, guys. Whoo! Dafoy, what's up, baby? Good morning, bud. How are you? Oh. What rank am I right now? Rank 211? GM4. Okay, I mean, we can find a lower account to get games. Those queue times don't look very very nice. So remember, bro, let's go. What's up, buddy? How you doing? How's the family? And it's using queues are real, by the way. Oh, Christ. This counts M2. All right, we should get pretty quick queues. Just kidding. I might mess around on Junkrat today, boys. How we doing, Chad? Good morning. What's up, Krista? Okay. Sorry I'm late today, guys. I had a late night last night. I was recording the Mindplex trailers. But boys, I've got an update on Raid for you guys. Your boy had some big pulls this weekend. I'm not going to lie. Your boy might have spent some dollars on Raid Shadow Legends this weekend. But I'll tell you what. Your boy got the pulls he needed. So I have 300 shards that I need to. Okay. All right. Well, I might just play Junkrat.
Plenty of bombs to go.
Dodgers laid it on the Mets. Sadly, dude, Vandy laid it on Kentucky football this weekend. Thank God the Bengals won at least, dude. I would have been.
One stick of dynamite? Well, that's just adorable.
Bob!
I meant admirable.
Samito, a friend recently
Admirable.
recommended me your content by saying how great your rig guy was, and I thank you. I learned a lot. Yeah, dude, good job. No problem, man. Brig's a very misleading character. You know, especially I had to learn her in pro play, so.
Want to push the button?
Wait a minute. Are Lost and Found a fucking duo?
Defend
Bruh.
Somebody to match my freak.
Pool's open. I'm jumping in.
Bruh.
They want to fight.
I'm the MSD, yeah.
My Reinhardt's fucking
MSD,
singing.
yeah.
Point under attack. Let's give them something to do.
Enemy here.
Over here.
Over here. Over there. Enemy spotted.
Bruh. That's a res. Right? Is Sweetheart just fucking damage?
This one here.
Let's give it a fair shake, mate.
Up and a nasty girl.
Hello? Surely she reses me this time. Sweetheart!
What's my order?
Play the game!
There's mayhem
This one here, over here. I'm on.
Dude.
blasting up.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Enemy spotted.
Bruh.
Alright, carry the rampage.
Dynamite out. There's one here. Get in there, Bob. Enemies approaching.
Time for the reckoning.
Yeah.
Oh!
Marcy. What? A flip?
Now she reses. Yeah, okay. That's a boost right there. 100%.
Those swine off the objective.
The fuck was that?
Situation calls for
Real shit,
What do
Ryan.
you mean? I wasn't gonna be able to off pocket you. I had to try to get the resident, you know.
My lord.
Oh my god.
You gonna call that crazy move out, or you're just gonna be the most unpredictable person I've ever met?
I already moved on, brother. It's fine.
I haven't. Hey, don't let that happen again, alright?
yeah, what the fuck?
No.
I'm a goddamn quarterback of this team. All I need you to catch the ball and I throw it to you. Is that understood?
I don't care. Shut up.
I'm not asking if you care. I'm asking if that's understood.
Enemy here.
What the fuck is this lobby, bro?
I'm going back in.
This one here. Enemy here.
Somebody to match my freak.
You start singing again.
Stay outnumbered us.
Somebody might walk in here.
Enemy spotted.
There's an enemy here.
Enemy here.
Very good.
Tickle their feet.
I don't see it. I'm going up top. 3, 2, 1. Finny.
Jeff Kaplan.
How's it going? I'm Jeff.
Flipper's at. Where this mother flipper's at?
No way, bro.
Oh, Lord.
Locking satellite vector.
I'm tired. We have Bob.
Get in there, Bob. Enemy
Heroes
spotted.
never die.
Bad lad down.
Enemy here.
Don't tell anyone.
There's one here.
Fire in the hole.
Enemy spotted.
Time for the
Oh my god, it's huge. Suicide on the point, so I can shatter.
Oh my.
3.
Oh my god, I'm the goat.
Wait, do I need shit? Oh, I'm good.
Big one, big one. Dude, don't snipe, don't snipe.
Let's see, 9. I fucking killed them all, bruh. Oh my, getting silly. I'm getting silly out here. Oh my god. Well, my team got rolled.
I'm checking in. This situation calls for more bombs.
Over there.
I might have to switch off the J-Cell here in a minute.
Enemy here.
The pressure is mine.
I think they're fine. I think she was just pocketing all so hard on first. Because she definitely could have res me like one of those times on first.
Looking satellite vector. There's an enemy here.
60 seconds.
No! My Juno didn't look at me. I had to tire out too, bro.
Let's go win this thing.
He wasn't even aiming at me, bro. That's not real. Oh my god. He just fucking blind shot that shit.
It's time to save the world.
He just fucking yeeted that shit, man.
Score 0 to 3.
Oh my goodness.
Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your
Which one's my
hero.
Ash? Lost? Private profile? I'm gonna dick around on Hanzo. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna stream Marvel Rivals when it comes out. I'm gonna probably be switching most of the content on the channel to Marvel Rivals.
Honor is all I have left.
My credit card is gonna
I
be
craft
dead once
my
this new
own
season comes
arrows.
out. Are you gonna buy all the
Each
skins,
one
Leah?
a meditation.
Jesus. All the Mercy players sit there and be like, the game is so shit. My hero sucks. And then they'll fucking buy every goddamn skin in the game on cooldown. And Blizzard just laughs to the bank at your stupidity.
The hand will not flinch.
I wish more Rose didn't feel so janky. It didn't feel janky to me. What do you mean?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
I've attacked. Enemy turret destroyed. Enemy here. Enemy
Watch your back.
Hyperring deployed.
Enemy marked.
Fuck, what are you doing?
Enemy here.
Over there.
Claiming the objective.
Over here. My fuse is lit.
Objective A captured. Escort the payload.
All right, well,
Enemy turret destroyed. Scanning.
you wasted that. Whatever.
I need healing. I've attacked.
Yo, Zarby, the $2. Thank you.
Over here.
Forged in the dragon's breath. Over there. Scanning.
The enemy. Targeting hostile.
Welcome to orbit. Looking satellite vector.
I would get slapped and pushed by the dude. That, like, are you fucking kidding me right now? What the fuck is that? That's unreal. And he bubbles himself and not me, bro. Are you kidding me?
The arrow returns to the quiver.
Payloads in my hands.
Fall back.
Enemy spotted.
Bro, that's crazy.
Upgrade is operational.
Nano boost ready.
I'll find them.
Ultimate is ready. Guardijo vuelta. Accept one.
Woke him up. Oh my god, my wind control. Yeah, you got that primal. Cool. Hanzo, very useful.
My ultimate is fully charged.
It is not my time yet.
Nano boost administered.
Over there.
Very cool.
I'll find them.
We're outnumbered. Be careful.
Enemy sighted. You can't hide. Your concern.
I have dragons and I probably have to switch.
Can't move until the payload moves.
Guy, like monkey, like I can test their cast, brother. My brother in Jesus, like I don't know. I'm just gonna go Sombra.
We're together. All of us.
Eyes on a target. I am on fire. Launching hostile.
Play Black Panther. Black Panther's fun.
Careful.
That was an attempt from that Reaper.
I've been a nasty girl. I've been a nasty girl.
Hey, I wanted you for. Enemy spotted.
That was an interesting play.
Area denial. Sails empowered and ready to fight. Let's use this payload. Over there. Targeting hostile. Over there.
Guardijo vuelta.
Railgun charge.
Oh fuck.
Efficient design at work.
I think it had to.
Dodge this.
Oh,
Move.
come on.
Railgun powered and ready to fight.
This fucking DPS, I swear to God, it's so stupid.
This ends now.
Why are they go timing when I just bubble? You mother flipper, dude.
Need repair. Enemy spotted. I'm here. Railgun charged.
Come on.
Area denial.
I'm just sad. Yeah, Virginia. Nice. Nice.
this shit.
Hitting the
My
ground.
monkey
How
trolled.
come
My monkey trolled.
You didn't come this far to quit now.
I need healing.
You're saying Rivals ain't gonna compete with Overwatch? These are the same people who buy the same Overwatch skins every season.
Sails empowered and ready to fire. Feeling better. Years of experience.
I gotta get off with Monkey. I gotta go in. Come on, quick. 3, 2, 1, I'm going in.
Okay, my monkey shot with Primal.
Enemy here.
Dude, that's such a dumb fucking ability. Why'd they buff that shit? My master support's unarmed break. They're not gonna heal me. Oh my god, she's won. We're gonna lose this, I bet.
If they won't quit, neither
Unless
will
my
I.
Ash build's the fastest bottom is alive. Yeah, it's over. Wow.
Outnumbered.
DPS just no shame. Worst QB ever. He goes, that's kind of facts. That guy goes, I'm the quarterback, and then inted. Oh, we're putting all the resources into my other DPS and my tank, and so like again, I'm just a pawn on the board with no backup. Yeah, no, torpedoes need to get gutted is what needs to happen. Samito, hey, I just suddenly connected the dots to why Overwatch 2 is 55. Where do I put it to get debunked? What do you mean? You just say, like, what? I'm not
I
sure what
need
you're asking.
healing.
End of season tier list. I'm gonna be making a tier list for the next season here soon. I've word on the street is that the patch notes drop today. We'll see. Okay, what's up? But yeah, chat, dude, I pulled some of the best champions in the game in Raid. I'm thinking about making a Raid YouTube channel, no cap. No, I haven't watched any OWCS.
I need healing.
Do you play any DBD, mate? I have not played Dead by Daylight. I have not. Look who I got, chat. I got Geomancer, who's really broken. I've got defense percent. I got double defense percent on him right now because apparently what you need to run is like you just need to make him tanky for his passive to work. I need to ascend him still. I got Ruella, who got me unstuck at Fire Knight. Shout out Ruella. I got Urogram, which got me unstuck at Nether Spider last night. Thylissa, who's apparently really good too.
I need healing.
And then Farakin the Fat is really good as well, but I haven't put anything on him yet. Please me out will make me so happy. I can promise you I'm not meowing for $3, my friend. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate it. Fuck it. What do I need in perception? I need... Let's see if I can get some gauntlets that have like an actual stat on them, like a... I could use a chest plate. I have a bunch of gauntlets with crit rate. Let's see what I can cook here, boys. Give me a 6-star, please. Oh! Oh! Okay, the substats aren't great, but that's good. 6-star attack percentage gauntlets. Hell yeah, I'm fucking in on that shit. 100%. dev update just came out. Did it? Should we react?
I need healing.
I still have that charity clip, Sam. The one where you meow.
Yeah, it was for charity. Yeah, developer update. All right, listen, new dev vlog out. Let's give this a watch, boys. All right. Okay. Let's give this a watch. New dev blog.
And it is sweating.
A billion degrees in here right now. No AC.
Yeah, and it feels great. Hey, it's Aaron from the Overwatch team, and we're back with another developer update. The Season of Spellbinders is Overwatch's lucky number 13 season, and we're looking forward to sharing some of the tricks and treats we have for you at launch. I'll walk us through some of the reworks coming to a few of our core maps, and then I'll pass it to my teammates Cynthia Lee and Angelica Silva to cover updates to our in-game systems and our enchanting seasonal mythic skin. But before
Sorry. My bad.
we jump into those topics, I am thrilled to announce Halloween Terror is back at Season 13 launch with Wrath of the Bride and an all-new game mode, Junkenstein's Laboratory. In this mode, our heroes have mutations that you can choose from to enhance their abilities and change their gameplay characteristics.
So
for example,
so I'll say this. I'm really glad. It looks like they're reusing some of the stuff from PvE, so like not all of it's going to waste, which is cool.
You could upgrade Orissa's ability Javelin Spin to propel her off the ground and take flight.
Don't put that to
Or
live.
Maybe you queue up damage and choose to upgrade Genji's Deflect to protect yourself 360 degrees from all directions. You could upgrade Moira by bending Coalescence to your will to be purely healing or purely damage. We
that's cool.
all know which one you're going to pick.
Yeah,
Whatever
sadly.
you decide, we want you to have a great time customizing and trying new things with your upgrades. The purpose of this mode is to put the power in your hands to decide how you build out and customize your hero's talents. We can't wait to see what shenanigans and strategies you uncover in Junkenstein's Laboratory. So be sure to jump into this brand new game mode and let us know what you think. Alrighty, shifting gears into some of the other changes this season, let's talk through some of our map reworks. Dorado, Numbani, Circuit Royale, and Havana all have reworks at season launch. And one of the main goals behind all these changes is to address balance across the maps for both attackers and defenders. But let's get into a few of the specific changes. For Dorado, we're reducing harsh defender lines of sight to prevent spawn camping. We also added a new staircase in Area 2 that makes the high ground more accessible for attackers. Additionally, we shortened some flank routes and adjusted cover placements around the whole map. With Numbani, we simplified the capture point in Area 1 and made it more accessible to the attacking team.
Yeah, that's
We
good.
also added a defender forward spawn in Area 3 to make it easier for defenders to get back to the payload as it's moving through Area 2. Area 3 also saw some changes to various angles and flank routes. On Circuit Royale, we made adjustments to combat spawn camping across all 3 areas. The first attacker's spawn has been adjusted to reduce spawn camping with added cover and by removing
spawn camping was not a big issue on this map.
Stairs that overlook the spawn door.
It was rounding
Flank
this
options
corner.
were also added in Area 1 to contest defenders on high ground, and in Area 2 for attackers to take the rear high ground. In Area 3, sightlines were improved to help attackers poke at the defenders in the final area. And lastly, for Havana, we adjusted high ground access and spawn room pathing to reduce spawn camping. New routes and scale adjustments have been added to Area 2. And finally, blocked lines of sight and cleaner navigation in the final area should give both teams a variety of smoother options when approaching the final.
Good.
We're looking
That's
forward
good.
to seeing you play through these reworks
Finally,
and hearing
5
what you
years
think.
later.
Next up, my teammate Cynthia is going to share some pretty cool updates to our in-game competitive systems and defense matrix.
Look, hey, finally, Havana gets worked on. It's crazy to me that it hasn't been touched in 5 years. I still think the map won't be that much fun to play, but I'm hoping that this is going to be a lot better, and I'm excited to see it.
Thanks, Aaron. Hey guys, I'm Cindy Ali, a UI UX designer at Blizzard, working on defense metric for Overwatch. I'll be walking you through the UI update I've been working on and share the competitive update from my awesome teammate on the system design team. As we keep finding better ways to tackle disruptive behavior, we're pumped to roll out a new feature that's gonna make reporting a whole lot quicker, especially for those of you on console. We've revamped the scoreboard to be more interactive with a fresh UI that makes it super easy to report and new players. So now, when you bring up the scoreboard, you will see a new options to report players right there. This is a bit different from our normal report flow. It's a quick report that only takes a few seconds. No need to type in a reasons, and you can pick and submit multiple report options all at
Listen, I've gotten pretty good at reporting Widow players pretty quickly for their little cheats, but that might be useful.
once, handling everything in one go. We are really excited about this because it makes an essential feature even more accessible.
I think that actually is on
Reporting
console
key to
only,
tackling disruptive behavior and cheating in game. So please do your best to report when
And
the
console
offense
does
happens,
need it,
or
'cause,
as
like,
soon as
console
you're
can't
able.
report fast.
Plus, with this update,
Hey,
you will
listen,
also have more
I'm
control.
just saying, I've got my controller right here. I can start. Listen, guys. I'm just saying, for all you guys who grew up playing COD, you know how fast you could hit that startup A. Man, I got real good startup A real fast, dude. You guys know what I'm talking. Real ones know. Real ones know.
Over which text and voice channel you're in. And yes, that includes adjust you and your teammates' mic volumes. For competitive, there are updates this season for top 500 qualifications. We are adding a new requirement to qualify for any top 500 leaderboard. From now on, player will need to have 750 games in any competitive mode to complete these specific challenges. This is all about making sure new or inactive accounts don't snag those spots from our current active players.
Wait.
As we
750 games a season? That's not right. She's kidding. That's not a season. I'm gonna assume that that's not a season. There's no way it's a season. It's probably total, right? I think it's total comp games. I'm going to assume that's total comp games.
roll out some of these changes. We're excited for you to try them out and hope they will improve your in-game experience. Finally, let's get into our upcoming Missy Cosmetics with Angelica. Hey, Angelica. Hi. Oops. Okay. Bye.
Bye. Hey guys, my name is Angelica Silva, and I'm a VFX artist on the Overwatch 2 team, and we've been brewing up something magical and a little supernatural. Our mythic skin this season is Spellbinder Widowmaker. Spellbinder walks the line between whimsical and gothic. Our concept artist wanted to portray Widowmaker as a potion student adorned with a magical array of elixirs on her belt. At level 1, we have the base mythic skin. At level 2, players will unlock a additional array of elixirs on her belt. At level 1,
you know that motherfuckers are just going to wear this. Like, they're not even going to upgrade it. They're just going to walk around in this shit. Oh, God. I'm not good. The amount of Widow I'm going to see this season, dude.
we have the base mythic skin. At level 2, players will unlock additional accessories and the first hat variation. Level 3 includes Widowmaker's cape, a second hat variation, and the blue colorway. And finally, level 4 gives you access to the upgraded cape, the last hat variation, and the red colorways. Along with the skin, we gave Widowmaker's abilities a magical overhaul. You'll be able to cast her most powerful spells during the match, like her Venomine, which damages her enemies with otherworldly poisons and sparkles. Her bullets are now overflowing with magic, with a new muzzle flash featuring new textures and particles.
By the way, when I'm shaking my head, it's not because the skin is bad. It's because the skin is good and I know what these kids are going to do with it.
One of them being a new rune. This will allow her to cast her most powerful ability, Sniper Shot. Unlike other witches who use brooms, Widowmaker conjures a magical grappling hook that has new textures designed around the theme of the kit. With the power of magic, you too can bewitch your enemies before you strike. Season 13 is brimming with tricks, treats, and talents that we can't wait to see you uncover in game. Whether it's exploring new maps, competing for a spot on the leaderboards, or mixing and matching hero talents in the new Halloween mode, make sure you jump in game when Season 13 launches on October 15th. We hope you've enjoyed this look into things that we've been brewing, and as always, please continue to share your thoughts with us. And we look forward to the next developer update. See you in game.
I see what you did.
Thanks, Aaron.
Okay. Nothing crazy. Why is she talking so fast? Because I have it on 1.25. Yeah, I look pretty good dev vlog. This is good. Like to give the team credit again. Like guys, the only issue I have with the Overwatch 2 dev team is the design direction behind super tanks and just the failures of 5v5. That is the only problem I have. I think the rest of the team's solid. I mean, the art has been great. The systems have generally been pretty good. And it's been confirmed that they really only got to work on Overwatch 2 PvP for 1 year. So as the years go on, Overwatch hopefully will continue to get good quality of life changes that come its way. I'd like to see a better top 500 come back. Like, to be honest, the original Overwatch 1 icons were significantly better than what we have now for all ranks. Like, the rank icons, they just don't look as good in this game. They don't. So I hope that they consider bringing some of that stuff back. But yeah, I mean, I think the best thing that this team could do is drop the Overwatch 2 branding. I think that they're looking pretty new now, and I think that they deserve a fresh start, and like they need to rebrand Overwatch. Like they need to go back to the Overwatch branding. They need to go back and give themselves a chance to branch away from the Overwatch 2 brand. It's not salvageable. Just move on. It's all good. Overwatch is salvageable. Overwatch 2 is not. Let it go. Drop the 2. So yeah, other than that, I think this was good. I'm excited to see the mode. Widowmaker Mythic is going to go crazy. You know that there's going to be a lot of kids whacking their weenies to that, probably, is most of my guess. They're going to be buying it on day one. And my guess is, it's insane. How much do you want to bet that there's going to be a ton of people who don't even upgrade the skin because she's like the most like school girly without anything on, with fucking nothing on, with this level 1? I bet you anything people are just going to keep it at level 1 and just go around and like Tinder watch lobbies and shit. It's just, welcome to the Overwatch community nowadays. There we go, baby. Okay. All right. Well, cool. They're going to be, chat. Like, let's not pretend for a single second that kids aren't going to be degenerate with that skin. Come on. It's Overwatch we're talking about. Whacking their weenies is insane. Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong, chat. They need to save 66 for Overwatch's rebranding, dude. What was I gonna do, chat? Have I done my faction wars? I have. Dwarf Crypt opens tonight. And Knights Revant. Ooh. I think I have some champions in those factions that could be pretty good. Pretty good, chat. Oh, yeah. Listen, chat. I've got a new Doom Tower boss I have to fight. Dude, who is this kid? I barely beat this shitter spider. I barely beat that shitter. Oh, my God. Who is this kid? It looks like he, like, counters buffs. So, like, I need to not buff myself. So, no Beauregard. I need green types. Well, Loki buffs myself. I'll poison that kid. I'm going to have buff stolen from that guy. Ninja, Aniri. Artok. No, Artok's weak. Adeline, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, fuck it. I could go with Ruella, too. Does he have any turn meter effects?
Greetings.
I'm just gonna farm him. Let's see what happens. Oh, what? Oh, boo.
Greetings.
What's up, Sam? Did you watch Ito's State of the Game video? I did not. I don't have any keys, man. That's BS. Do I have a clan boss key? Oh, I do. Shit. Ah. They have lost and found, chat. Well, I'm excited for a new game. That's why I'm excited for Rivals. I'm excited for competition and different offerings of the space. Where when Overwatch is bad, it's like, you know what? I'm going to go play Marvel Rivals. Fuck this. You know? Group up is at 2 o'clock.
I craft my own arrows. Each one a meditation.
Guys, I think our subathon is either going to be next week or the week after. We're going to do one once a month. Thoughts on Ono this season?
Attackers incoming.
Hello there. Hello. The payload is over there. Perhaps we should stop it.
Keep an eye out. I'll fight them. You can't hide. Enemy here.
I promise that was not personal.
Games. We must limit our
Got my one. She heals so much, dude. Like.
You can't hide.
my aid. This is the price of progress. We must keep our enemies from making progress toward their goals. Now feast.
Like, guys, it's insane. The wrong play for me there is to shoot the Zarya right in front of my face because she's immortal. Like, it would be a mistake for me to shoot at the Zarya in front of me. Like, it's just, I don't know. Bad. It's just bad game design.
Welcome to orbit.
Dude, what are we doing?
Hello there.
Unerring precision. The dragon rages within me.
Personne n'échappe à mes regards. No one can hide from my sight.
Alright, well, I got my one. Hey, man, I'm good, brother. I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Scanning.
We must limit our battle. Careful.
Now, Hanzo's ult is really bad. He headshot me. He's mad.
The Sonic whatever.
Like, I'm just getting grabbed as a Hanzo, man. Like,
There is still much I must do.
in your opinion, is the most fun but balanced? I'd have to think about that, to be honest. I'm not sure. You know what? Widow. She's really fair and balanced. Got him. No, I actually don't mind the out of combat regen thing. I don't think it solved the game's problems. But
You can't hide.
I baited that monkey in. It's trolling on tank. Their team is definitely flaming them right now. Say what happened to your Echo main? She's just not as good as she was before, man. She's gotten steadily nerfed since season 9.
60 seconds remaining.
She's squishier. Her time to kill is worse.
No one can hide.
You can't hide. Enemy sighted.
Surrender to my will. Not so fast. 30 seconds remaining. Hello there.
Lost and found on the struggle bus right now, chat.
By the dragon.
10 seconds.
You can't hide.
Well, okay. Another Circuit Royale that become real. Tragic Perry, what's up, buddy?
0 to 1.
Echo, Echo is still playable, right? But in ranked, she's just worse. Like, she was so good pre-season 9. Season 9, she got nerfed a little bit, and then her health nerf put her over the edge. She's like... Because hit scan are better too, right? So she lost her option to get mercy pocketed because the tanks are just so tanky, and the time to kill for her beam is objectively worse. And that's what made her so good. Copy was bad, right? Copy was just an extra set of cooldowns at best, really. But her mid-fight was so good that she was still able to get played. But now her mid-fight is worse, and Copy's a bit better, and that actually makes her net worse, in my opinion. She's still like a good pick, but like she's not as good as she was for sure.
What would you like today?
Yo, PS Freak, what's up, baby? How you doing, bro?
Few sparkling waters are very refreshing.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack.
You asked up, I am. Okay, they finally figured out the right pick. Are you kidding me?
Hello there.
Watch his ego shot. No way. Come on, bro. Yeah, I could go get you. WCS and ranked are barely the same game. Yeah, no, it's not. It's very different. Yeah, Ash is super good too, yeah. Zach, should I avoid Lost and Found?
I'll find them. You are done.
I'm spawn camping these kids.
You can't hide. Enemy here.
The payload is approaching its destination.
You want
I'm sorry, Found. I'm sorry. God, GM on this morning has been cheaters and Asia servers, wing traders, leaving game after 30 seconds and shooting once. That is why I am on a Masters account on last day of season. It's unplayable. Is Reaper a good pick as DPS? Yeah, Reaper's pretty sleeper, actually. Reaper's good. He's just got a niche skill set, and people don't understand how to play him. You always cuss in your chat. Why do you never cuss anymore? What? 2 games off champ. Yeah, playing last season ranked, dude, is a mistake. Let's play Guess Who. 700 HP, half his armor, 3 seconds into negating all your damage, 25% headshot damage reduction, can one-shot you in less than a second. Thoughts on Sim?
I need healing.
Richard with the 2 pounds. What's the raid code for the free hero, Sam? Monkey King. You're welcome. It might not be up anymore. Thoughts on Sim getting a lot of play in OWCS apart from her niche maps? She's good. I'm telling you, guys, she's one of the only heroes in the game that can kill a tank. That's why. Like 80% of the DPS roster cannot kill tanks. Sim can. Because the ones that have negation cooldown, she can pierce. And her damage ramp is so high that she can live. And with Brig Juno, they can pocket her really well while maintaining speed. So you can run the rush comps with the sustain needed to keep a Symmetra alive. And she can just farm. And because the fights stall out for so long, she can ramp up her max speed quickly and fight with the wall. Like, guys, look, like I'll name you the tanks here. The DPS, they can't kill a tank. Ashe can't really kill a tank. Bastion kind of can. Cass can't anymore. Echo can't anymore. Genji can't. Hanzo can't. Junker can do good damage depending on the tank. Mei can't. Pharah can depending on the tank. Reaper barely can. Soj can't. Soldier can't. Sombra can't. Sim can. Torb not really. Maybe if you get good shotguns up, but that's it. Tracer can do some pellet damage over time, and Widow's Widow. Venture's like not that great against tanks at all. Sombra melts divas? No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. The diva has to make a big mistake. The only way you can do damage to diva as Sombra now with all of her health is if you hack her while she's flying out after you've already forced DM. In the straight up neutral, like, you don't do anything to her. Why are you afraid to play on your main, bro? Why the fuck would I play on my main at the end of season games? Why would I wait 20 minutes a queue for win traders and just absolute dog shit lobbies in a game where SR does not matter at all? I mean, scared to play on my main. You think I give a fuck about SR in this game? My main's like my highest rank account. I stopped playing on my main because it got chat banned. Actually, in that regard, I am scared to play on my main because I don't want to get it banned. Touche. Yeah, no. Tanks, 25% headshot reduction is ridiculous. I kill tanks with Sombra all the time in gold. Yeah, Sombra, the character with a 40% win rate in gold. All right. I need to find a way to do more damage. I'm going to try a poison team on the clan boss, chat. See what I can do. Is he either gonna go really well or really bad? Wait, I didn't even poison him. What? Is my accuracy stat too low on this shitter? Is that what that is? Are you kidding me? That's bullshit. Oh, I didn't even get hit with poison sense either. Okay, maybe my accuracy stat's a little too low and I might have trolled. I might have goofed up a little bit, boys. Fuck. Bro, dude, what? Like, I cannot believe my accuracy is not high enough. I'll be honest. Yeah, I trolled. Okay, yeah, he's rezzing it. He's resisting it. I need to put a higher accuracy stats, and that's it. All right, well, he got hit with nothing, bruh. That's okay. I trolled. Whatever. I trolled by, dude.
If anyone requires my assistance,
why is this kid fucking spinning his fucking sleep dart in front of me like he's cool? You're not gonna hit a single one of those in game, buddy.
A7000 Wargod online.
Wait.
Standing by.
This kid randomly typed in my chat. He goes, "Shout out to both." No. I took the fucking bait, dude. Fuck. I'm not gonna lie, that's the first time I've gotten baited by chat and fell for it in a long time.
Attack.
Oh, dude, I was on such a long streak of not taking bait. Fuck! Oh my god, bruh. Okay. Is that a Torb? That was a vector. You guys want my keyboard too, or what? I'm not even gonna fucking try, bro. I'm not. Scale fucking biatch. Oh, he's won. All according to plan.
detected. I'm over the moon.
Funny because that catter said they got monkeypox at a pride event. Yeah, can you just ban that kid, bro? Fuck, man. I cannot believe I got with that. Oh my god.
Escort the payload.
Guys, that was not an invitation to have your fucking field day for your political views. I can promise you that I do not care. Got him.
Enemy seen. My ultimate is almost ready.
No one can hide from my sight.
Not gonna lie, she was so scary. I thought she was just a way out. Got him! Wait, we're not on cart, you shitters. Get on cart, you fucking donkeys. Thank you. That's right, payload princess. Dude, I have fucked that guy out of the health pack twice. I'm gonna kill this shitter up here. How does my Kiriko die to an auto-nade? She has 2 separate cooldowns to survive that.
The payload has reached
I see an enemy here.
Chad, there's so many champs I haven't raid that I want a 6-star, but I can't. Wait, he wasted that. He should have saved. You know.
I see one. Over there. Enemy turret ahead.
Meteor strike.
Your worst. Over here. Enemy turret destroyed.
No one can hide from my sight.
Enemy here. Looking so effective. Let the Kitsune guide you.
Oh, titties. Chad, it's time for me to clutch.
I am repaired.
Oh, I'm dead. No, I tried to bait his shit. Fuck me, man. This game is gonna like ignore the tank now. It is, yeah. The tanks are just too tanky. It's insane. Let's like fight like a beast.
Meteor strike.
No, bro. Dude, I can't believe my poison team doesn't have enough fucking accuracy. It's so lame.
You cannot escape me. It appears we have suffered a minor setback.
Enemy turret ahead.
I'm under attack.
I am restored.
my sight.
Got shit on.
Test subject.
No one can hide from my sight.
I'm putting in that work on Genji, bro. Okay, let me see this. Dude, I have 162 accuracy on Ornn, man. Oh, because it's only a 50% chance until I book him, and then it's 75. Bruh, are you fucking kidding me? That is such bullshit. That is such bullshit. Boo! Chat, the one problem I have with Raid, is that, like,
Keep the scope on, Genji.
it's just so hard. Like, I feel like that the money for them should be in unlocking champions. Like, I feel like it costs too much and it's too difficult to book them and make their abilities better. I don't know. I think that's silly, but
All the armor in the world can't save you from a well-placed
the Widow is sus.
How do you think your fancy jumpsuit would fare against my hammer? Hello?
It's Mr. Take Yo Girl, and his picture is a blonde girl on Twitch. I have a feeling that's not you.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
How many how many legendaries did you get?
Until next time.
Bro, I'm playing some bots today. Like,
Yosh! Enemy turret destroyed. I see one.
is Cry just trolling? Or what's going on? Dude, what is this game? So I'm gonna go for champ, dude. I honestly do not care enough to push champion. I'm not. I probably could hit it maybe once, but like I don't want to try like that, bro. I already. I think I was one game off on like 2 separate accounts like 5 or 6 times. I think if Echo was a bit better, I would sweat it. But I just I don't know. I just wouldn't be fun. Oh wow.
No one can hide from my sight.
Targeting hostile.
Power in orbit.
My soul in the light.
Time for a fight. Make me proud.
Bruh, this has gotta be, dude. Dude. Guys, like. I know I'm on an M2 account, but like, this is ridiculous.
60 seconds remaining.
Their whole team is just negative, bro.
Enemy in my sight.
Meteor strike.
Spirit sword. Little time remains. We can do this. Enemy over here.
My aim is true.
Like I'm 34 and 3 on Genji, dude. Like
10 seconds.
I'm playing bots.
I leave flames in my wake.
I'm 35 and 3 on Genji. Like, what are these? What is? Chat, I'm still mad. I'm literally hard stuck in the raid story because I don't have some Wukong. You get bored of Overwatch at all, bro? I've been bored of Overwatch for a long time, man. It's all good, though. Alright. It's 3x speed, so I'm going to keep trying to farm some speed sets. Let's, we can keep trying this poison team, chat. I'm pissed at... I think for Ornn, like, he would be good if he just had higher land chances on his buffs and debuffs. That's it. They just don't land. Even Artok's accuracy could be better for, like, this rank. Okay, well, probably gonna have to turn this on auto, unfortunately. They're farming my ninja. Holy shit. Alright, well, okay. I've got Suzu Sniffer on my team. Okay. Group Up Podcast is at 2 o'clock. 2 p.m. Also, guys, exclamation for our Patreon in the chat. We've got a bunch of guides out on the Patreon. I got an even, like, I think we have like 6 or 7 out now.
Not skill is a sign of a mature warrior.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Coffee, she said, Kiri one trick. I like the name Suzu Sniffer though.
Reaper happening.
Fly just got blitzed.
Can't escape death.
Dude, are you kidding me? 300 to 0. Could play Echo too.
Watch it.
I have arrived. A victim. There's one.
Meteor strike.
They lack the critical information. My hog up first. Dash is nice for sure.
Let the kitsune guide you.
Death ignited.
Got him! Wait. No way. That's not real, bro.
It's time to save the world.
My bad, I guess. Ah, that's what you get.
I need help. I need help. I need help. I need help. I need help.
No way, bruh. We get Brig. Wow. Yeah, guys, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know.
Meteor strike.
Over there.
Eyes on the target.
Loading out the dig gun.
No way.
Let's try that again. Whoa. Stop that barricade. Enemy spotted. Your times.
Got on my venture. 2v1 there.
Enemy here. This robot rules. Enemy over here. Who's on? I am.
Okay, I need to get a pulse here. Gun, 63 months. Yo, where are we? We're cut. I'm gonna match Ash. God, that's cap. 63 months, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know what to play to help my team win this. I don't think there's anything we could do. It's only me and my Juno invoice. So there we go. There we go. Now we've got the Brig. We've figured out the must pick, boys. Unfortunately, it was too little too late. You know what, guys? I think my game, this game, the last game, I think I'm the difference maker. I think I'm the problem. It really is crazy, though, guys. I'm not going to lie. When they have that comp, if one of your supports does not pick Brigitte, you just lose. It's unreal. No one but you walk with Juno. Oh, I'm aware. Brig might not. Brig actually might save that. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, I got an accuracy speed chest plate. That might be really good, boys. A 5-star accuracy speed chest plate and a legendary helmet too. Yeah, this is my best team right here. I'm doing damage, man. I'm doing some damage here. I've got 2 burners. I could put another poisoner in. Should we now the Venom Mage, she's not doing nearly. Artalk's doing so much damage. Holy shit. I needed to get a speed and accuracy set on this dude. So I've got resilience on him right now. Like, here's the thing. Here's my problem, guys. Like, I have to fully book this guy for him to be good. You know what I mean? Like, like, look at how much books cost. They cost so much. There are ways to get them, but, like, it's going to take forever. Like, I straight up, I dead ass, like, I have to buy this shit because I can't get them with gems. Like, I have to buy 2 books for $10. 2 books for $10, bro. It's crazy. I mean, I see how this game makes money, but like, damn, dude, like 2 books for $10. Can I get like 50? Can I get a content creator deal? I mean, it's a PvE game for the most part, so, like, I get it, but, like, bruh. Oh, this guy got Odin. Like, the champs are cool. Again, dude. Dude, this lobby's fucking cursed. Jesus. We're spawn holding. Odin. Yeah, I know Odin's OP. I know. I really wanted to get him.
We must accelerate to Snowball. They need our help. Weather report. A storm is rising.
Systems online. Weapons ready.
Why is my It's Math Pro on Zen?
Second through 4th backup turrets. Check, check, and check.
Content creators are only available to OFCC. What is OFCC? What is that?
5, 4, 3, 2.
Hello.
1. Attackers incoming.
Enemy here. Boom.
Holding spawn? I want to leave voice right now. I think I actually already have a Reaper guide up on Patreon.
Sombra online.
Cheers, love. It's time to save the world.
Shoot her, dumbass. What are you waiting for? Okay, my Sombra is an absolute ape in real life. This guy's got to be a champ. This guy's got to be a champ. There ain't no way. Is he tilted? What?
Catch you later.
Alright, stop typing, play the game.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Payload shouldn't be moving.
Enemy here! Enemy spotted!
God. Oh, no, bro. Why is Sammy calling GG after one fight? Anyone know? Oh, my ball's AFK now, too. Yo, guys, what are these games? Every single game has been a steamroll in either direction. And he goes, IDC. I mean, okay.
EMP activated.
I see a sniper.
Oh, much better.
Over there.
We have Trank, we can win.
Satellite
We got Aura from who?
enemy here! Enemy spotted! Restart! Enemy over here! Back in the fight!
But what am I supposed to do with this team? I mean, granted, we do have its Math Pro on Zen, so... Oh, he just left. He just left. Oh, my goodness.
Not in my vocabulary! Special delivery!
Out of time once again.
That's the most generous thing I've ever seen. Okay, he left and rejoined. He back, though. I'm going to hide on the back of the map on Widow.
I aim to devastate.
Yo, Gun with the 5 gifted. What's up, baby? I should have shot it. That would have been really funny.
So close. Over there. Someone get him some shoes.
Okay. Yo, Gun with the 5. Thank you, bro.
We have to stop the payload.
My Genji on Wizard World? Yeah.
The payload is approaching its destination.
Alright, time to hold this game hostage.
Over here! I want enemy here!
Fucking satellite vector!
Oh my god. These games are generational, boys.
Round 1. Complete. Team
Truly.
Score 0-3. Switching sides.
Generational run here. Generational. I mean, this my Sombra left the game and gave up twice, so I don't know. I also have It's Math Pro on Zen. So
I aim to
we picked the spawn hole comp and my guy came out on Zen. I don't know.
Je sens que je vais bien m'amuser.
I just want the patch notes. I wouldn't expect the patch notes to really do anything. I mean, at this point, they made it clear that they want 5v5 to stand. It sucks. It is what it is. I'm glad that you're not a Widow player.
Never guess what I heard.
I mean, like, when the game's just over, I just go Widow because I can. Like, I don't have to try and get value.
What's your price?
I have a feeling we're going to get along.
You literally don't have to try on this character at all. You just get rewarded so much for doing nothing.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
Sniper!
Over there!
Move the payload. Heal me.
I just have mats, bro. I think 750 games. It's not. I don't think it's a season. I think it's total. I think you need it. You'll need it to play 750 games total to get it. Which is fine.
Little girls have no place on the battlefield. Engage this enemy.
My team's gonna win this, right? Bruh. That's unreal. You play Widow, you report yourself? I'm on Widow because my other DPS gave up, left the game, said GG 10 minutes ago. And my team is all trolling now. Like, this is an arcade game now, so.
Halo's a city dog right now.
I'm with you.
Spotted enemy here.
Hostile here. Let the kitsune guide you here. Fucking silent vector!
The payload rolling.
Do not provoke.
Guys, like, how has this not been nerfed? Like, I want to know.
I'm untouchable.
Has reached the checkpoint.
Enemy here. Engage this enemy.
Let's get the payload going.
But you just don't have to try.
My ultimate is good to go.
I'm just playing a deathmatch game now.
Hola.
Hey guys, maybe your Widow shouldn't be on cart.
No one can hide from my sight. I truly feel alive. Suppress this target.
Hands on.
Okay.
The battle ignites me. Ow! These beasts are fire!
Unloading scrap.
Engage this enemy. Hostile here.
Double.
Enjoy.
I mean, members only and I are just like. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Wait. Why did I spell De'Aaron Fox's name like that?
Let the kitsune guide you. Je me sens vivante. Engage this enemy. Admirez mon chef-d'œuvre.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
If Widow.
Payload's heading out.
No one can hide from my sight.
That guy is actually so unlucky. Holy shit.
Suppress this target.
No way. And I'm sitting half health, bro. Oh my god.
Time to teach these guys some manners.
Your bio. Go, Anna.
Do you want to go live in 20 minutes?
Supercharged and on fire. Threat detected.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that. I'm cool with that, Spilo. I'm cool with that. That probably makes sense for me too.
My ultimate is ready.
I'm probably gonna die.
Threat detected.
Let the kitsune guide you.
Enemy in sight.
Let me get a grapple.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Oh my fucking god, bro. That was about the worst timing ever. 45, yeah, so we'll react to patch notes and then we'll group up like 30 minutes later. That's fine. So group up at 2:30 instead of 2. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Enemy located.
My team is just tilt queuing.
Enemy in sight. Over there. On fire.
Oh, let's break it. Damn!
Enemy located. Push the payload.
Enemy in 60 seconds.
Meet your fate.
Do not provoke me.
You just, guys, I like playing Widow has unironically got us back in this game. Y'all see how broken this character is?
3-3.
I'm not even good at this hero. Yeah, I have it for myself. Nice character you're playing. I know it's really hard.
I aim to devastate.
I got 25 on Matchmaking finals. Oh my god.
I don't do guesses. What's your price?
I have a feeling we're going to get along.
Let's finish this quickly.
Yo, J Money, you can't hoop, bro. You cannot. Are you Samito because you're Sam or Sam because you're Samito? That's a good question. I never thought of that.
What tank should I play here?
5, 4, 3, 2.
It doesn't matter. Do whatever.
Attack commencing. Escort the payload.
They're on Cass Hanzo. so OP. It's so broken. It's actually so broken. Like, I'm not even good, bro.
Alright, no more greens.
10 seconds. We're running out of time. Keep attacking.
You must like having me around.
That boop just kind of fucked me.
Help me move the payload.
Suppress this target. Over there. No one can hide from my sight.
I'm him.
Get him one.
Hostile here. A deadly fragrance.
This here, it's so I'm just holding them hostage.
Launching satellite vector. EMP activated.
It's happening.
I truly feel alive. A fine.
Just go Widow and hold the game hostage. It's that simple. Just go Widow and hold the game hostage.
Have Widow.
Engage this enemy.
What's good? Engaging thrusters.
No one can hide from my sight.
Bruh. I guess that's a good trade, but my team's not winning without me.
I've been waiting for a challenge. Such naivety.
Need to walk up and take her.
Enemy spotted. Follow through.
I'm going to hold there.
I'm just using.
They have number us. Watch out.
Round 3.
That's good enough.
Good hack, Sammy.
Score 5-3. Switching sides.
Oh my god. It's hilarious how OP this character is.
I aim to devastate.
Systems online. Weapons ready.
Do not get in my way.
Hello there.
What are your thoughts on the map change? I think it's good. Guys, it's just easy. Like, it's just you pick Widow.
As long as there is free will.
Nice, Dribble. I'm glad the dog's okay, man.
But denying free will is also evil.
Quite a puzzle, isn't it?
How long you sleep after a 32-hour stream? Just 8 hours. I got my 8 hours of sleep and I was back up and at 'em, man. I don't have time to waste.
One. Attackers incoming. Enemy located.
No nade, no nade.
Like, that's so OP.
Little girls have no place on the battlefield.
Like, guys. Like, I just instantly one-shot her. Like, how is that allowed in the game? How is that allowed? Like...
Good Winston now.
The monkey to this comp is crazy.
I love glue.
Like, I'm not even good at this character. I'm ass, and it doesn't matter. Sixers still same complaints, so they made the problem worse. Like, look at, like, what is this Kiriko doing?
No one can hide from my sight.
Yo, this is about to be the fattest Orisa ult in mankind.
Meet your fate.
I lied, y'all.
Engage this enemy.
Almost ready.
EMP activated. Suppress this target. I need healing. I'm reloading.
You're mine now.
60 seconds.
Dude, this is just broken.
I love Elmer's glue.
You're 56 and 8, bro.
Over there.
50 at the garden.
It's yeah, called D-book.
I'm like mellow.
Yeah, true.
Because I got 56 at the garden. I might die, y'all. New UST tank, bro. Better than Sunnet.
Let's keep shooting.
Discorded, kill him.
Copy that.
No one can hide from my sight.
Just go Widow and hold the game hostage, dude.
60 at the garden. Is he the new Carmelo Anthony of Overwatch?
Play of the game.
Now,
hey, good work, Sammy. I'm glad you brought it around.
He's on voice, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I saw Sammy doing that, and I saw it's Math Pro quick pick Zen. I was like, oh no. I'm gonna do one-man army this lobby. I guess, guys, unironically, we were losing the game, and I guess, what did I do? What did I do? What hero won us the game? You just go Widow. That's it. It's literally that easy. You're losing, go Widow. Game hostage. Done. That's it.
Prepare for battle.
IRP! Jack, should I troll IRP again? Guys, should I troll IRP?
I am always ready to execute.
Particle cannon online. Let's run them over.
Oh my god, look at fucking IRP!
After this.
Look at IRP!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1.
Look at fucking IRP, dude. IRP is such a fucking goon. It's so fucking crazy. IRP is, guys, I'm from Kentucky. IRP has posted the most conservative shit I've ever seen. Oh, my whole team's dead.
We're outnumbered. Mind yourself.
I know how you think, IRP. I know you're gonna want to come get me, you little fucker. The patch notes and LOL. Yeah, they're coming in like an hour.
Enemy in sight. Taking on target. Disintegrated.
Why is my team just getting cooked?
Down they go. Targeting hostile. Kill confirmed, logged, and saved.
They blew some more. No, we lose.
Gaining altitude.
I know he's mad about that, but like, that's the right play to go there.
Repositioning. Enemy in sight. Concentrating fire. Welcome to orbit. Adaptive circuits engaged. Moira.
Don't die. Nice grab.
Push him off the point.
A touch from above.
I have to do so much to be competitive here. I have killed that Pharah 4 times.
Rally to me.
Oh, don't die, don't die, don't die.
Over there. Power in orbit. Going up. I'm on fire. Everyone follow me. Hostile spotted.
IRP's getting me to suck from that long range. My Brig might have 3 deaths.
That was a very
She's not getting pressured by Pharah. I'm killing the Pharah. Almost back. Care of the barrage. Let's go for Juno, and then we'll go with that. She's gonna barrage. We can look at that too. What's your instinct? What? Get behind.
Rains from above. Reaching peak. Enemy in sight.
IRP Hong Kong! PAX notes will be out in a minute. They'll be out in a minute. I would not expect anything from them, to be honest.
Hey. Like taking damage. Thank you for the assistance. Over here. Bombs away. Busting off.
The coast.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Junker Queen. First round. 1.
IRP!
Score 1-0.
I wouldn't expect anything meaningful.
What's up? Shot.
Oh, we're in the thick of it now.
Hey. Hey. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I got gifted a membership. Good job. Good job, chat. Huge gifts today. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Gun, my guy, with the gifts to the locker room, boys. We're trying to get more locker room benefits out.
Scaling up.
So we gave up on the flyers. Oh, titties. Oh.
The objective is now stabilizing system core.
Hi, good.
Restoring health system. I feel the burn. Passing up the multiple points.
play on different accounts as a matchmaking? I swear me and my buddy both on different accounts. I just play on whatever account, like at least towards the end of season. I just get on an account that I don't care about and just like play for a few times.
Thanks for the upgrade. Over here. Over here. Looking satellite vector.
Step right.
What are you doing? They can't actually catch me if I need to run besides a Juno. I'm gonna try to one shot their Juno. Wasted a spin.
Fire at will.
I need you guys to just live for like 2 seconds in these fights. We're just exploding. What? Like, my team is really bad. Go right side. Stop trying to go bridge. I know our backline's just down on cooldown. I don't know. I'm gonna go in with a copy from this side.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Noiva.
I don't know. You just. All right. What, Lucy? What's killing you? We just need you to live.
Greetings.
Round 2.
They're on Sim Genji.
Yahi parambasta victor.
Greetings.
Score 1-1.
Yeah, fucking IRP.
Over here. Everyone ready?
Yeah, I'll go meh.
Come on, Snowball.
My backline needs the help. I think if I go Mei or Reaper, we're fine.
I cannot help but wonder how our base lost contact with Liu Chang.
I think Genji is bad. Why in the world does he use a ton of OWCS? I can't figure out. Cap's using like 75% of the time, and he's like really good. Because he lives forever, and his dashes can clean up kills.
Round 3. Capture the objective. This is the final round. Don't let the team down. Hello.
Hold on, careful. I don't know. When our backlines doing that, like I don't know how to help you. Bye. Honestly, go like Hog or something, bro. Like they can't. Like just pick something that hard lives, because you're just not gonna get there. They can't stop a Hog. Yeah, this game's just over. My team's really bad, boys. Like, there's nothing I can do. My team's really bad. They just, like, they can't live. My Ana's never healing my Zarya. My Zarya's out of no man's land. I'm like, you know, it's just bad. My ult, careful. Just run Argon. We're just gonna nano bash it in their team. Save grab for their blade. You need a bash on a front.
You're powered up. Get in there.
The dragon and I.
Yep, that point belongs to us. I'm an defender.
I aim to devastate.
Is that it?
Oh! Oh my god! Holy shit, I might be the best player ever! Not twice in a row. Oh my god! Balance, by the way. Now, my team was just horrible this game, especially my supports. I just didn't deserve to win. It's all good.
Sweat.
Game's just over. Should ball back to the damage. Yeah, guys. 10 deaths for 10 support. Yeah, GG.
We are outnumbered.
GG.
Play of the game.
Surrender to my will. The darkness will find me.
Like, how is this chimp gonna blame me? Did you see my supports? Like, yeah, I gave up on the game because it's unwinnable with my honest playing like that. Like, the game's just over. The game's just over. Avoid your tank too? I might. He didn't listen to my ult call. Yeah, we'll avoid him farm. That's just like, really though, this guy was the problem right here. This guy was really bad that game. It's okay though. You can't win them all, boys. You can't win them all. Oh, man. Oh, she died. Damn. I have so much gear and shit that I need to upgrade, chat. Play more Widow. Widow will be my I give up hero. Like, I told my team what ults to use, and they used every ult that I said not to use, and then fucked up the ult I said to use. So, like, I'm good. Like, those kids just lose. Yeah, I'm going to react to patch notes before group up. What should I play, boys? Genji?
Natural selection.
I still feel that final blow from yesterday's train.
Oh, come on. I didn't hit you that hard.
If that is the case, our enemies have much to fear.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Touching down. Hello there.
Let's move out.
Hello.
Before I can keep up with good teams, I just played not long ago the Battle of the Death. Nice, Saki, good job. Okay, I need to switch, sadly. Oh, maybe not, they have a Genji. Okay, actually I can probably stay.
There's an enemy here.
Ah! I deflected the sleep and saved my life. I'm gonna stay back here until Swishy is. My break has no monitor. I was like, how the fuck did I live that?
I see an
We'll see tomorrow. Yeah, Derpy, they come out like in 20 minutes. I'm getting word on the street that it's not a whole lot.
Let them push any further.
Maybe they'll nerf Orisa for you, bro.
The enemy has the lead. Enemy here. Over here. Enemy seen.
Adaptive circuit engaged. Brigitte.
Yeah, my team's not gonna troll, right? Alright, I mean, I'm like, okay. Yeah, I don't think this pack is gonna have a whole lot, guys. Just to be clear.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Pushing ahead now.
I'm donkey shit.
Over there.
My ultimate is almost
Get in there.
I see one. We have the robot.
Oh! Dude, what's happening, man? Did my soldier leave me? No, there's no way he left, right? He left! He fucking left! Oh, fuck me.
وريهم قوتك.
Guys, I mean, like, what am I supposed to do here?
I am healed.
Exercise.
Over here. Over here.
No.
Adaptive
Ah!
circuit engaged.
Ah!
Genji.
Cannot let them take the robot.
No! Bro, am I just alone?
At your service.
I'm... Ah,
Enemy
dude.
on the move. Stop them.
Mistakes will always precede victory.
Alright, I mean...
Think
Okay.
It's time to save the world.
I think Ashe is a little dishonest because the Bob buffs are just really good.
Tactical visor activated.
Over there.
Alright,
We'll
well...
get you where you need to go.
This way.
Cap, dumbass. Yo! Sorry.
Moving right along. Enemy here.
Guys, like, I'm 10-1 and like I don't know.
To enemy territory.
I mean, like, this is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, I might as well be a fucking Kellogg's ad right now. Like, I might as well just be a Kellogg's ad with how much I'm fucking doing here. Dude, are you joking? No, my team is just fucking watching me. He's ball watching. That's like, he's... Dude. It's ambitious, Brig.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Juke.
A little further and the lead is ours.
They took it from us.
I'm on fire.
Enemy here. Over here.
I'm trying to pull these guys off my team.
Enemy spotted. Thought of you. There she goes.
Him not getting the wave should get us the lead here. Which is why I pulsed that. Confirming that kill should just get us a lead on paper.
Let's start the push. Enemy here.
Yep. Bro, I could not fucking see this kid. I trolled. Just that card. Oh, wait.
Hello.
Don't stagger, Juno.
You need to reset. You need to live, bro. You need to live.
Blinded.
For Juno.
Enemy spotted.
Okay.
You have to stop them now.
Yeah, lob bomb or something. You gotta make a hero.
No, don't do that.
Fish
Just go-
behind.
just go-
Mark
just
your-
go Juno.
Fish the recall.
No way, he got me again, this little
Alright.
fucking rat. I didn't realize I was point blank. I thought I had like 2 meters.
I can get rally this fight.
Nah, he gets fucking got one left click on me. Yeah, he perfect snapped on. I didn't think he'd hit that many, but I still got what I needed to win.
No have our tracer. We still have Diva on too. Really good. So we can have copying each other. I can't see you know.
Adaptive circuits
Playing
engaged.
card.
Diva.
Okay, I'm just solo shattered again. We reset, we lead. Oh, we lead. I didn't realize.
Enemy spotted.
Just reset, reset. We can fight him. Player life. We even? Are we up? What's happening? Oh, we're winning.
That comp fucked with me so hard.
Come on, everyone.
Get forward spawn, no push.
Following directions. Almost got this.
I almost have Wowie.
Back up, Nina. Back up.
I almost have Wowie.
Let them in. Oh my god.
Venture one. Venture one.
One shot, I'm up to the last push. Let's crush them.
I got this. Just had to go John Wick mode. Just had to go John Wick mode that game. I don't care what they say about you, Samito. I think you're all right. I appreciate it, bro. Who is they? Who is they? Because what they say about me is a lot of different people with a lot of different things. Are we talking the Lifeweaver, Moira, Mercy players on Twitter? Or are we talking to religiously defend Blizzard from criticism at all costs? Or are we talking Redditors or forum users? Or the second one? I don't remember what I said, to be honest. I don't remember what I said or which one that was. Oh. No, there's not many people like. There's only a couple. It's fine. Me? Kidding?
Is all I have left.
I think that's kind of stopped now, too. Because the Band-Aid got ripped off and, you know. The cat's kind of out of the bag on that. And it needs to be, like... Again, I really hope that the creators close to Blizzard are pushing them to just drop the Overwatch 2 branding. Because I will say this team right now at least deserves better than the Overwatch 2 branding, and they do.
Maybe then you'd frown less.
Dude, why are they making Hanzo so soft nowadays, man? Damn.
5, 4, 3.
Now, Calypso's a streamer mode name. It's not the same player.
Attackers incoming.
Enemy here.
Stop the payload.
On brand for Kinryu.
Enemy sighted.
Ah!
You are foolish to face me.
Over here.
No, I don't know for Hanzo licks his paw. Yeah, okay, stop. No, it's just like his interactions, like, unless they're like rewriting him, I guess. But like he's supposed to like for like some kind of like he's like forgiving himself, I guess. I don't know.
Double fly.
Don't worry, Mooma. I'll take care of it for you.
I don't need your help.
Yes, you do. Watch this, Mooma.
Just keep shooting the tank like a good boy, all right?
Oh my God, he's here. Felt so bad.
Reality bends to my will.
Oh.
There
you guys might be able to win that. Yeah, the fair showing. That fair showing. There's a fair.
It is not my time yet.
You're so evil.
I still have trying for his shot.
I respect it.
Am I evil, or is this, like, I think there's few justifications for this, but instantly going double fire when you see Hanzo Sim, I feel like I think we're cool.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Diva.
The flame of my soul.
He's one.
Nerf this. Justice rains from above. System check.
Killzina. No, I'm not kidding. I had the best shot of my life on it earlier.
Watch this now. Now this one, I'll let you call evil. They just went Sombra Genji.
You on Torb or what? No, he's on Widow. He's matching you. That's fine.
Yeah. Oh, Genji Widow. Yeah, it's not meant to say actually. The funniest.
Widow man, Widow not man. Look around.
I'm flanking these kids.
Your concern.
No, I'm dead to the bed of mine. Widow was headshot. Alright, my turn. You guys stall it out. You can win. If you run the back slowly and you win.
I can anchor one for a second.
Just live. I'm gonna carry. Watch. Widow one.
I don't want to.
The map's stuck. The map, he can't peek. One map, one up top. Oh yeah. Oh my god, it's so OP. It's so easy.
It's so OP.
It's crazy like how people, you know what blows my mind, and I mean this so seriously, it baffles me when people act like this hero is hard to get value on. It's like, dude,
yeah,
pick up Hanzo for 5 games and play this hero for 5 games and you will double your value. It's like a fucking Costco sample. Like, it's just free. Like,
all right, bro, get off.
You're actually real. You're actually real for that. He's actually right though.
It's true,
He's usually not, but he's right for
yeah,
that
it's
one.
Cap. I'm mostly right.
Yeah, you're pushing it.
Numo, is life worth living if you're not pushing it? You know?
No, that's real.
Yeah, exactly. See, my points just prove
You
themselves.
you have your moments.
Oh my god.
Is all I have left.
Like, that's just easy, bro. I don't even have to try, chat.
Sam, you trying to hoop?
Win, bro, win.
I'm in Cincinnati till Wednesday night.
Why did you leave?
Till Wednesday night, bro. I got meetings and play tests all week.
Hell no.
How did
You should have come down for Big Blue Madness.
What was that? Football?
Yeah, it's basketball.
There is water
Nah,
everywhere.
bro, I got big things to attend to.
Yeah. Yeah. What courts do you play on? Like, where do you go?
There's actually, you know, that like industrial.
In Rio, outer spawn door. Outer spawn door. Outer spawn door. Watch out. Watch out.
Man, this
Dude,
is
can
so
someone
fucking
call
bullshit.
that, man?
Well, it would have been really nice.
It's just like fucking trolling.
You know that industrial plant by Addiston?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they just installed like a brand new full court, like brand new everything. So
People know about it yet or no?
Ah, bro, every time I pass it, it's empty.
That's good.
Just kill the drone, bro. There ain't no shit to be scared of.
Run. You kill?
I'm a real crafter.
Oh, that was a close call, I'm not gonna lie.
I am dead.
You might have Bob soon. Patch note should be out too. You don't want in the back.
He's boxed like a fish. He's boxed like a fish.
Nice one. It's not looking good. That's it.
I'm the last one you'll ever cross.
I'll pick the easy roll.
Open the book.
That's fair. I hear it. What's up, right?
Reality bends to my will. When we want the wedding.
Thinks he can max the Muma on Sim?
Foolish.
What?
Get back on Echo, noob ass.
Yeah.
Play of the game.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Look at
15
at how
seconds
broken.
on Widow.
Look
You
at
can play
look
the
at how
game.
broken this
Damn,
is. I'm sitting here. I'm
wow,
skeet
no,
shooting.
look how much value. Oh my god. You just actually don't have your hand on your keyboard.
No, I don't. I don't.
Criticism is like maybe you could move a little bit less.
Yeah.
Like I'm just AFK. I'm AFK getting value. This a wrong video title. I have no idea what you're talking about. No patch notes. They're coming out. Oh, I got 6-star speed epic with HP. Ooh, speed and accuracy, baby. Let's fucking go. That's lit. Patch notes aren't out yet, but they should be soon. A video uploaded from your channel with the wrong title. What's the title? You look cute today. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, boss. Okay. All right. Podcast's gonna be in 30 minutes. We're gonna react to the patch notes, and then we're gonna go. Okay. All right. Let's see here, boys. Let's see. I'm refreshing, I promise. It should be out in 5 minutes. In the meantime, I'm getting tons of speed gear in Raid right now, boys. Look at this. Look at my shit. Eh. I'll keep it for some shitter. Wait, I got a dungeon mission? Oh, nice. I have to beat 75 kids in the classic arena? And then 2 champions with 6 level 16 artifacts? Are you fucking shitting me? Oh my. All right. Well, I guess I can farm kids in the arena while we wait. I might have done some deranking, boys, to be honest. But now we're just going to roll. Who's good in here? Whatever, I'll just roll with these guys. Fuck it. I need a healer, actually. Wait. I'll go with the Neri. Fuck it. Where is she? There we go. It's a dev blog? Okay, here we go. Okay, sick. So, we'll read the dev blog, and then we'll talk about the patch notes. Let's give it a whirl. Okay, director's take. Tricks, tweaks, and treats for season 13. Sorry. Dad and me thinks that's funny. Hello and happy autumn. It's that time of year where there's a chill in the air. Everything seems to have pumpkin spice flavor. Whoa! Hey, listen. Hating on pumpkin spice is like asking for white girls to hate you. Like, holy shit. I feel bad for whoever wrote that article because the white girls are not going to be happy with you. I'm telling you guys. The white girls are not going to be happy with you. Okay. All right, let's see. And pumpkin spice, you know, it's kind of fire. I'm not going to lie. Listen, every once in a while, all the ladies out there, you guys get something right. The pumpkin spice was one of them, all right? The pumpkin spice was one of them, okay? In case you missed it, released a lot of cool trick and treats for our developer update, including an up-close look at the new Spellbinder Widowmaker Mythic skin, a detailed look at the 4 maps that are getting major changes, and new updates into the in-game scoreboard. And a first look at the hauntingly fun Junkenstein's Laboratory. Okay, so to kick things off, let's take a look at the tank adjustments. Ramatra's Pummel while in Nemesis form is getting adjustment that will give opponents a better chance to take cover without really impacting the lethality of the attack. What? The attacks from Ramatra's punches will no longer pierce... Ramatra's punches will no longer pierce barriers, but instead will deal 2.5 times the damage on them. This gives Ramatra more strategy to decide whether or not to focus on breaking a barrier, which can leave opponents vulnerable to attacks from your teammates, or instead focus on individual targets. Here's like Reinhardt also had a chance to make using their barrier's health or eating the punch themselves. We hope this change can make for a little bit more interesting engagement with Ramatra in his Nemesis form. So that's better for his team against Sig. I think that's a big Ram nerf. That's a huge Derpy buff right there. Derpy's fucking licking his chops. There he is. There's Derpy right there, dude. There's Derpy right there. There he is, dude. There he is. That Ram's going to pop Nem form. Derpy's going to have that fucking shield out, and he's going to be... Ha! And he's going to be fucking rocketing through their team on Reinhardt. Oh, my... Derpy's like a kid at Christmas right now. Christmas came early for this man. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Mauga's getting a buff to Gunny, his incendiary chain gun, where ignite damage over time will now last 4 seconds. Wow. Combined with the burst potential of Cha-Cha, his volatile chain gun, Mauga will have more reason to stay focused on smaller targets without making him stronger against other tanks. Interesting. Okay. Okay. For supports, you're going to see a notable change for Juno, who has performed really well. Yeah, Juno, by the way, I have not seen so many people boosted by one character in a long time. That's how you know the character's really strong. There were a ton of Juno 1 tricks that were permanently in low masters, that all of a sudden are an M1, GM4, GM5, and I'm sitting there like, okay, so she was really good. She remains popular, and we expect that to continue well into Season 13, but we want to bring her healing potential in a bit and encourage players to rely on her mobility more. First of all, her fall-off range is reduced, which will require her to be closer to allies to heal or enemies to attack effectively. The Media Blaster also has Medi Blaster also has a small nerf to the healing amount. You can also expect some changes for Brig and Bap. Oh my god, please be nerfs. Please be nerfs. On my hands and knees begging for nerfs to Brig and Bap. The game might be good. The game low-key might be good if they can fucking fix that. We have quite a few big changes for a couple of our damage heroes. Sojourn has changes to her Railgun and Disruptor Shot that will give her more skill to her playstyle. Energy no longer holds a minimum of 25, but will now deteriorate much slower. Good. We're also powering up Disruptor to Shot to be stronger. Damage per second is increased to 80. Oh, what? and will generate a small amount of energy for railgun for any damage dealt. We're looking to make the ability feel less ignorable for opponents to reward anyone playing Sojourn with the well-placed disruptor shots. Wow, okay. These changes are focused on getting more power into her kit outside the railgun shot itself to make her neutral gameplay feel better. This is interesting. This is cool. That could be cool. So Sogs definitely needs some help. She's still pretty underwhelming. Okay. Alec mentioned changes we had coming for Sombra in our previous director's take, and we are now ready to share the details of what you can expect. We're moving stealth away from being a passive that activates on its own and instantly triggering anytime you use Translocator. It will only stay active for 5 seconds after you translocate. This change moves away from allowing Sombra to take any position she wants, but gives her a loop that increases her lethality. Sombra is revealed briefly when she takes a bit of damage or uses her hack. Instead of losing stealth entirely, Translocator also has a longer cooldown. Wait, what? Okay. So instant trigger. We're also giving Sombra her opportunity. This pass allows you to see targets that are critically injured through walls, along with increasing weapon damage. Whoa, 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 whoa! Increasing weapon damage over time. We've reduced the hack ability lockout to 1 second, which has been the frustrating part of her kit that opponents have to deal with. Whoa! We're giving her back the opportunist passive, which allows you to see targets that are critically injured through walls with increasing weapon damage over time. We'll see what they mean by that. So are they saying that the longer you're in stealth, when you come out, you'll have better weapon damage? Guys, you have to understand, if you remove her stealth like that and you change it, she'd be bad. So they have to do something. Wait, is opportunist the buff that like let you do more damage to hack targets, or is that different? All right, we'll see. Okay, let's change the subject, talk about competitive play and matchmaking. We still want to encourage you to group with your friends even when playing competitive. So we have changes in the matchmaking that should help. Matchmaking for the wide pool has been tuned to focus on shorter queue times. Thank God. We think having evenly matched players on the tank role is really important. Wow, they address it! They address it! Oh my God, they actually addressed it. Holy cow. They actually addressed it. Okay. So we've also upgraded our role delta tech to prioritize matching tank players against each other more closely than the other roles. Yes. That's one of the biggest reasons they have steamrolls is that when there's a gap on the tank roll and the tank is a raid boss, if you like, listen, if you're a DPS player, you are a pawn on the chessboard. The tanks are the queens, and the support are like the rooks, the bishops, the knights, right? It doesn't matter if you're a grandmaster pawn. If your tank is a you know, a diamond knight or queen, and their tank is a master's queen, right? Like the gap is bigger there because that role is just way more valuable and way more powerful. So that led to a lot of lopsided matches. We'll see what they do. This is the first time they've actually addressed this in a blog in 13 seasons. So this might help a bit. Playing in pre-made groups is a great way to play Overwatch, especially in competitive. At the highest ranks, we think the advantage of grouping becomes pretty overwhelming. High-ranked matches will now take into account the benefit of grouping when constructing a match. We also tuned down multiple modifiers to related MMR decay. This will make it more difficult for new accounts to unfairly climb into top 500 farther than they might deserve without punishing the more seasoned accounts. Okay. Finally, at top 500, you'll now be required to complete the Season Competitor Lifetime Challenge, lifetime, which requires a player to win 750 games in competitive play in Overwatch 2 throughout any season. You can appear on any season's top 100 leaderboards. With this change, we're confident in lowering the individual season threshold per games to 25. Yes! Oh, nice. Good change. Good change. Good change. Good change. 50 wins is ridiculous, man. 50 wins was ridiculous to get on the leaderboard. This is a great change. This will allow our veteran and seasoned players to not feel pressured to play as much throughout each season. There will be some other changes to the matchmaking, so be sure to read up on our patch notes when the new season goes live next Tuesday, which is tomorrow. We can't wait to jump in-game and check out all these changes to our heroes in competitive play. Just let us know what you think, and be sure to tune in Monday for our developer update. Okay. You know what? Good. Hey. This is solid, man. This is actually solid. I mean, the Nem form changes are interesting. The Mauga changes are interesting. This could make or break the season right here. And these are all like pretty intuitive changes, to be honest. This is actually promising. Now, nothing's really going to change in the feel of the game until they either giga nerf the tanks that they buffed too much or go back to 6v6. But as far as 5v5 goes, this is pretty promising. Fuck this Ram nerf, man. We'll see what it does. Because, like, listen, Ram might rip apart shield tanks for your team. We'll see. I'm not sold. Like, on Sig, like, Ram into Sig now, if he can break the shield faster for his team, that might not be terrible. Like, guys, listen. 2.5x on a Ram punch is like, what? Ram punch is like, what, 70 damage, 80 damage? How much is Ram punch? Yeah, I know. The cleave is probably better for the Ram player. 162 damage to his shield per swing is a lot, guys. He'll, like, insta-break Sig shield. It does make him less of a hard counter to Ryan, I agree. But that being said, maybe it makes him more of a hard counter to Ryan if you're running Ram Bastion comps. Because if you if you Nem form with a formed Bastion and you double form, you're gonna like insta rip his shield. But you can't pierce Brig anymore, so he's definitely worse than a Brig. So we'll see. I don't think these are out yet. They're not. Honestly, interesting. I'm excited to see it tomorrow. What about my boy Ryan, who doesn't get anything since Mauga Bastion? Dude, Ryan's good into Mauga Bastion. He can shield himself and just, like, stall them out. Doesn't Widow have, like, no counters now? Yeah, Widow is going to have, like, 0 counters, so... Are they out completely? I don't see the patch notes out altogether. Are they out? Oh, they are. Here we go. Okay. All right, let's read the whole patch notes, boys. Let's see. Interactive scoreboard, public custom games, requires endorsement level 3. Mauga, ignite from 3 to 4 seconds. We already talked about this. No longer pierces Barrett Ryan. Okay, Ryan's shield got nerfed by 100 health. It was definitely too good. Hanzo buff! Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Yeah, they're finally starting to accept that, like, Hanzo at 225 was silly. It was so silly. So silly. So Hanzo back at 250, which is what needs to happen, by the way. The fact that he had his health reduced at all to begin with was just really, really silly, in my opinion. So, yeah, okay. We've got a Hanzo buff coming in on top of the Ramatra changes, as well as some of this other stuff. What other DPS got changed? Okay, wait, Sojourn. Energy no longer stops generating at 25 energy. Time before energy begins is to 12 seconds, so she'll be able to build the rail. Disruptor shot. So this is, I think this is her E, right? Her little grenade. 60 to 80 damage per second. It generates 25% of the damage done to the enemy players to railgun his energy. An interesting change. You can place this to farm now. Could be cool. This could be something that's pretty interesting, okay? I like what they're trying here. These are actually really intuitive changes. Like, this is the kind of stuff that we need from them. This is good. Sombra. Hack. No longer ends stealth, but does reveal Sombra. Interesting. Hacked ability lockout duration reduced from 1.5 to 1. EMP duration unchanged. Bob. Whoa! Whoa! Huge nerf to Sombra against Ashe, who's already really strong. Stun duration reduced from 10 to 3 seconds. Why do they keep buffing Bob like this? I mean, this is crazy. Coach Mills, I don't know if we want to upload 3 in one day. Maybe we put one on the second channel instead and see how it does for a video. Our Mercy video flopped yesterday, sadly, so we'll have to see. Okay. Stealth, no longer a passive. It only activates by using Translocator. It has a 5-second duration. Added stealth timer around the reticle and removed ability icon. Okay. Taking damage now reveals Sombra for 1 second instead of ending stealth. Translocator cooldown increased from 5 to 7. So that's really bad. EMP cost increased 12%. Increases Sombra's weapon damage versus hack targets by 20%. Okay. I'm not going to lie. These are big nerfs to Sombra. I think she's worse. With 225 health, that downtime, dude. Like, because it's not like you can hack everybody. I think those are nerfs. I think she's going to be worse, particularly because of this. Because she, again, so look, she's going to struggle with uptime now. So nerfing her uptime and nerfing her ult charge in the same patch is a huge nerf to her biggest win con, which is EMP. Now, this could be good. I might be wrong. Hack virus is going to be really lethal. But the question is, how hard is it going to be for her to set up? How hard is it going to be for her to set up here? So we'll see. I mean, now hacking a tank and shooting a tank is back. Hacking tanks might be pretty good now. We'll see. I think she'll be playable, but she's definitely not going to be elite in my opinion. This nerf is a huge nerf. This is like she's going to be harder to play and harder to get value from, in my opinion. No, she's not perma-invis. The invis only lasts for like 5 seconds. So look. Stealth only lasts for 5 seconds, and you activate it from throwing a translocator, which is a 7-second cooldown. So like she's going to have 2 seconds of downtime between every stealth. Well, she might still be good. We'll see. I'll play her a lot tomorrow. I'll play the rework Sombra a lot for my placements, and we'll be the judge of her, okay? We'll see. She could be good. I take it back. We'll see. We'll see. Baptiste, primary fire recoil reduced by 30%? That's a big buff. DPS BAP. I mean, wow. Okay. That's a big buff. Briggs repair packs. They nerfed the cooldown on them. Briggs healing output over the course of the match is quite high, so this is a slight adjustment to help bring that in line. Slight Brig nerfs. I don't think the pack should burst heal with all the utility that she brings to the table, especially with all these rally buffs too. But I'll take a Brig nerf, I guess. You're not going to notice this very much, though. Her big healing is from Inspire, in my opinion. But Juno Media Blaster fall-off range reduced from 30 to 50 meters to 20 to 35 meters. That's a big nerf, especially from range. Healing per projectile reduced. So this is a big nerf to Juno's output. Okay. Honestly, like, pretty underwhelming patch. Pretty underwhelming patch. Guys, this is not going to change a whole lot. He's just going to feel a lot better to play. He's still a really good character. But, well, I think it's going to make him a lot better. It will. Okay. So, Juno Brig down, BAP up. I really hope this does not force Bapalari. That would ruin the season. Map changes are coming in too. So from a quality of life standpoint, this seems like where the season's kind of headed. From a quality of life standpoint. Nothing about Soldier. I mean, they've got to nerf tanks. If you want to bring Soldier back, you've got to nerf tanks. You have to. He's just horrible into the Diva, into all that other stuff. No, Genji buff is crazy. I think Genji needs changes, kind of like Sojourn. I think after they figure out Sojourn, they should take a look at Genji. But yeah, I mean, look, these DPS changes are all good. The tank changes are like kind of underwhelming at this point, and the support changes, like, you know, not really a big season changer patch, or game changing patch. I don't think this was the kind of season that they wanted to do that. But you know, I think solid, nothing terrible. I would say solid from where we were, but the problem is where we were post season 9. Post season 9, tanks are just too tanky. They're just way too tanky. Way too tanky. It's just not fun. So again, like they need to globally nerf tanks. I'm sorry, tank players, your role will not be fun no matter how much they buff it. So if we've decided that the tank players are never going to have fun, the fun should not come at the cost of the DPS players. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, interesting patch. Not bad at all. I really like what they're doing with the DPS heroes. That's really good stuff. Okay. Excited for Season 13. We'll give it a whirl, yeah? We'll give it a whirl. We can talk about it later, Coach Mills. Okay, we have got time for one quick play game before we play, or before group up. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go to the bathroom, chat. Oh my God, impeccable timing. Impeccable timing, boys.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Man. Delete Sombra. Sombra's not as bad as you think. Guys, those bat buffs aren't that crazy. Don't freak out over those. Like, that's not the end of the world.
We're in this together.
I don't think he needed them, but like.
If you're going to die, do it when I'm not looking.
General, swapping your hero hides your selection from the enemy scoreboard for 15 seconds. This change adds more friction to counter. What? That's dumb.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Like it's like that's just so stupid.
Hold fast. Do not let them through.
No, they didn't buff counter swapping. They nerfed it. What are you doing, man? Sports are trolling me. That ability is so fucking stupid. Stupid, bro. What? That's not a good way to solve it. Again, like your game format created a counter swapping problem, so blocking the information that I receive is not a good answer. So now I have to blind pick? It's not a good answer. I should be able to see what people switch to. The answer is not to blind the player from what they see. It's to make it so counter swapping isn't as valuable in the game. Not a good answer.
My ultimate is almost charged.
This ends now. Not so fast.
Almost got him. Well, I get why they try it, but like, again, that's just silly. Just blinding players is the best thing we can do. Like, I don't like it. Format problem. They couldn't fix the balancing? Well, like, there's no way to fix the balancing of that. It's not possible.
For the Crusaders!
He missed.
Better luck next time. Breaking them down. Vitamin D. Just what
How do you make counter swapping less valuable? You switch formats.
Blocking satellite vector!
Another 5v5L.
What am I missing?
Well, I mean, it's like, it's not that they're running away from their problems. It's like, that's just like the only way you can fix it, but it's just a bad change. And don't sit there and say, oh, well, you guys complain about counter swapping and then we fix it. It's like, yeah, we complain about counter swapping because you made it too viable from a gameplay POV.
Thanks. This ends now.
Bruh. Yeah, Soja's definitely weak. She's a real. Her rail got gutted.
Asking for face full rail gun.
I don't think it's a good change. Again, you're just blinding players. Like. Probably gonna lose this. Oh, what?
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds. Flashpoint unlocked. Enemy here. Railgun powered and ready to fire.
Got him.
Design at work.
There's no way you did that.
This ends now. Feeling better.
There's a pack there. No way. Tanks won't even leave spawn anymore. They're just gonna wait the 15 seconds. Watch that be what happens. That would be so funny. Depending on your spawn, that might be the play. Because see, like, you haven't actually solved the counter swapping issue there.
Railgun charged. I'm on fire. Hail the Mahal.
They're taking the point. Push them on. Heading you up.
Thank God they have a DPS Moira. I dare you. Yeah, come here, sweetheart.
Dodge this. Nothing a quick repair won't fix.
Glue eater! Nom 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 nom. Beatbox cut, dude. DPS Moira is so predictable. They just it's like there's nothing going on in their noggins, you know? It's like, wow, I wonder what the Moira player is gonna do. Surely they don't throw a damage orb at me when they're 1 HP and fade into me. See, the strat might be to have your team wait and spawn, or like have your team be up and you just wait and spawn to see what they come out on. And you still just do it.
Area denial.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Railgun powered and ready to fire.
Ow.
Patch me up. Disrupting. This is our objective now. Railgun charged.
Team is trolling.
This ends now.
Oh.
Clear out.
Blizzard is a cooldown. Blizzard is an ult. What? Oh, my Larry was dead.
Keep an eye out. Might have to adjust my approach.
Nano boost administered.
Forest watches over you.
See, chat, why did they change that about counter swapping? But they won't change the retaining your ult charge.
Efficient design at work. Not so fast.
The dragon becomes me.
Easy clappers. Did I not play that time? What was stronger, current Widow or power creep Sojourn? Sojourn for sure. She was just a Widow with mobility.
Play of the game.
Sombra really doesn't directly counter run anymore? Yeah, not really. Oh wow, this guy went crazy. Can you get one more? No, he choked it. Alright, boys. Let's get in this group up, yeah? Yeah? Let's group up. Yo.
Hey, what's up, man?
Dude, not much. Some really interesting general changes. I don't know if you saw that.
I looked over the patch notes briefly. Yeah, just some like, yeah, I saw that they had like the swap changes and stuff.
Yeah, that was surprising. Curious how that's gonna pan out. You know what's? It's crazy to me that they'll do that before they'll take away the 15% ult charge thing.
Yeah, well, they keep dancing around things like this. I feel like Nathan is probably losing his mind because it's like the opposite of what he wanted.
Yeah,
Like, he always wanted immediate notification when someone switches, and this is like the opposite.
Yeah, like this. Somebody was saying, what if this makes it worse? Now your team just scouts it for you, and you both sit and spawn. It's just the same thing but delayed, like more and more. We'll see. I think we'll see. It really depends on the map and like if the maps that people were doing that on, like Junkertown, for example, or like some of those actually got reworked. But we shall see. Hold on, I'm trying to fix my screen real quick because I'm gonna start getting framed by my chat.
No worries, no worries.
Let's see.
Yeah, it is just odd though that they would like they're acknowledging that like, oh, this is about counter swapping, but then they won't change counter swapping in a more core way.
I don't think they. Well, I would say I don't think they can, but like the easiest thing to do would be to get rid of that thing that you've been on that since day one. You've been like, dude, like we got to get rid of this. Give me 1 sec to get some. You know what I've been doing, SPB? This is a life hack. You ready? I was up till 2 a.m. recording trailers last night, and so like I just keep chugging caffeine. So instead of getting liquid IVs for like hangovers, I drink a liquid IV to get the caffeine out of my system, so I'm not dehydrated. It works like a charm. Multi-purpose use right there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how your doctor would feel about that one, but you know, if it works, it works.
Nate was texting me yesterday too.
Oh yeah?
I beat his team.
Oh, really?
My team beat his team, and it was really funny.
The little sports rivalry.
Because we never play because we're in different conferences, so he was texting me about the game. And you're up to date with where he's at. You're up to date about his Disney stuff.
Yeah.
I was telling him, he was like, dude, like, I don't know. I was like, Nate, buddy, just drop the subtle, oh, hey, like, I'm like 15 minutes away from you guys. I can come in person if you guys want to. Like, just leave the, what's that story? The Hansel and Gretel, the breadcrumbs? Leave the breadcrumbs while walking up, you know? We'll see. I'm excited for this one. This will be pretty interesting. That patch, honestly, wasn't that bad. I really, you know what I really wish? Because I don't know if we're going to cover it. I wish they handled DPS changes really well, actually. I think this, aside from like what they tried with Hanzo, that was bad, but they fixed it quickly, luckily. Like stuff to Sogs they're doing is cool. Like Sombra stuff is cool, I think. Although we'll see how people react to that. But
yeah, we'll see what the time is like. 'Cause I do want to get these bigger picture questions talked about first. 'Cause I think that has bigger implications than like one patch that will, that will kind of not move the needle much.
This thing, it won't move the needle a whole lot.
So and like we can just still talk about it like a week from now when we've actually played it as well. So I'm totally fine with that.
We'll wait.
I'm totally fine with that. So yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm telling you, these liquid IVs are saving my skin.
Sorry, I'm just gonna say hi to my chat because
yeah, you're good. Sorry, you're good.
We're live on my end, but you'll just see like 4 cut faces. So right now,
yeah, you're good.
We're waiting for Frito and Spilo.
Yeah. Boys, I might play some raid while we wait. No,
I'm watching Spilo's stream. Actually, he's discussing the patch live react But you were overall pretty happy with it then, the patch.
Yeah, they didn't royally fuck anything up. I think most of the stuff they did was interesting. That's what I was worried about. Like, you know, I think Brig definitely needs nerfs. So it's crazy that people haven't realized how good she's just been crafted. Juno, I was hoping they nerfed torpedoes, but her output's crazy. Bap, I mean, as long as it doesn't force Bapalari, it's fine. The tanks were
Your dreaded nightmare.
It's just because it's just double shield with more to pierce through and one less player to shoot stuff. So it's just so hard to like. That if it's Bapalari, I'm just perma Maytorb. That's it. That's all you can really do. It's just like, you know, I don't know. We'll see.
What has been happening on the sports fronts then? Fill me in as an ignorant.
Well, my teams have crumbled consistently. It's been a terrible year for me. It's been bad. It's been really bad. But I did get out to I went to a tailgate, like a friend's tailgate. So, geez, you're going to think this is hilarious. Like, coal country is huge in Kentucky, where it's like the biggest parts of the coal industry are in like the Appalachian Mountains in the United States, which are like the mountains that range from like Tennessee, like where you hear the Rocky Tops, or North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, like Eastern Kentucky. It's undoubtedly like probably the poorest region in the country, easily. Because there's nothing there. It's a different world, man. Like, and honestly, if you get some free time and you're bored, people have done some documentaries of like going to these cities. Like it's a fun watch because like it's almost like a National Geographic, but you know, you think of America, you think of all these like bustling cities and like a huge country, but then you forget about like the countryside. Now the mountainside, it's one of the most beautiful sceneries in the world. It's gorgeous, don't get me wrong, but it's hard to inhabit. Like, you know, Lewis and Clark struggled for months when they were going across the country to get through. It's where my family settled when we moved from Lebanon. But you know, it's you know people from there when you see them. And so I went to like one of my coal buddies' tailgates, and they had an amazing like country music band, and there you can hear the accents. But I'll tell you what, when one of them walks up with a cigarette in his mouth, the other one's got a toothpick and a banjo. You know they're characters, but goddamn it, you know they can play. I'll tell you what, because they got nothing else to do. So they were great. There's a bit of an ego battle between two of the engineers, where they have a barbecue off and they take it very personally. And so whoever can cook the best barbecue, and there's judges and stuff. So that was really fun. And I got to eat a bunch of barbecue. So that was good.
Nice. Nice.
And then I just hung out with my dad for the day. And then, cause I don't get over to see them a whole lot right now, cause my schedule's crazy, but no, it was fun. I got good food, terrible football game and performance from my team. What can you do? This is why I can't do this. That's why I don't watch, because I don't want to have my Saturdays ruined. I just want to try to enjoy the sport. But then we did my NFL team beat Nate last night, so that was good, even though we're terrible this year too. But
yeah, it's the tricky part of like following a sports team is that it's like equal parts joy and equal parts pain. Like when you kind of like when you win, it feels great and everything feels awesome, and then you lose, it just like ruins your day and you just feel really bad.
And that's why I can't get it. Like, I don't want to get into it that way, because like if I'm at the point where my team is ruining my day, I'm taking it too seriously. Like we have, like, you get this. We have too much going on to let like I'll support them and I'll just enjoy watching like in my downtime. We have too much going on to sit here and be having my day ruined from the Bengals or Kentucky football. God forbid Kentucky football. You can't love them to death, but oh my goodness.
Yeah, same. No, I had that switch a few years ago with soccer and football, because like I was really into it for a while, but then it would just get to the point where it was like consuming way too much of my time and attention.
You just can't do it to you. Like, casually watching it is the best. Smilo, you have an NFL team?
I used to be like a Dallas fan. My dad was a Dallas fan when he was a kid, like Roger Staubach in the 90s and stuff. But I've just like basically been openly disdainful of them along with my family for like the last like 15 years.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Jerry Jones is just
Jerry Jones is just holding you all hostage.
This is a joke, man. Yeah, it's just like the big corporate team, and I'm just like, ugh.
Yeah, they're interesting. I was talking to SVB about just sports. My team beat Nate's team this weekend, so we were talking about it, and then I went to a coal miner tailgate this weekend. They had great music, great barbecue, and of course Kentucky lost the game, but classic.
I get fricked, buddy. That sucks. I've never actually been to a proper tailgate. I feel like that's like a life
Really?
experience. Like,
Oh,
check
dude,
box
it's
or
so
actually
much
been.
fun. It's so much, especially if you have the right people in the right spot. Like a bunch of my friends.
What is a tailgate? Because that's not a term
Oh,
that we use.
oh, okay. So basically, before the game, and these usually go like all day up to the game. Everybody will like drive to the stadium, and they'll bring like enormous amounts of food, music, like arrangements, drinks, like you name it. It's basically like, I don't want to say a picnic. It's like a mix between like a party and a picnic, I guess, where everybody goes outside. They bring giant tents, and it's just a massive social thing where you just go eat with all your friends, like listen to music at some. Like people will bring TVs and like with battery powered trailers, and like you'll be able to watch like every game going on in the day. And some people do get rowdy. It's like a pregame hype up for before you go in the game, and so people will just sit there and tailgate. And
Like
eat
outside the stadium?
Yeah, like all around the stadium.
Yeah,
all
like in the
outside.
parking lot.
Like the
Yeah.
parking lot, some of the fields around, depending on which stadium in the country you're in. Like college football in the United States is like religion here. Like people will
Right.
people
seen
will
that, yeah.
travel, and it's fun. But you got to be careful if you wear like if I went down to the Kentucky-Georgia game in 2021 in Atlanta or in Athens, and I wore my Kentucky merch, and I was walking past, and the Georgia fans and all the students would be like barking at me, like they'd be like, "Ooh!" And like and I'm just like, guys, what are you doing? And then some girl started screaming, and she was like, "F Kentucky!" I was like, sweetheart, do you even know what a touchdown is? Like, I don't know you. Why are you yelling at me? I'm just trying to go to the game. Like, what is going on? But it was a great time. Great food down there too. Like I'm telling you, you want good food, go to a tailgate because there will be good food. I can promise. A lot of drunk people do
Anything
that.
any meat that's grilled, man, just like automatically
yeah.
levels up the flavor by like 20%, man.
Mhm.
You need your
100%.
char grill. Use
Yeah.
like the insect legs. You know, it's
Yeah.
just.
And it smells great. Like each team and like region SPB has like its own delicacy. So like I really want to get to New Orleans if Kentucky ever goes down to LSU and get some Cajun food. I'd be so game for that. It'd be so good. Love Cajun.
So it's
Sorry
wild
for
from
making y'all
food
wait,
to-
by the way.
No, you're good.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's all good. Frito, welcome, by the way. I think we can hear feedback in your end.
Shit.
Test. Oh, he muted. Never mind.
Yeah, I think it goes away when
It
he's, I think
worked.
it's to do with his
Yeah,
headphones.
it
I think
worked.
It goes away when he's a little bit further back.
See, this is the strat, guys. We're not gonna be allowed to
Well, yeah,
interrupt
you
each
could
other.
you could just be push to talk essentially, right? If you're push to talk, then that'll work.
This is important for me to figure out though, because it's like a channeling issue, which
It's probably
like,
your.
just it's a new headset. I could also maybe put in a different headset in a pinch.
Do you have an audio interface?
I don't want to have to troubleshoot this and delay us further.
No, you're we're
It's all
chilling,
good.
man.
It's all
We're
good.
chilling.
Yeah,
Muting
we're
would
just
also
talking
be
about
kind of
tailgates.
There's a chance I could fix it in like 2 seconds if I just look at the sound board
Sound
thingy.
settings. Yeah, you should be able to fix it. I'm just lecturing them. I bet Frito knows about the tailgates. In American tailgates, I need to get up to a Packers tailgate. I'll get up some cheese curds or something.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of a life goal, but that's why SBB, like one of my bucket list things is to go to every MLB ballpark in the country, because every single baseball ballpark, like what's cool about baseball in the United States is like every ballpark is almost like I don't want to say a circus, but like going to the games is like super unique. Every one of them have their own delicacy. Like in Texas for the World Series last year, they're really expensive, all the food there, but they had $100 platter, which with a giant pork shank on the bone, like mac and cheese, like you'd be hard pressed to eat the whole thing, but I definitely want to go, like eat nachos out of a helmet. Like, you know, I could go all day about baseball, but I won't. And actually, believe it or not, you want something crazy. One of my viewers and a very active Overwatch player is actually playing in the NLCS for the Mets. He's a starting pitcher, and he's a Doomfist player. So that's
nice.
So Overwatch out there. Hope maybe we'll get a World Series ring. Who knows? But it is the Mets in the playoffs.
Tell him that if he wins or does something good, he has to like pull out like some sort of Doomfist, little collectible or something, or like a little Doomfist gauntlet. Just, like, raise it to the sky.
I'll tell him to do something for his like celebration if he strikes someone out, and he'll do like a Doomfist meteor strike or something. It'd be pretty funny.
Do like a Doomfist quote in the interview, the post-game interview. Should be like, and they say.
And they say we couldn't do it. Who knows?
Yeah, and they say we couldn't do it.
They're up against the
But we did
Dodgers
it.
though, so we'll see. They'll probably Shohei Ohtani. Do you know who Shohei Ohtani is or no?
Is he the guy who like broke these records or something?
Yes, he's the,
'Cause I've
he's
seen
the
about
Japanese
that. I vaguely
beast,
saw. Yeah.
beast who's like one of the most generational athletes to ever exist. Interesting fact, I guess, random tangent while we wait for Frito. In the World Baseball Classic, SVB, guess Japan beat the United States, which like is insane. Guess what percentage of TVs in Japan had that game on?
I'm gonna go with 90.
98% of TVs in Japan had that game on. Crazy number. Like you'll never see that in America for any like sports broadcaster. Even though the Super Bowl's huge, but maybe our population's bigger. Who
Super
knows?
Bowl would be
Well, it's
what,
like
like 60%?
Yeah.
Tops?
Yeah.
70%?
It's like different when you're a smaller nation. I understand this because, like, I mean, India is a big place, but like, cricket is a religion. Like, it is
cricket's
legit.
crazy. It's so cool.
Cricket is a legit religion, and if like India were like in the World Cup, people would just well in the cricket World Cup, people do go crazy. But like, if I'm imagining if like in a sport that we're not globally successful at normally, so let's say it's like football or baseball or something, right? Yeah. People would go nuts because they'd be like, "What the fuck is going on? Like, we're actually winning something." Like,
I feel that. It's cool. I love cricket too. It's a really cool sport. Biggest sport in the world, actually. I think technically.
I think soccer and then
soccer, then
cricket.
Yeah.
It's interesting as well what you were saying because like the whole touring culture is like a real thing in soccer as well. I'm sorry, Europeans. I'm having to call it soccer to avoid confusion, but yeah, because obviously we have Europe, like we tour Europe, right? So like. You'll have like European games. You'll actually go to like Croatia or Ukraine or something. You like or Spain, Germany, Italy. Like people will travel with their team because they have like the European away games and stuff. Yeah, and that's like a huge cultural experience that people love. Like you go as this big group, as like all the fans, and you like you hit up all the pubs and there's like It's cool. I like that aspect of sports. I think it's like that's one laudable aspect of it is like the exchange of culture that can come from it.
Oh yeah. Especially in the EU too, where you have the different countries and language barriers and stuff. I bet it's very toxic too.
It gets the problems are when it gets into the hooliganism, when people start tearing up each other's town centers and stuff like that. That's when it gets real bad. But when done right, it's
those
it's
rowdy
nice.
East Coasters.
Yeah.
They do that here.
Yeah. No. Yes.
I can't remember if Spilo's from there or not. I can't.
He is.
Yeah.
Florida. You got to be careful.
I'm from Wisconsin. We're really chill. Like we're basically Canadian with our demeanor. Not me, obviously. That's why I moved from there. But we just sort of pout when our team loses.
The Bills fans are crazy. The Bills Mafia.
Bills Mafia. I mean, that's all you need to know, really. That's what they call themselves.
These people will set tables on fire and like jump on them like WWE style pregame at tailgates. It's unbelievable. I'll give it to you from here on out. But yeah, it's pretty funny.
Tech issues should be solved, SVB, by the way.
Awesome. Sounds awesome. Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't sound like we got any issues. So let's get into it. Everybody ready? Everybody good to go?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, let's do it. Welcome, everyone, for another episode of the Group Up Podcast. We're here for the great October debate, and I have brought an awesome cast with me, as always, to discuss all things Overwatch. Let me introduce them, and let's get right into it. In the bottom right, with a now classy decor. Usually we got the blurry background, but I'm liking this chair, the guitar, the cat, most importantly. Liking this aesthetic, Spilo. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. The reality of the situation is I didn't come up with a meme idea fast enough for my stupid, crappy green screen. So it's like, all right, man, we're just gonna roll with it. But yeah, we're gonna pretend it was artistic expression.
I like it. I'm guessing you didn't decorate this. I'm guessing this was largely done by your partner.
10%.
10% you. 10% you.
10% me. Yeah, 10%.
Okay, like the
me.
one book on the shelf was you. Like,
the guitar that I bought when I was like 16. Like that's me. Also, maybe one of those books. Yeah, those books. That is all.
Culture, man of culture. All right, in the top left with no green screen, but spiritually in Lijiang Tower is Samito. Samito, what's up?
Yeah, not much, man. Excited for today. Glad to be back. Glad to talk about some stuff today. Spilo, do you play?
Play what?
Guitar.
Oh yeah.
Dude, my dad's played for 50 years, so I grew up hearing like Allman Brothers, Skinner, like you name it. I didn't know you played. Cool. Okay, maybe we talk about this.
Yeah, I'm a little washed, but for music stuff, I like music a lot.
Okay, cool.
Right stuff.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Awesome.
There's been some Spilo songs, hasn't there? There's been some Spilo
album,
some music,
Spilo single.
Nice. Okay. Cool.
Not for long if you play the guitar.
No.
You said Spilo was single, so.
Yeah.
No, that was a little too
sorry,
clever. Sorry.
You always bring the guitar to the church hangouts, right? I just brought my guitar, guys. You know? It's like the camping trips. You know, there's always gonna be one guy that brings a guitar.
I love it
can
personally.
play.
I love it.
Yeah, it's a great instrument. It's very flexible. There's a reason it's popular.
I have a guitar, but I never played it. So, well, I tried and failed miserably. Like it's now in my cover. I used to have it in the background of my stream, but people kept saying, "Oh, you play?" And I had to be like, "No, so I did not put it in the cover."
Yeah,
it's hidden away.
It's
so
hard.
Everybody falsely assumes that I learned how to play.
Oh man.
I bought it for when I went to university, hoping that it would get me laid. But when you don't play, then it doesn't. The steps don't follow. The subsequent steps don't.
Frito gaslighting you. I think you know. Misinformation.
Anyways, in the bottom left is my man Frito. Frito, is that a new Batman poster in the background? Or has that always been there? We just don't see it. Usually we see the StarCraft and the Overwatch.
My big head usually covers it, I think. It's been there a while. I am a novice bass player, which I think is all you need to know about me. I can read tabs. It's like the easiest instrument. It's the most noise per effort ratio. Just like when I play Overwatch characters, try to find the easiest ones, easiest instrument, quickest route to power, I think. Just slap it a bass. Yeah. I haven't posted a lot of content for Overwatch, but I've played it a lot. I actually peaked top 500 on Tank season 12.
Yo, very nice.
Fell out of it by the end, but that was a little accomplishment I did. So yeah.
What'd you play?
That's what I've been up to.
Were you on the Rhine grind?
Tank. I would say like my best performing tank is always gonna be Ram, number one.
Yeah.
But then like mixing in a lot of Queen, actually. Like my win rate on Queen's kind of nuts. And then I get coached by Forgiving on everything else. You know, Diva, Winston, whatever I need. Ryan a bit.
Frito's Ram slaps. I can even when those yesteryears when I used to play Overwatch, even then I knew that Frito's Ram slapped. So
he's my crutch hero. And I think a lot of people don't know how to play against him properly, like until you get to like the higher ranks. So you can kind of abuse a lot of BS on Ram.
Nice. All right. Well, let's talk then big picture Overwatch stuff, because the audience might be surprised to know there has been a patch dropped literally like, an hour before we went live, but we will probably not be talking about that patch. We will not be talking about the directors taking everything that comes with it. Not because I hate the devs, but because there's like some more interesting stuff that has been occurring in the wider ecosystem of Overwatch that I want to talk about first, actually. The patch stuff, if we have kind of covered everything else, I'm happy to go there, or more likely we'll talk about it next week when everyone's had the chance to play and see the effects of the patch. But actually, guys, I'm sure you've seen, and I'm sure most people listening have seen, that there were some leaks coming through about some behind-the-scenes stuff happening with the development of Overwatch 2, reported by journalist Jason Schreier in the lead up to his book. I think it's called Play Nice, Play Fair, and like it's an inside look at Blizzard, and a lot of little like quotes and exposés, if you want to go that far, about what he learned talking to developers, things that aren't generally public knowledge. So I thought it'd be interesting to get the homies, the people whose insights I really value, to kind of talk about some of these big picture insights. So fellas, are you ready to talk about some of these leaks? Are you down? Nice.
Always.
Before we get right into the depths of them, maybe you guys want to give me again, as we always start, like general overview, the big picture, like when you saw a lot of the stuff that came out, what was your like gut instinct? Let's summarize it in like a couple sentences. What were like your gut instincts about like, ooh, that was either maybe you were like, oh, that was really interesting, I learned something new, or maybe you're like, you know what, it was all stuff I already said, I already knew this was the thing, and I'm glad we got confirmation. I'll go to Sam first. Sam, what were your big picture impressions of what came out from these leaks?
There were only a couple things that surprised me. I think the most surprising thing was Kaplan rejecting Kodak's approach to hire a new team. That was the main surprise to me, because I will talk about this as time goes on. I covered it, kind of talking about it in a video too. Like that surprised me, because again, like we scapegoated Bobby Kotick a lot for Overwatch 2, and I think there were things like the league that he pushed too far, a lot of things, but his MO has always been overproduce, right? And sometimes that takes away the quality from games. Like look at Warzone. Look at Call of Duty, right? Kotick's always been overproduce, and get as much out of it as you can year after year. And what happened with Overwatch 2 was the opposite. So I think I don't want to say we wrongfully scapegoated him. I think this is a very complex situation that was doomed to fail. And I have a hard time pinning it on one individual. It's just a shame that Overwatch 2 was the project that got caught in the collateral. But I think that the recovery has been pretty solid. So.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. Again, we'll talk through all of these. We'll kind of spell out exactly what was said, but that's interesting that was your big one. And you're like, oh, okay. Frida, how about you? What was your overall?
Expected. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What was your overall impression of what you saw and read?
Well, Jason Schreier is a really well-respected journalist in that a lot of journalists make friends with no one because they try to tell the truth. And I think, say what you want about him as a person or his personality or his own takes, when he does journalism, he does it well. And so this book, it's very thorough, but a thing about like our content space, it's faster and we more easily can discuss a leak or maybe make some speculation on things. And if you followed this story through the history of Overwatch, like many of us have, it just sort of validates a lot of things we already knew. So a lot of it like wasn't news, but it was like validating and giving an extra bit of information, a bit of insight, a little bit more depth, which I definitely appreciate having. But almost none of it was surprising to me. And a lot of it was, I feel we already kind of knew, I guess. But I think what's even more interesting is the narrative of the transition between the old Blizzard philosophy into the new Blizzard era, and then now into Blizzard whatever 0.0 that we have. Like post-Kotick is a whole nother thing, right? Yeah. And Overwatch is sort of them splitting the baby, like almost literally, in order to get to that point. And yeah, so the Overwatch specific stuff, not surprising to me, but the whole narrative of, I mean, I grew up with Blizzard games, practically raised me, right? So having the entire arc of the fall of the most beloved game developer of all time, it's a tragic story that a lot of us care deeply about.
Yeah, it will be interesting because obviously the book is not out yet, but I think all of us will probably be interested to read at least portions of it, if not all of it, just to see what the hell was going on.
Mine comes in 2 days.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I think maybe I was wrong on this, but I think for Europe it's like a little bit longer. I was trying to look into getting it, but I think the release date is a little bit pushed back. But Spyla, what were your overall feelings when you saw the collective of the leaks?
I think kind of like what Frito said, it's not that we didn't know that something was dead. We just wasn't sure what animal it was. So we pulled the carpet, like, it's a rat. It's like, it's just closure. You're like, okay, because something was wrong. Like we had this super successful game, super and unique and artistic expression and a lot of money thrown into it. And yet nothing happened. And so we're like, what's going on? And I remember I don't know if you guys, I think most of you guys played in the alpha. But the alpha felt like a push because Overwatch League's about to start. We have to be scrimmaging on something. There's a lot of tension on that. I don't know, maybe that was the last dregs of Bobby Kotick. Like, hey, we got to, league it up. But going into it, it really was just a disaster. Like, it was fun. Like, and some of the hero designs were fun to tweak with. But, like, it was like a disaster in all the weird ways. Like, the UI was super ugly and super clunky. And there was, like, a ton of, like, replay. I made a tweet about this. Like, there was a ton of, like, replay viewer bugs. And it was just like, it felt like this has been in development for like 3 months, not development that's been in for like 3 or 4 years. And so hearing that kind of the development thing was exactly what was happening. Like that this was not a developed project that had been in the works for a long period of time. This is just something slammed together at the last possible second for a PvP release and or the Overwatch League. It makes sense. You're like, well, that explains it because it was a dump. It was a dump. And I think like that's like the real tragedy there. It's like, Samito kind of calls it like the happy accident. And it's a shame that Overwatch 2 got in the crossfire. But also I think that's just the nature of art, right? Like how many times have we said, oh, if George Lucas had just been a little bit less egotistical with his creative control over episodes 1, 2, and 3, if somebody had just said, no, George, right? But at the same time, like that sort of like artistic expression and hubris is probably why we had Star Wars to begin with, and so like, whenever there's like a great artistic mind, the hubris follows, and then we usually have the fallout afterwards. And to have a situation where that's not the case, that's more the exception, not the rule. So, Jeff Kaplan was a really genius, but the guy, Project Titan, whatever, it's just stupid. It's just stupid, and in hindsight, it's really easy to call that out, but we're, humans are just going to keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again. So yeah, it's unfortunate that Overwatch 2 got caught in the crossfire, but we're fortunate to even have Overwatch in the first place, honestly.
Indeed. I think a lot of great points that you brought up that I think we'll inevitably dwell more on as we get into it. Let's actually start discussing the tangible things that some of you guys have referenced already. And we'll start with what Sam talked about, which is that Jeff Kaplan resisted the idea of creating a separate team for Overwatch 2, separate dev team, And according to Jason Schreier, Bobby Kotick suggested that Team 4 hire more people to make content for Overwatch 1 while they developed Overwatch 2. And apparently Jeff resisted this idea and he didn't want that to happen. So Sam, I think because you brought it up, we'll take it to you first. Again, maybe not surprising to any of us because it's like, well, it was kind of became obvious. But what is it that makes what do you kind of take away from that when you're like, okay, there's the confirmation, it was kind of Jeff resisting. What does that say to you?
I mean, ultimately it was the wrong decision, obviously. Like at that point, if you're committed to Overwatch 2, you've got to hire the people, right? Like you've got to hire the people to make it. And you know, for me, I didn't view Kaplan as a bad guy or a bad leader, but you know, and Frito, obviously, like you probably agree with me on this too. We talked about this a lot, where there was a lot of mistakes in Overwatch 1 under Kaplan, and I think he was such a lovable guy that made him immune to criticism from the Overwatch community, right? He was immune to the criticism. Like it was like, oh, it's Papa Jeff. Like we're fine. Papa Jeff save us. But it was the direction that Papa Jeff went in Overwatch 1 from a design perspective and the things that they encouraged that destroyed many important parts of the game. The vision was wrong, right? And that's fine. Nobody's 100%. But to me, that was really shocking. At the same time, I can also understand why he'd resist it, which is why my take was, okay, this was just doomed to fail. This was 10 plus years of Activision and Blizzard going like this at each other until eventually things ran out of room. And can you blame Jeff when some of the dev teams, we know what was going on behind the scenes at ATVI now about him maybe potentially being hesitant for some of the safety of his employees, right? He leads that team. He's accountable for them in that way, right? So that's why I kind of was on the fence where I was like, look, it was the wrong decision. Ultimately, if you're making Overwatch 2, you kind of have to do this, right? And do the best you can to make sure no bad actors are coming in and disrupting and treating employees terribly or stealing whatever. I don't know if that case ever ended up making it to a trial in California, so we'll never figure out what dead animal is under that rug. But, you know, it just surprises me that he was resistant to hiring new people when he clearly knew the project was not going to be able to, like, sustain itself. That's on Jeff, in my opinion. And I think it was surprising to see people be like, it was more so people's reaction to it. It's like, oh, Jeff was the bad guy. I'm like, he's not a bad guy, right? This just was the wrong decision. And I think people are starting to realize now, okay, Kappa was a great guy, but that old guard of Blizzard just didn't fit into the new era. It was great from the early 2000s to ironically 2016, because Overwatch was the gateway game to the modern gaming era, I would say. It walked so Fortnite could run.
I might bring up Avril's tweets as well, because Avril was one of those people kind of going in a little bit on Jeff, and I might bring that.
Yeah.
1 sec, I'm just gonna turn this alert off.
I think it'd be interesting for us to talk like what was the deal with Jeff. You know, from what we know, from what was, because Frito, you and I talked about this at the content creator summit. And you were telling me some of his thoughts and like the RPG approach. And as someone that didn't know Jeff and really was just a tiny little streamer at the time, the only thing that I knew was patch notes were really slow. Patch notes were really innocuous and just like inoffensive and take them forever. A lot of hero designs clearly had zero understanding of sustain and space control and map control and value flows. Like we talk about, like we give the current developers grief for characters like Malga, Ramantra, and Lifeweaver, but at least we have our Junker Queens. You know what I'm saying? Like back then, I mean, like the only thing that they did well, like the only DLC character that I think was fought like good, and even she has her problems, is Ana, right? Like yeah, it's Sombra. Like what kind of fever dream is that character, right? Like and you have Sigma and you have Arissa and Bap and Brig and Moira, and it's just like, that's it. Like we got it's like Sam is saying, like that to me is like from the outside perspective, without knowing Jeff as a person or what his identity was, that raises a lot of red flags about like what their design or what their identity of the game was long term, you know. And I maybe Frito can elaborate more here, but
yeah, actually I was going to take it to Frito, because actually Frito, feel free to chime in on that, or here's another strand that I was personally interested in getting your perspective on. Is that it's hard sometimes for us to, this is where the hindsight comes in, right? We can look at it now and be like, oh, well, yeah, of course it was a dumb decision. And of course, XYZ was bad. But I'm wondering if you could paint us a picture of what it was like, let's say 2018, 2019 era Overwatch, and maybe what mind space the developers were in when they started making these decisions? Because I think you are someone who has been there from the start, who's been really good at documenting and tracking what's been going on with Overwatch, and has always had kind of a good read on the developer side of things. And obviously, I know you've had your own complicated relationship with Jeff personally. So, like, paint us a picture, if you can. What was it like in that time when they were making these decisions?
Well, I'd say even before that, honestly. Like, so I felt like I clued into it pretty early. And the thing to remember about this is the entire different perception of Blizzard as a company in the launch era years of Overwatch, and how much power not just the company had, but Jeff would have had and his team after turning around what was a failure into one of the greatest successes of all time. So not only were they already beginning at a stage of confidence, just thinking, give us enough time and we will produce a masterpiece. They already thought that to begin with. They did, right? And they made one of the greatest games. You know, Sam loves to bring up the Game of the Year shooter game, which has yet to be replicated and maybe never will. Like, it shook the gaming landscape. The charm that this game had, I can't even compare it to anything. Like, the closest thing I can do is, like, I don't know, like, everyone says Elden Ring was amazing, right? I haven't played it, but the same kind of mystique of, like, every gamer should admit this, that it's great. The thing with Overwatch is that it brought in players from every strand of gaming, because at some point someone played COD, at some point someone played World of Warcraft. Like, every type of gamer wanted to play Overwatch, which was a very rare thing for a multiplayer game. So they were balancing these different hats, and so they had emboldened confidence that they knew best, okay? And then on top of that, there already was a Blizzard mystique problem where they never handled feedback well. If you look to other creators of other games, a guy I look to is like Asmongold in the World of Warcraft space. I never played WoW, but I kind of can understand it through proxy from hearing him go through his trials and tribulations. It's a lot of the same thing, where their decisions get made up on an ivory tower, and any what would be the word? Like, if they compromise something, it's supposed to be seen as like a big benefit to the players, and they should be thankful as opposed to like expecting it. The culture of all that was entirely different. And since then, with the free-to-play environment, every other game does it differently, where they're bending over backwards to throw new things at the player, which is not how Blizzard did it ever. So I early on covering Overwatch, I never stood with the mainstream view of how Blizzard worked. It was like every other creator, journalist, anyone like went to events to ask questions, they all were very pat the devs on the back and, oh my god, this is so amazing. Every question was a softball, and I stood out as the one neurodivergent hero in the community. Okay, that was like just autistic enough to ask dumbass questions like, power creep, do you care? Do you care about this? Like, no, here's PvE, and we're gonna have endless skill trees. It's gonna be like Diablo. Yeah, but right now, the game, you're like kind of like ignoring it, aren't you? It's like, well, no, we'll get to that eventually. And they sort of like the air. It's like they floated amongst everyone else. And you look to other content creators talk about this too, that were around in that era. That like, when you go to Blizzard campus, then, I mean, that's an effect we will never see again, okay? Being on Blizzard campus in that era, it was like, I swear these guys had magical auras that not just anyone visiting would observe, the other employees would. So, you know, we talk about the lawsuit, and the thing I always try to point out is like, the lawsuit is a symptom of a greater problem, okay? The egos that are powerful enough to enact those abuses also did 100 or thousands of other knock-on effects that like struggled within the company, because how else could you have such blatant mismanagement, right? Like, how else can that exist? Only with that kind of power and inflated sense of worth and whatnot. So I feel like I said probably a lot in a bunch of different areas. I'm not sure if I completely answered the question, but it's just like, that's like the vibe. That's where I want to put the first pin here. It's just like, you can't imagine how different the vibe was then, and how weird it would be to even ask them a hard question at all. That's where I entered it, like 2017, let's say, and on. And I'm trying to remember exactly. I think roll queue was 3 years in, if I recall correctly, or halfway through.
2019, yeah. So about 3.5 years. 3.5.
I like that as a benchmark, because that's something that a good percentage, maybe not all, but a good percentage of the competitive community especially felt was required for the game. And it took that long for them to like really consider it. So everything felt that way to me, where it was a day late, $1 short. They weren't really putting a full effort. And most people weren't calling them on it at the time until it reached a critical mass, right? They kind of were able to.
Can I interject really? This is just an oddball question, but what did they do? Where were the resources put?
Okay, I love this question.
Because I
actually know.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Because it was leaked to me as early as 2017, I'm pretty sure. I'm old man, don't have my hair. But they were thinking about Overwatch 2 basically immediately, okay? So Jeff was stuck in the idea of the box product model with a generous business model, and anything that sounds or smelled similar to Kotick's Call of Duty plan, which perhaps even the split team idea would have been logistically correct, artistically, he was against it like fully. That's how he would react. And judging based on his interactions to anything similar to this, I mean, like I once paid him a compliment. I'm not going to say like how he responded, but the way he responded told me exactly about what his principles were as a creative person. Like I gave him a compliment that he was insulted by deeply. Okay. I'm not going to say what it was, but the vibe I got was like his priorities are the art form. Okay. And so even if it's a good idea, it's going to go against his foundational beliefs on how Blizzard should operate, how he should make games, what's the best way to do it, and like where his priorities are. I'm getting a little jacked off this 5-hour energy shot I took, and I'm like, hold on a sec. Have I talked for 30 minutes? How long has this been?
No, honestly, this
is incredible. This is juicy.
Yeah, no, this was beautiful. This was exactly kind of what I was looking for as your insight. And this is exactly what is great and where you provide so much value in a way that I think a lot of current creators cannot, because sadly, a lot of people have moved on from Overwatch, especially a lot of the early big creators have moved on from Overwatch and, you know, are on to other pastures greener. Frida remains one of the stalwarts who's kind of there in the opening and still is here now to kind of document and track it. So I think that's really valuable and insightful. And before I let Frida keep going, because I think he would just be a treasure trove of more of these insights, I want to get, you know, Spylo's kind of asked this question. Sam, you were also around in the early days, you know, not perhaps as intimately like involved with the devs as Frida was at the time, but does this kind of remind you as well? I think it's hard for us now to even remember that this was what it was like, because it's such a, this is pre-COVID, right? It's literally like an era before we can't even remember it.
Era.
But the devs were so different, and like now when we think about the news of like, well, Jeff was like, no thanks, we don't need a separate team, we can do this. It kind of makes more sense, doesn't it? It kind of like adds up. You're like, yeah, well, these guys thought they could do anything, and not even in a negative way. I'm not even dissing them. I'm not even being like they were dickheads for believing this. But they had achieved so much that they were like, yeah, we can do this.
I mean, look, you win the Super Bowl, and of course you're going to be confident that you can win a championship again, right? I think that's imperative to actually being able to build something great is self-confidence. I tell people this all the time. It's like, if you don't believe in yourself that you can do something, how do you ever think that you're going to do it? I think that's a fundamental factor of life, that if you want to build something great, you got to have the confidence and belief in yourself that you can, or else what the hell are you doing with your time? Why are you stepping on the court if you can't think you don't think you can win? So it was definitely very, very different. I think as well, it wasn't just on them, because sometimes shit ain't fair and the ball doesn't bounce your way. The gaming industry shifted around them because of what they created, right? And there was a big balloon coming, because at that point in time, gaming was not mainstream. Really, Overwatch was the first game, and this is why I call it the gateway game, that kind of became mainstream. Like, you had the Dallas Mavericks ad. I don't know if you guys remember that with Dirk in it from 2016, where they were doing play of the games, hitting shots, right? Like that. No game had done that. Which is why I say, like, Overwatch put air in the balloon that Fortnite ended up popping. And that's because Fortnite adapted to the modern model. They really created the modern model of the gaming industry. And we were just at a turning point where, to be frank, the old school model of Kaplan and those guys, just like everything in life, it ran its course. Like, the world changed around them, and they did not adapt to the world, because why would they? Everything they'd done had worked at that point. So I can understand where it comes from, but it was very, very different. The patches never came out. There wasn't any sense of urgency, it felt like, to really address the core issues in the game. And the reason why it got more and more noticeable is because they kept, like Spylo said, adding more and more problematic designs. And like, the more sandbags you stack on the scale, eventually that weight's going to break. And so when we got 2019, 2020, it was kind of at that. In my opinion, I think that breaking point was GOATS meta. I think that kind of was the point where it was like, all right, this is too much. And
there's a nail in Bobby Kotick's balloon too.
Yeah,
that was his baby.
Yeah, it was. It killed it. It killed it. And like, look, I think asking 20 mil for a team off the rip is ridiculous, and that was definitely way too high of a price point. But who knows what would happen right now if the DPS players that were getting paid $300K a year could actually play the DPS role. Overwatch could have looked more like a CS:GO or something like that, or a Valorant. Who knows? I mean, I'm not going to claim to know on that, but there definitely was a very different culture around the game. And, Jeff was untouchable, really, and for good reason. Dino Flash videos, I think, really were what did it. That was still some of the most brilliant video editing I've ever seen to this day. And I like Kaplan too, but, there were come 2019, 2020, I think there were only a couple creators, I would say, that would really challenge, what was being said head on. I think it was mostly me and Frito, like directly, at least in feedback to them. There was a time where they were very active in the creator Discord, like in 2019, 2020. And, there was definitely, I definitely see what Frito was saying about, Frito was the one who started it. Like, you were the first people to ask the hard questions. I remember they were 90% of the cast have been buffed, and you were trying to get them to talk about power creep. They're like, it's not affecting the game. And we're like,
player perception issue. I should get it tattooed on my arm.
Yeah,
I think.
it's a player perception issue that 90% of the cast has been buffed over time, and all these other things that happen, and it was a lot.
Well, this is maybe a good point to segue then, because we've talked about like the resisting the decision and like the atmosphere of the devs at the time.
Yeah,
might be a good point to kind of actually dwell on how we view Jeff's legacy now. Like, now we're here, 2024. I actually have to take a second to think about what year it is, because I'm fucking time. People have had swung every which way, right? I think at the time, as you guys alluded to, Jeff was like a deity, right? He was like above being human, and he deserves a lot of credit because he did not only did Overwatch set the bar, but he set the bar as like what game developers would do. The whole like developer update thing, that was Jeff's like thing. Like, no, after that, it became the expectation. It's kind of like Steve Jobs, right? Like, Steve Jobs for Apple was the guy who like came on stage to be like, a CEO is going to tell you what's coming up next. And now we see like these really lame, inauthentic versions of CEO companies doing, like CEOs of companies doing that, right? They come out on stage and they're not charismatic at all, and they don't know how to sell their products, and they just like perfunctorily pitch what they've done. And Jeff was like that for game developers, where he was the first person to come along to be like, here's a really charming, lovable guy telling you about what's going on in the game. And now game developers do it, and it just comes across as so corporate, and it comes across as so like, not what it was intended. So we had that early version of Jeff, which is he was like a god. Then we had, the switch over to Aaron, and I think a lot of people were really harsh on Aaron because he wasn't that kind of guy. He wasn't the guy pitching it to you with the turtleneck on stage at Apple, right? He was a different approach, and he was much more of a, I'm all about the team. Here's a dev update with a different guy. Here's a blog from a different guy. It's all about the team. And now, in light of this news, again, like you alluded to earlier, Sam, a lot of people were actually like, oh, Jeff was the bad guy. And I'll bring up, because Avril is a frequent collaborator on the podcast, I'll bring up Avril's tweet, actually, in response to this leak that we're talking about. He said, massive Jeff Kaplan L. This dude was adored by the public for being funny on camera for dev blogs while making shit decisions like this and around balance philosophies in private to the detriment of the game. He did not deserve the public praise he got and still gets from the casuals to this day. So now I'll pose to you guys that question. We're swung every which way, but maybe with the rationality of just kind of sitting here and dwelling on it, how do you view Jeff's legacy? I'll take it to Frito first. Frito, how do you view Jeff's legacy now?
Well, being the contrarian that I am, I feel defensive of him after battling with him for years and years, because I think there's merit to out-of-the-box thinking, but it also creates limitations. So throughout the, let's say, post-release updates of the game, anything that was, let's say, an expectation of another competitive game, the devs automatically wanted to think from base principles, which is to say, this is an engineering or creative term, where you try to shed any assumptions, but competitive players that like the competitive games they have want those assumptions, like, let's say, a competitive rank mode or whatever long list of things that you think a game should have, like the logic, let's say. They want to always, or the old devs, let's say, the old dev team, they want to try to strip that bare bones down. And the problem with that is it takes longer. Whereas if you can just copy the notes of a tried and true model, let's say, Valorant, mostly CS:GO plus some powers, right? Riot is a little bit better.
Does it also mean you don't like really learn from the mistakes of others either, right? Like, oh, let's try not make that exact same mistake or whatever. Sorry for interrupting.
Exactly. You can be more revolutionary, but slower, possibly. And the beauty of that is that I think the suite and the foundation of Overwatch characters feel better than any characters of any game ever, right? Like the number, that's what they focused on first, is the player immersion while piloting the character. And that's hard to produce if you're thinking of things in order to be efficient with the design of we know what works. Whereas with Valorant, it's like, oh, I'm shooting a CS:GO gun, now I have a fireball. It's not as revolutionary. Whereas Overwatch is going to be way more broken as a concept, but also way more revolutionary. And well, the base of it was built out, and then now we're just like adding from the notes of the founder, let's say, with the new characters, new models, and all the new twists that the new dev team is doing. But I credit not just Jeff, but like the rest of the team, and I try to remind the community of this, like any hero that you think has like a foundationally bad design from Overwatch 1 was also the guys or team that made Tracer or whatever character you love at the same time, right? They're the same people, the same devs, the same philosophy, produced the same thing. And the way they thought of it anyway was like expanding the optionality of that expression. They weren't really competitive devs, which is maybe a thing that I said ad nauseum for the 6 years of Overwatch. Is that right? 6 years, right? 2016 to, is my math right? Yeah, so 2022.
I believe so.
Now we're at 8. But them not being competitive made them much weaker at the esport of it, but much better at the like bringing in a bigger tent, let's say, of players that could be interested. Like, Mercy's a good example. But so I mourn the loss of Jeff in some ways because I think the direction of the game now is like just a bit too analytical and competitive, maybe focused now with losing some of that majesty. They try to inject it with crazy game modes and whatnot, but it's going to be tough for another game to come out and do this because you need the resources to commit like Jeff was able to do. It's like it's a rare thing because most other companies, I think, when they look at maybe to their detriment, like a different analogy might be to Concord, which is like a hollow shell of all of these ideas, right? Like that's like the difference. There's Overwatch here and Concord here. So that's all you need to know about the differences of allowing your dev team to cook and take risks.
Spilo, in fact, that was something that I was noticing. I was listening to your breakdown of the patch notes earlier, and you were kind of like, you know what, let these guys cook. I'm willing to let them cook here on like the Sombra chases and stuff. Do you feel like there is that expression? There is that like kind of out of the box thinking that Jeff left behind? And again, how do you view Jeff's legacy now?
I think it's a little too. I mean, Avril's he'll speak it as it is. He's not afraid to speak his mind. But I do think that like there is. First off, there's a little bit of ignorance on my end. I feel like I need to at least read the book in full before I give my full opinion on things. But from what I understand and what I know, I think that like Jeff Kaplan definitely strikes me as like the stereotypical successful artist, right? Very intelligent. Like what Frida was saying, the hero design team, the game design team, they came out with Brig, but they also made Tracer, right? They came up with Genji. It's the same people. They wanted something, I assume, something super unique, without really a lot of concern. Again, as Frida was saying, about the competitive aspect of that. And I think that's kind of like maybe the downfall there is it's not the fact that they made mistakes. That was never my problem with Overwatch at the time. The problem is that there was never ever not learning from the mistakes, but never even fixing or adjusting or tweaking. Oh, we cooked a little, that wasn't right. Let's try and make some adjust. They just didn't care. Part of that was, I think, due to their competitive vision for the game, which was nothing. They didn't have a competitive vision for the game. And part of it might have also been some of the hubris of just, hey, we're wildly successful. It's a player perception problem, right? So it's a little bit of ego and a little bit of like, well, we just don't think that we care if it's balanced or not. Which I think both of those are mistakes. I think that like you can have a game that is focused not as much on the competitive aspect, but you do have to at least deal with the lowest common denominator there, especially in the realm of our gaming nowadays. Like everything has to at least somewhat consider balance. And so nowadays, I think that like, yeah, we're definitely more aware of balance and design, and everybody's an armchair design expert. No, again, I know the irony of me saying that. But I do think, like, I don't know. For me, I feel like any of the loss of the charm, not to beat a dead horse, and I really don't want to talk about this anymore, is more to do with the fact that the story has just stalled so much. I think that if you look at, like, the charm of Overwatch being lost, I think the characters are just as interesting on paper. Characters like Idiari, characters like Lifeweaver, the hero design, the backstories, like they're well developed, they're very well drawn, they're well designed, they're cool to look at. Even characters I don't like, right? Ramatra, for crying out loud. We don't really go anywhere or do anything with them, so that charm feels lost. So I think in terms of the current design team that we have now, I think they're doing a phenomenal job, just as good as they've ever done in terms of how the game feels in terms of charm, in terms of balance, whatever. I think the loss comes from maybe the free-to-play feel of the game now. And then I think that's where maybe Jeff Kaplan was right? And I think that seems like he's very defensive about, I don't want this to be a COD game, so he writes off everything that is associated with the Call of Duty aspects, even the good. So he throws out the baby with the bathwater, right? But I understand like the feel that like everything just becomes new skin generator, and everything is all about like what's going to sell more skins and more skins, and we don't care about the PvE and I think like that's kind of like where the real crime of Overwatch 2 maybe has been. But in terms of the legacy of Jeff, I guess to wrap it up is like I think that he was, from what I understand, a really, really intelligent guy, and who failed just because he just didn't. Maybe he believed a little bit too much in the hype, or just needed somebody. He needed something to convince him that, hey, this is a great product. Let's do something with this. But I guess as long as Project Titan was kind of luring in the back of his mind, maybe that just was never going to happen. He just didn't care enough about that specific aspect because he was already on a PvE. You know, the PvP was like he didn't care. You know, he just didn't really care about that.
I would like to remind the viewers what you're alluding to there. So, Aaron clarified this in a dev blog that their vision was to make Overwatch 2 with Diablo-esque adventure mode PvE, and they eventually wanted to make the Overwatch MMO Overwatch 3. That was always their trajectory. So it was like this, and this is Jeff's plan basically. Like when Aaron says this, he's kind of like, Jeff thought that this was a good idea to over leverage us, so we kind of know the full circle plan here. Like they wanted to make Titan again. That's the whole point. Like they really just want to make the MMO. Like we accidentally made an FPS, but we want the MMO. And well, too many things.
And not to like beat on this dead horse either, but do you guys remember the Overwatch 2 like trailer, like the initial day? I remember how everyone was like, what is this? What is Overwatch 2? Nobody even knew, and they just like refused to clarify, refused to elaborate for like months, and nobody knew what it was about or what it was, or like was it PvE or PvP? Is it a new game? And it's like that kind of stuff was just like so weird. But yeah, that's a different story.
It's something Jason doesn't really highlight that I wish he did, which I think most of the community has. But they knew they were canceling the PvE or downscaling it, well before they told us that. So that to me is the big crime. Like a lot of these other things that is in Jason's book, the Overwatch community knows more in depth because we've been already researching leaks and putting the math together. So it more so just validates what we already knew. But to me, like that was the major sin, is the great downscale while shipping the game out. Oh, buy all these skins, and you know, all of a sudden it felt like a big rug pull, bait and switch. We've been through this, of course.
Yeah, and I was exactly, Frida went exactly where I was going to go, which is the central error of Overwatch was the perpetual desire to return to Titan. But I want to pick up on something that Spyler talked about there with the free-to-play model, and Sam, I'm going to bring it to you on this one because you know. We were there for years, right? We were there for years trying to break down what the hell Overwatch 2 was going to be, right? I remember being on so many podcasts where we would get some shred of news or some idea of what to speculate on, and we'd be like, oh, maybe they're going to do it like this, maybe they're going to do it like that. And we were there kind of begging for Overwatch to go free to play. And of course, the irony is that Overwatch also pioneered loot boxes. Another thing that we all kind of forget is that Overwatch was kind of the progenitor of a potentially scummy practice that would go on to become even scummier in the form of loot boxes. as part of Jeff's legacy came this resistance to go free to play, right? How do you reflect on that now as well? Now that we are free to play, does it feel like it has become too much of a cash grab? Does it feel like it has become too much of a cosmetic simulator? Did it have to be that way? Or maybe was there some world where Jeff's idea of another box game could have worked? Like, how do you view it?
I think in the multiplayer genre, when everyone else is free, you kind of have to be as well. I think it's, especially with what's going to go on with Microsoft and a lot of these games going on a Game Pass regardless. You know, it's no surprise to me there. To start, I guess I want to talk about Avril's tweet briefly, and then I'll move the needle to where you say. Look, my opinion on Jeff hasn't changed at all. You know, I directly asked him this in 2020. I think he was a great guy, but the vision was wrong. And it wasn't because he didn't know. It was intentional. I directly asked him this in a Q&A in 2020 in the Creator Discord. I said, hey, do these problematic designs, do you plan to address these heroes with like unfair skill to reward curves? They're not making the game different. Like they're replacing what was good. And he said that by design, while it is the same people that made Genji and Tracer, that they wanted to have a complicated game at first and make it easier over time. This is what they wanted to do. That's why it was left the way it was. And that is a complete failure and not a lack of understanding of what the competitive gaming space was. And how do you expect World of Warcraft devs to understand the FPS, the modern first-person shooter genre? And it's because they accidentally made a masterpiece. And to that credit, I'm going to give Aaron credit over Jeff. Aaron has responded to this stuff a lot better than Jeff has. Now, he does have the benefit of hindsight, and, you know, kind of getting humbled a little bit by what they were doing. And so to give Aaron credit and the current team credit, they're completely different. They do understand this a lot better. So as for Jeff...
Sorry, Sam.
Yeah.
What does that even mean? Like, make it easier over time? Did he ever elaborate on that?
Brig is what it means. Brig, Moira, you know, every support we got after Ana until even Kiri to some degree, right? Like that, it means nothing. It means that you're replacing what made your game great, and it's the wrong answer. Is the reality of it. So people, I think now are coming around to, you know, they talked about, Jeff told Frida, a player perception issue. Ironically, it was the community that put Jeff on this pedestal. He didn't ask to be there. He was just doing his job, right? And so, like, you know, I always saw him as human. And I think what's happened now is reality has set in for a lot of people. We're like, oh, wow, wait, Jeff was human. Okay. I still think he's a great guy. I still think he's probably a good leader and a good team lead. All they needed was to accept the different design decisions. Greetings. And I think for me as well, it hadn't really changed what I thought about him, because ultimately, like, there's so many moving parts going on at that company with everything going on. There's a lot of things that you can't necessarily, you can understand where he came from, but also acknowledge that some of the things were the wrong decisions. So to me, it doesn't change what I thought about him. They still created Overwatch 1. They still did a lot of these things today. Creating something is very difficult to do, and it's a different skill set from being able to manage something to completely separate things. And while they were brilliant creators, brilliant, when it comes to actually maintaining it, they had the wrong vision. SB, give me a lead to where you wanted me to take this now, if you could.
Yeah, just about the free-to-play model and whether that has worked in hindsight.
I think it has, honestly. Like, I know some people don't like the idea of like what the skins are and you know how expensive they are. I just don't buy them if I don't want them personally, and I know that upsets a lot of people because I know a lot of people are into character identity and the skins and stuff, and I do agree they're definitely pricey. But I don't think that's made the game kind of lose its soul. I understand. I think it's kind of a necessary evil for this mod. I don't even necessarily want to say evil, because you don't have to buy the skins. I think Overwatch 1 was incredibly generous with their loot boxes and what they were doing and how they were selling stuff. And the reality
I think what, sorry to interject, I think what people feel now is that it's only about the skins. It's not, I don't think it's that anyone would have a problem with the skins. I feel like the complaint is that there's an overemphasis on only selling cosmetics to the detriment of actual content.
There was a massive merger, the biggest acquisition in gaming history. The team's bouncing back from, you know, essentially, and let's just be blunt about this at this point, like releasing an inferior version of the original game in terms of like the borders, in terms of like the comp system at first. Like, it took time to get a lot of the systems back to where they are now, which they've done a good job of doing. So like, they've just got to dig out of the hole for a bit and start trying new things, which you're starting to see them do with like the new Halloween. Listen, the Halloween events are new now. They recycled the same ones for 4 years, right? You know, like that. So to me, I think that in a way, this time it kind of is a player perception issue where, like, you know, myself included, like it's hard to shed the perception of what happened with Overwatch 2 if you're an Overwatch fan. It's hard, like, and this is why I say they've got to drop the 2 branding. They got to reboot the game, like reboot everything, like start over. Like I don't think this current dev team deserves the blunder of the 2 on the branding. I don't think they do. I think that they would be viewed in a much more positive light from the players and an outside gaming industry if they were to drop that branding, because why the hell is it there at this point? And, you know, we were starting to look at, like, the real hard facts as to the new stuff that they're adding. The old team did not make new events. Post-Retribution, they were all bad. Storm Rising was terrible. It was super underwhelming, right? I remember being really mad about it. Be like, yo, like, what the hell's going on? The PvE mission that came out was the same one, Frito, we played at BlizzCon in 2019. It didn't change. It was the exact same thing that you and I sat down and played. It was the same. It had less, because remember, we were looting chests and stuff in 2019. Remember that?
What
we were
PvE
like,
experience did Jeff Kaplan have? Like that team? Like what PvE stuff did they have?
They did the first Junkenstein, which was amazing. They did the Uprising.
They were the WoW
event.
guys.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, importantly, I was gonna say that. Yeah.
Wow.
That was the PvE. Like Jeff.
Oh,
Jeff
yeah, okay.
In WoW, Jeff in WoW is like designed what was one of the most
felt like
beloved quest lines, where it's like you got to search for like these journal entries all across, and it's like a bazillion pages. So yeah, they made
it felt like
awesome
an
WoW
MMO.
shit.
It felt like MMO PvE. Now that I'm thinking about it, you know, like all the brainless mobs and just go, dude. Overwatch PvE. We've had this conversation. It's so cheeks. So like, I don't know what the final product, not the final product, but like the moving up product. But I don't think there's. It's just terrible. Like I wonder how much of the PvE failure was like due to also just the quality of the product that they were working on, whether it was internalized testing or whatever. Just being like, wow, people are not going to want to play this. Like, this is just actually bad. Like, I cannot think of like an actual like everyone's like, oh no, but that was actually good. No, it wasn't. It was like it was decent. You liked it because like I got to play my Overwatch characters. It was good enough. Compare that to literally any other PvE game. Overwatch has never had anything that's even remotely competitive. And if the stuff behind the scenes was anywhere close to reflective of that quality, no wonder it flopped.
I'll let Sam finish his thought, and then we'll move. To
No, you're good. That's pretty much it. I mean, you know, I think that Overwatch's free-to-play model is much more fair than other games, just like its loot box model was much more fair. And I challenge people to look past that a little bit as to what's in the space right now and really evaluate. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's lost its soul as much because of free-to-play. I think there's other things that we could talk about all day, but I don't think that getting... And by the way, 100 million players in how many months logged in? It's not the monthly active users. Overwatch 1, that's double Overwatch 1. That's double it, almost. So it's ridiculous. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. You guys take it from there.
Okay. Cool. I'll ask Frito if he has any more thoughts unexpressed on this section of like kind of Jeff and the transition and the legacy before we move on to talking about like PvE kind of stuff.
I see a path for Jeff's plan to have worked, but it would have required a lot of other things to be different. So a thing I loved about Jason Schreier speaking about his book is that what he hopes people get from the book is that there isn't, it's all gray, right? It's all nuanced. It's not so easy as just blaming Kotick or Jeff or anything, or Morheim. The book's more about Morheim versus Kotick than Jeff. But of course, as Overwatch players, we care more about our game, caught in the crossfire of that transition. But I think if the right decisions were made, we could have had the best of all worlds, and somehow we caught L's all across the board. Okay, I think if they like looked more to Diablo and less of World of Warcraft, then maybe the PvE would have been better. I think if they got a team if they listened to Kotick's idea and had like a maintenance team, kind of like the team we have now. Like imagine if we had this team, like maintaining Overwatch 1, and then the original team went off to make the PvE. Like I can see it all in hindsight, but it's easy to be a hindsight Andy and rewrite history. But there's another world where it all works out in Jeff's favor. But what we're left with is a almost backhanded quote as he exits the building. Like I think he said, "Try to see the world for what it can be," or something like that. Like just in lowercase.
Never accept just kinda, it for what it is. Always dare to see it for what it could be.
Which rings a little differently now that we know more of his decisions, that I sort of would have felt, right? I would have intuited that this is all the case, because he would defiantly be like, nah, I want it this way on everything else. So it's not a surprise to me that he resisted help and things that would have been necessary in order to divert the energy of his team. So anyway, like that's the old Blizzard way. Small teams, small creative masterminds with long development cycles. Soon TM. That was the old Blizzard way, after all. But games just don't get made like that anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, and another piece to add to the hindsight nostalgia what if simulator is that obviously we have the Microsoft takeover now. One wonders how that might have affected this whole process had that come much sooner. Like had that happened 2016, 2017, let's say Overwatch is released, would that have changed anything? You know, because it's clear that Bobby Kotick specifically was a big spanner in the works. Now, I will say that Microsoft have not unilaterally covered themselves in any glory. You know, they have come in and also laid off a bunch of developers. And it's likely if they had continued to do that kind of behavior, the Jeff would not have been a huge fan of them either. And we don't know what friction might have come via Microsoft, but it's likely that the personal beef that seems to have occurred, as you're alluding to, Frida, between Morheim and Kaplan and Bobby Kotick, might that have been different?
The word I'll say is how many decisions were out of spite, right? Like, my way is just better and I'll show you. And, well, it's not always the smartest way to operate in any decision in life.
Right. So that's another what if. And before we actually do move on to PvP, while we're on this vague topic, I'll bring up something that we've kind of talked about long and many times on this podcast. And probably something we, again, was like, we probably knew this was the thing, but we now know confirmed, which is that an Overwatch 2 series was reportedly in development with Netflix. And Jason Schreier suggests that plans changed after Activision Blizzard sued Netflix in 2020 for poaching its CFO. Fellas, this was one of the most devastating parts, I think, of the leaks, because I think for a while we have all kind of hoped and dreamed that somewhere down the line a show would manifest, and we never really knew exactly what was happening. It was kind of, we're sat there screaming at this wall, like, surely, guys, surely you're gonna make a Netflix show. Yeah. Surely you've seen how every other major game has like been successful. Dota, League, you know, Cyberpunk, The Witcher. They all have Tekken. They all have Netflix series. When
Castlevania.
Castlevania, Lara Croft, Lara Croft. All these, like, so many brands, so many games now have some form of a TV series. When's our turn in the sun?
Cuphead. There's a Cuphead. Sorry.
Is there really? You're joking. Hold on.
Show.
You're joking. You're joking.
There is.
Are you kidding me?
No.
I was trying to think of the most ridiculous ones that I knew, and that's probably up there. That's an indie game. It's got a cartoon. Yeah.
Is this on Netflix?
I've never watched it, but
you know, I can think of another game with a show that somebody probably still hasn't watched yet. That's absolutely
I know. I mentioned it, but yeah, I'll get to it. I told you when Arcane comes out next month, I'm gonna get a Netflix account and watch everything I've been missing out on.
Yeah, okay.
But I think we wished for this, and I think it hurts knowing not only was it canceled, but it was canceled for the most stupid and petty reasons possible, which is that, you know, Activision sued them for something that's like, surely this is the kind of behavior they do themselves all the time, which is like poach, you know, someone or some, you know, people getting poached is so common in the industry, surely. So to sue Netflix and stab yourself in the back, in the foot, in the face, wherever you want to call it, it hurts. And how did you receive? I'll take it to Spilo first. How does this, like, what does this mean for us? Like, where does this leave us? Where does this put us? And what do you think of it?
I mean, it sucks. I don't think there's really anything. I don't have anything unique to say. It's just a bummer. You know, it's politics. And I think like that's kind of like the key thing. Like when in doubt, like when there's ever like any question about like why did you do politics? You know, usually I think that's usually like, you know, relationships and tension and like Frida was saying, spite and people trying to prove other people wrong or doing something and like good and bad things happen as a result, and that just happened to be a really, 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 really bad thing that happened. So it sucks.
Sam, how
people
about
are
you?
Petty.
I mean,
people are petty. That's true.
I think it's simple to say. Unfortunate Overwatch 2 caught in the collateral. Another example right there where I guess Overwatch as a franchise is caught in the collateral. You know, it's just there were so many. Like, listen, and I talked to my dad about this, and he's followed the corporate world for a very long time. You know, he's seen a lot of different things. He told me that he never had seen an implosion like what happened in Activision Blizzard, and you know, this leading up to the merger, like it was that big of a disaster from the top down, right? And this is just, You know, Icarus flew too close to the sun. That's it. That's Activision Blizzard's story. They, to their credit, revolutionized gaming. They walked so the modern industry could run from 2000, even maybe before that, all the way up to this era. And that's going to do something to you. And you know, even when talking about Jeff being there, like, guys, he was at the company 19 years. 19 years, man. That's older than some of the Overwatch pros who are the best players in the world right now. 19 years, right? And that's a long time. And, you know, eventually things fizzle out, and this is just, you know, one of those examples in life where the ball don't bounce your way. I wouldn't put it completely off the table either now, by the way. I think once the dust settles with Microsoft, that might be something that gets revisited because they're definitely looking to expand what they do. And you know what? They would be remiss to ignore the cultural impact that Overwatch has had. And with these collaborations that I know a lot of people hate on sometimes too. K-pop wasn't my cup of tea, but I'm not going to hate on it because I know it's a big thing. You know, eventually they're going to look at this and say, okay, look at the competitors. What can we do? Because they want to be as competitive as possible. That's why they've kind of laid the foundation for the Microsoft gaming ecosystem, and that's what they want to control. So it's unfortunate, but, you know, it's a price you pay sometimes, right?
Frito, does it leave the door open now? Like, do you agree with Sam? Like, do we have a chance for something to manifest? And if so, is it still timely? Like, is it too late? Has the hype gone and we've missed the train?
I think good shows, if it's good enough, will always transcend. I mean, like The Witcher came out way after, you know, and then the sales for Witcher 3 went through the roof randomly. Well, not randomly, but
Fallout
because of
well.
the show. Yeah. So I think there's just such an appetite for this that you can do it late. I'm not so sure if I understand the Microsoft philosophy on this subject specifically. Like, I'm trying to think what they do with their other franchises. I recall like some pretty weak Halo stuff. So I don't know if they really put their full force behind this kind of thing. So I'm not overly optimistic for that. I will say though, it falling through originally, I think makes sense, especially when you look to the catastrophic failure of the China deal. I'm trying to remember who their partner over there was. NetEase. Yeah, which is like, if you can't maintain that relationship, you have to somehow, you know, put the where's the buck stop if it ain't like with one of the most profitable regions of the entire world right now, and you just got cut out of it because you mismanaged that. So it's like no surprise, basically, based on the other things that we know. I can't remember if we know exactly who's to blame for that NetEase deal. What
they
was
said
it implied
it was
that
Bobby.
was Bobby?
They said it was yeah. The phrase, the statement that they released was very vindictive from what I remember. I don't remember the exact wording of it, but it was very much like, oh, you know, this other party refuses to cooperate, and they're like kind of putting themselves like in this awkward position of us, and so yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was him or maybe another guy under him. Let's just say it's like of his what's the word, cabinet or whatever. Like
Right.
it's either Bobby or a facsimile, whatever. Who cares? That's a similar thing with this whole Netflix thing, and it's the culture that the Activision side, let's say, instituted over Activision Blizzard King, eventually the merger of all of this, which is the whole premise of Jason Schreier's book, that it was ruled with an iron fist. So it's like when you do that, you fail to do. There's a guy I love. We mentioned Steve Jobs earlier in comparison to Jeff. I love that. There's a guy I really like called Simon Sinek, and he talks about like business philosophy in a very different kind of way, where he's looking to play the infinite game, as in to maintain business forever, as opposed to win everything now, maximum profits, you know, drain the earth of all resources. That's the Bobby Kotick model, right? Like year on year, how do we like run on fumes of resource and burn it as fast as possible and make as much money now? Like that's what Bobby Kotick did with everything. So when you do that, sometimes you crap out and you explode and you screw the pooch. And so I think I would love for the gaming industry to learn from these mistakes, because there's just been a lot of bubble inflationary style development. Like how many big busts are we going to get? Historic.
I feel it's just like human nature, you know? It's like the phoenix, you know? Art does well through the passion of the artist. Passion of the artist goes mainstream. Mainstream supports the artist does even better. Then the financiers start to take over the project. Financiers release crappy product. product crashes and burns. Everyone goes, oh, isn't that terrible? We should do better. New up-and-coming artists learn from the mistakes, do better. Over and over.
Cycle life.
Yes, but they're also now. I would say maybe we're in a bit of a gaming recession, but there was a gaming crash before my day. Let's say in the '80s, if I recall correctly, for similar reasons, where there was like a rush to overproduce and so. I'm optimistic, maybe that the we can be in more reasonable ways through, and I also think like the inflationary era of the pandemic and everyone being at home playing games, like I think we're in a stabilization period, if I had to guess, but we'll see. It's easy to bet on catastrophic failure, I think, in this industry, but like where's the gambling going to come from? Like who's going to do it anymore after things keep failing like this?
I also think, no shade, guys, a lot of this comes down to corporate American culture. Like, I think that we're kind of assuming the path because that is what corporate America tends to do, is like the whole crash and burn, extract now so that you can show you got growth, your stock prices go up, and then you can cash out as the CEO or whatever, the CFO, you move on to another company, do the same thing, and then whatever happens to the company, who cares? And that's definitely like, and also the way the devs are treated, right? That's like another classic of come in, fire a bunch of people, and say, hey, look, we've cut the fat, we've trimmed the efficiency, and then like over time you start hiring a bunch of people again. Like this has been like the case in American companies for like 30-40 years, like since the 70s or whatever, where it's like fire a bunch of people, then slowly hire a bunch of people, then fire a bunch of people, and all you do is really keep wages low, right? You keep people from earning too many promotions and wage rises, and it keeps the market competitive, right? Like right now, if you look at gaming, for example, it's really hard being a game developer, like trying to get into gaming. And so you're going to take a shittier job. You're going to take a shittier position where if the environment was more stable, if less people were being laid off, you would have known your worth a little bit more. So what all this does is like a sense of destabilization that keeps worker wages low. But it doesn't always have to be this way. There are plenty of companies that have demonstrated. They're obviously not at the scale of what Blizzard or, Riot produce. But, Nintendo, for all their faults, do a much better job of this. Like FromSoft is another company I can think of that does a good job. Larian did a good job of this with Baldur's Gate and kind of protecting their employees. So it is possible, but I don't think it's possible for Overwatch, sadly, because it's owned by Microsoft. So I think it's very unlikely that Microsoft sees some sort of moral epiphany and they're like, let's change the way corporate America works. But just wanted to say I'm not sure that it has to be this way for artists and their art. But anyways, carry on. Frida, your thoughts?
I think I'm done on this point.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other thoughts then on the whole Netflix shebang before we move on, fellas? No? Okay, good. All right then. Let's bring it back to the development of Overwatch 2 and another quote that came out from Jason Schreier's work, which is that Overwatch 2 developer admits the game was unfinished. Everyone said, "You worked 6 years on this?" No, we worked for 1 year on this. We spent those other years on all the PvE stuff. People said it looked unfinished, said the developer. That's because it was. Again, something I think we were all saying. We all knew it. We all felt it. This doesn't feel like 6 years of work. And at the time, the sentiment was like, where did they spend all their time? Now we kind of have basically official confirmation that it was just all on the PvE and the PvE went to shit. So how do we reflect on this now? I'll take it to Spilo first, because Spilo, you've kind of mentioned already, there was this rush to get Overwatch 2 out for Overwatch League. And that was, again, maybe where Bobby's meddling might have played a big hand. But when you look at this, what does it make you feel and think?
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly just conjecture on my end, but it was definitely an unfinished project. I think like that's not like a really huge surprise. I mean, I think we've kind of already talked about it earlier. It's not a surprise that they put more resources into PvE, knowing what we do about Jeff Kaplan and the team that they had. And then obviously it's not a surprise that given the few amount of resources that they put into it, to echo what Sam was saying earlier, that they put out certainly a subjectively worse product, right? No matter your stance on some of the reworks, the new characters, it's like, why did this game even exist in the first place? It's literally just Overwatch minus a tank, right? So what's the entire point of like the whole 2 moniker if there's no actual PvE to put along with it to beat that dead horse? So yeah, I mean, it was an unfinished product. And honestly, like, I can't imagine the amount of stress it must have been to be the development team leading up to the release of Overwatch 2, and then during the release of Overwatch 2, with the amount of criticism, the fair criticism that was blamed, and you're sitting there, you're like, bro, all this criticism and we can't even say how long this has been in development, like that kind of stuff, like that burns people out, right? That really makes people upset. And so it just sucks all around. It sucks all around. I want to put blame on one thing, and I touched on it briefly earlier, but I want to hammer this point home. And this has always been my pet peeve with Overwatch 2 and just stuff in general. You can call Overwatch 12. You can call it Overwatch Reinvented, the revenge of Overwatch. You can have no PvE. You can have PvE and then cancel the PvE. You could have just PvP. You could call it Overwatch 5 versus 5. I don't give a frick what you call it or what you do with it. Just say what's to be done and what's to be expected. We still didn't know what Overwatch 2 was all about. We didn't know if there was PvE, but it was delayed. And then like Frito said that they canceled it and then they just didn't tell us for a long period of time. They just didn't communicate anything. So everyone goes in this game and goes like, is this supposed to be just like Overwatch revamped? Like, how long has this been under development? Is this Overwatch 2 just minus a tank? Is that all there is to it? Like, there's just nothing. There's just nothing. The game goes live and everyone's talking about the free to play because that was like the big change that everyone's talking about. But nobody's even asking and sitting there going, gee, is Overwatch free to play? Is that it? Is that like what we're here for? Like there was like so much like confusion and a lack of a cohesive message about like what the actual plan was. And it's really a reflection of what was going on, I'm sure, internally. Like where nobody actually knows, like at that point in time, I'm not sure really where PvE was early in like October. But like nobody knew where the game was. Nobody knew why we had the moniker 2. Nobody knew what the development or the vision of the game was. Nobody knew where PvE was. Nobody even knew why. Nobody knew why we didn't have patches in Overwatch. We kept saying, oh, because they're working on Overwatch 2. They're working on Overwatch 2. And then Overwatch 2 is released and we're like, wait, is this it? Nobody goes, oh, well, we're putting priority on PvE for right now. There just was nothing. Just absolutely nothing. It was like the free-to-play game and just, that still had like inklings of the old Overwatch 1 lack of communication hubris, still kind of like floating around there. Like we think like right now, like there's 2 eras, Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2, but that's not how it was in terms of communication and balancing. At the earliest several months of Overwatch 2, it was just like Overwatch 1. Not necessarily in terms of the patch cycle, but just like we didn't know what was going on for a long time. We did not know. There was no transparency. I don't remember when they had like the dev blog or the director's update where transparency started to be used a lot. Maybe it was like that spring. I can't remember. Maybe somebody in chat can correct me. But like there was a period of time where we go into Overwatch 2 and we just don't even know why we're here. Why does the King of the Hill 101 screen look so crappy? Where are the rank portraits? Why are we not getting those back anymore? Like why does everything look so crappy and like all these things are just like randomly thrown in there. So everything else that has kind of already been said before, but I really want to emphasize like the lack of vision, the lack of communication, the lack of clarification, the lack of transparency about anything in that transition. And I was on the inside track because I've been playing it since alpha, and even we didn't even know what the point of all of this was. So it just sucked.
Yeah, I think you really well expressed there the frustration that we had then and we still have now. The only one thing I would like to contest with you on is that I think that where previously in Overwatch 1 you described it as hubris, I don't think it was hubris when it came to Overwatch 2's release.
Yes,
the reason they were not transparent, I think it was embarrassment. I think they were like genuinely like, we fucked up and we don't want to openly say, we just want to openly say that the PvE is shit, guys. Like lower your expectations, because you can't say that as a company. You can't be like, by the way, the PvE that you've been waiting for all this time, it's going to be terrible. Well,
especially
just let you know.
You didn't, and this is where the comes in too. So.
Right, exactly. Like Sam said, like the timing would have been awful. Like we got this brand new free to play game that everyone's going to try, but get what, guys? You guys are fricked. There's no PvE at all. This game is half in development. Like how do you? It's just there's just no good solution there, and this is what happens when you sow crap. You reap the poop tree. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what you get. You know, sucks.
Yeah, I'll take it to Sam first, and Sam, and then we'll Frito after. Hearing this, it kind of became apparent. It's like you see it, you're like, yeah, I mean, it makes sense because what we have is clearly not 6 years worth of work. But then it's kind of sad because we never really saw the 6 years of work anyways. We never really saw the manifestation of the PvE either.
Maybe we did, because like, I wonder, maybe we're starting to see it now. Some of the abilities they're coming out with, or like recycling. Maybe that PvE that came out was like I don't know. I'm not gonna claim to either. It's just very obvious and especially in hindsight, when you look back, it's like, oh, like there wasn't a comp system in the betas. Like, what's going on here? And it's like, yeah, this is clearly, honestly, hey, I'll say it, not bad for a year of work, but it was like, hey, we killed the biggest issues with Overwatch 2 were not like necessarily just Overwatch 2. It's what was lost from Overwatch 1 because of Overwatch 2. It's no surprise. I'm not gonna hammer it home. I mean, waddles and quacks, right? It's a duck, so.
Some great sayings. We got reap the poop tree, the waddles and quacks.
I really don't know. I've never. It's just awful. Oh gosh.
We're avant-garde with the language here. Frito, how about you? Like, it just all makes me feel very sad. Very like a relationship that could have been good and it's just parted ways on a really sad note, right? It's like, oh man, that could have been something, but you're moving to Switzerland and I'm never going to see you again. So RIP.
Is this a personal story, SVB?
No.
Do you need
Sadly,
to talk?
I don't,
As a friend, I'm here for you.
I don't know enough people from Switzerland. I heard it's a good place.
Oddly specific.
If
So
you're listening, Brenda, I miss you.
There's no way a lady from Switzerland's named Brenda.
Hey, when life gives you lemons, you got to make lemonade, SVB. So I respect that.
Absolutely. Frito, it's just kind of sad, isn't it?
Of the revelations that he's come out with, should be the least surprising one for anyone who's followed this game in particular, because and then maybe I just feel so overcome with this information because the rush to pencils down towards Overwatch League's next cycle, that was revealed long ago by Richard Lewis, another journalist that is fairly unliked by many in our community, but is usually right and was. So I already knew that at the time. And then I guess digging into this, making my own content, like what I tend to try to do with some of this information is like piece together with paper mache the different clues and the things that I know in order to make speculation that often is more accurate than not. And so we can draw a direct line to exactly when that decision was made, because it was like Jeff left, adios, okay, ominous goodbye quote, and then all of a sudden it's like all widespread changes are going to be coming. It's like, hold on a second, and then we can look back and start to guess. And then of course, behind the scenes, I knew that they were really wanting to do Overwatch 2. I didn't know how bad it was. Okay, I knew almost immediately because there was maybe dissenting voices that like to talk. Dissenting voices love to talk. They love to be like, hey, I mean, they kind of don't care what any of the streamers think, and they're actually working on a different game. Those voices come out. Okay, so it was obvious the whole time. And then what would a philosophy change necessitate? Like if a director leaves, that would mean like over vamping artistic discrepancies. It's the Beatles are breaking up. Like where's the Yoko? who do we blame for this? And what are the ramifications of it? Anyway, so it's like, thanks, Captain Obvious. Like we knew all this already, I guess is my point. If you had your ear to the ground, it's just like another acknowledgement to it, but also maybe a little somewhat disingenuous, I think, because they did release the game as an early access promotion thing, and like I don't know, it just seemed obvious to me. The only thing that wasn't obvious is where PvE would be, and I think that was deliberately misleading and overwhelmingly bad faith and just like horrible. So yeah, the amount of PvP we had at launch, you could automatically retrofit and assume how long they'd been working on it based on how much was there, right? And I think for some fans, perhaps there's like this Blizzard mystique that Overwatch 1 utilized in order to gain good faith from the audience, where like they would sort of imply, well, we've got like lots of heroes in development all the time. And what does heroes in development mean? It means like, well, we drew art for a guy, or it means they're done. It's somewhere in between that. And so they also leverage that a little bit, where it's like, well, maybe there's more around the corner. But to me, I felt like it obviously was this transition into the cash shop free to play model, because otherwise more would be in it as soon as we got it. So anyway, This was the least exciting revelation I felt. It was like super obvious. We knew it the whole time. If you followed the Richard Lewis leak anyway, which he like Jason Schreier is a credible writer, so
Kind of feels like a lot of crap was happening that we just didn't really know about, and so like Overwatch 1, like Frida said, had like that mystique, but stuff was already cooking, like stuff was already going, like it was already getting ugly, you know, and so we kind of like there's like that dividing line with our perception of Blizzard, like pre 2019, post 2019, or 2020 or whatever, and it's like Overwatch 2 is really paying for the sins of its fathers in a really quite painful way, you know, and so it's like there's so many mistakes that were made, and so now they kind of like come to light as a result of Overwatch 2, and even like you said, like the whole PvE communication, it's like we associate that with Overwatch 2, even though it's not really a part of Overwatch 2 that we currently have. It doesn't really matter. So you know, what would have been better, like a bad faith, disingenuous mess now, or a laughing stock of a PvE that was canceled on the day of Overwatch 2's launch? I mean, I know what the honest answer is, but yeah, these are corporations we're talking about, so.
Yeah, and I think it's like we can look back at it now. We can just see a pre-lawsuit Blizzard and a post-lawsuit Blizzard. Like back then, again, I remember being on these podcasts and being like, well, Blizzard makes great PvE games, so we know they're not going to miss. We said that so many times. So many times we said, Blizzard makes great PvE games. We know they're not going to miss, but whenever it comes out, you know, we don't know what it's going to be, in what format. Maybe we thought back then our biggest problem would be the price point, right? It was like, oh, well, maybe they'll model the thing in a way that'll be shit. Like maybe they'll do a box model and people won't like it. People won't buy it. But that's because we had faith in Blizzard in a way that no one would now. Like if the same events transpired now, if the developers now were to slow down and say, we're releasing Overwatch 3, guys, just trust us. Trust me, bro. We would give them absolutely no leeway. We would have been like, well, it's going to be shit. You guys are making a giant mistake, like not developing this game. We just know you're going to spunk it up the wall. But again, it's like that pre-lawsuit Blizzard. It might be why Jeff was so keen to leave when he started to leave, right? It's like, he probably did see
the signs.
He saw it coming, probably, right? He saw the signs. He saw the signals, and he was like, exactly, that's the phrase I was looking for. He saw the writing on the wall, and he's like, you know what? I don't want to be associated with this kind of Activision Blizzard. And he was right on that front, because since then, we would view their decisions much more maliciously, I think. Like the withholding of information from Overwatch 2 can be viewed optimistically or maliciously. You view it as like, there was clearly a lot of stuff in the dark. Clearly a lot of people involved with the making of the game were unaware of exactly where they stood, because there was a lot of these power struggles going on, right? It's like the higher end developers are struggling with Bobby Kotick. They're not sure who's going to win. They're not sure where it's going to land. People don't even know if they're going to have a job anymore. So there's a lot of uncertainty. And I can imagine that in that uncertainty, you obviously can't be in a position to communicate a lot. You can't be in a position to be like, this is what's going to happen, guys. That's the optimistic interpretation. Of course, the pessimistic and cynical interpretation is it was part of a scummy Activision Blizzard who were like, we just won't be honest because we know it's going to hamper the sales of our game, which it did great when it launched, Overwatch 2. Made a bunch of money, but wouldn't have done had everyone, because everyone was still riding the high of, we're expecting a great PvE, and we didn't get it. And if we'd known that then, we might never have even bought onto the ship. We never have boarded the ship Overwatch 2 at all. We would have just been like, oh, it's going to be crap? It's going to be nothing? Okay, well then, goodbye. I'm not even going to bother. So, I think that's all I have to say on that, because obviously we've tread this ground enough, and there's been enough resentment thrown in that sense, but it was again brought up, I suppose, by the confirmation of how the development was handled. Any more thoughts on this front before we move on to potentially future talks of what?
One funny point here, that you definitely know the matchmaking and the rank system was rushed, because I distinctly remember Samito placing gold on support season 1. Do you remember that, Sam? Everybody was gold, bro. Everybody was freaking gold.
Dude, my chat still calls me Gold Mito. Like,
that was so scuffed. Okay, that is all.
Why'd you remind me of that, man? I scrimped so much brig for that to not happen, and it still did. So, yeah, not bad. My fault.
You must not be skilled enough at Moira. That's what it's got to be.
I know. I'll never forget my comment real quick, where I had a tweet about Brig in like 2020 or 2019 or whatever, And somebody replied and started flaming me and said, okay, well, if Brig's so broken, do an unranked GM on her. And I'm like, people were replying, it's like, he just did unranked to contenders. What the hell are you talking about? Like, what? Like, what? And my Brig was bad at first, too. So, Jesus. Sorry, SVB.
No. All I was going to say is that I think we're still in that place, actually, because I think from what I gather, essentially the devs internally are like a year ahead of us.
Yeah.
In terms of what test build they're running. So in a way, we never left, basically. When we started that, like, okay, a year ahead of when Overwatch 2 is going to launch, the devs are starting the development on Overwatch 2. And it kind of sucks for them because they're like, we're in that perpetual cycle now where they're obviously only a year ahead when they could have been, in theory, 6 years ahead or, many years ahead and could have had much more of a grasp on what they wanted to do. Like, wherever we are now, they could have been X amount of years ahead of that. So it sucks, and I think to TLDR it, we all we can do is lament on what could have been. But hey, we could also just appreciate what we did get.
Yeah,
we did get a great Overwatch 1. We did get a genre-defining game. We did get some magical years, and now we are where we are. Okay, let's talk then on another piece of news that came out, which is that Blizzard is developing a mobile-based game on Overwatch 2. According to Jason Schreier, Walter Kong is reporting leading new projects, with one of the initiatives being a mobile version of the franchise. This is a mixed bag. Like I think we've talked about this in the past as well, but could be good. Some people are viewing it with a lot of skepticism. Sam, I'll take it to you first.
I mean, this is something I've talked about on the show. I've talked about this on the show for years. I think it's absolutely a good idea. I mean, look, I understand why people in the North American market would look at this and say, oh, we don't give a shit about Overwatch Mobile. It's going to be terrible for the game. But if you look at regions, like if you want to globalize your game, you look at regions like Malaysia, you look at the Asian regions and like games that are big over there, COD Mobile, PUBG Mobile, huge, especially on like Facebook Gaming or I guess whatever it's Meta Gaming now. Well, I guess what it's called, this broadcast over there getting enormous viewership. And even there were a lot of Overwatch creators, I think, Frito, that you knew too, that actually did pretty well on Facebook Gaming as well. It was a pretty big platform. Regions like India, SVB, where, South America, you name it, like mobile gaming is huge. 2020 alone, it was 70% of revenue. And that might be because of some specific other games, but the market is massive. Take Minecraft, for example, right? The Bedrock platform, which is the more accessible platform out there, is about like 75% of the player base now. It's massive compared to the original version, which is Java. If you want to get your IP out there, you want to make it a big household name around the world, worldwide, having a mobile platform is essential for accessibility. And that's a big place where the Overwatch IP can grow. Now, is Overwatch as a game going to fit into that genre where you have like a hero shooter? Where Call of Duty, it's pretty simple. You get your guy, you get your gun, you start shooting, right? That's pretty much all it is. Overwatch is going to be a lot harder to adapt to that platform, undoubtedly, and I'm not sure how well it's going to do. But having some form of Overwatch be more accessible to more places in the world isn't a bad thing in my mind. Am I the target audience for that? No, and I don't need to be because I already play the game on PC. But I'm sure there's a large amount of people out there in the world that have not had the opportunity to play a game like Overwatch due to accessibility that would have a chance to get into the genre and into the IP that would not have that chance otherwise.
Yeah, very reasonable. Spilo, is that how you see it?
Yeah, I mean, I see no real major downsides. I don't think it's going to pull any serious development hours away from the main game. I don't think it's going to dilute the pool. I think the development will be probably pretty slow, certainly separate from the main game. One thing that Overwatch definitely has going for it as well, adapting a hero shooter would be a unique challenge to say the least. It certainly has like the personality and the color that I think is really helpful in a mobile game, right? That I think like would be make it stand out uniquely amongst its competitors. And the same thing that does to the current live game, but I think that's something that would transfer well over to mobile. So not really experienced in that whole topic, but I mean, I don't really see any major downsides.
Rito, do you see any potential downsides to doing this?
I forget the facts on this. So what exactly did he report? That it's in development? Because I know there's a bunch of stuff that he said that was canceled. Like there's a long list of Blizzard games that were canceled.
Apparently, Walter Kong is reportedly leading new projects, with one of the initiatives being a mobile version of the franchise.
As in it's recent, or they've been doing it for years?
It sounds like they've been doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, I would anticipate it might be a different genre as well. Like that, I think we need to open our minds to what an Overwatch mobile game means. It could be, like there's a quote that I don't know is true or not, but when Bobby Kotick initially saw Overwatch, he reportedly said, "When can I play it on mobile?" So there's always been like the desire to put it on mobile. And I agree with what Spilo said as well. It's like the colorful characters. Like I think one awesome thing about Overwatch is like you can get it to run on low system specs and it still looks good fundamentally because of the silhouettes and just the way the characters look. Like you can pixelate them and they're still, look good and charming and whatnot. The effect is still there. So I could see it going a lot of ways. It's probably a separate team, like it always should have been. So
yeah.
It kind of it's kind of just an offshoot anyway. So it's like unless they start like merging like I don't know Switch and the phones or something like on the same game, that is somewhat doable anyway because like Switch is like barely a Overwatch platform. I think most would agree. That would be my only thing. So I can't really see any issues and possibly just upsides. I would prefer it to be a different genre personally rather than an Overwatch port just on phones, like a dumbed down version.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's a good point.
Sam, what have the other games kind of done when they've ported over to mobile? Like, do they? How do they approach it?
So I haven't followed it too much, but I mean, from what I saw of COD Mobile, it looked like a standard BR just on the phone, and like just a lot of the shooting mechanics were very different. Like it was very light, but same principle to what you could to the degree of to which you could do on the phone. There's, I have a couple people in my chat, like even from Ecuador, like Emilio, who's like played for Team Ecuador, talked about like it's not PUBG Mobile, but it's like inspired from it. That's huge in Latin America. There's a lot of those. So it's imagine the same genre, but like the applications and how you do things obviously have to be very different with the input of a phone. So I wish I could answer that better.
I think that's the traditional Activision route. Another one I'll point to, it's a little hard to see in my background, but the three little images are from Doom. Doom did Mighty Doom. It's like this cute little like I don't know what it's called exactly. It's not a rail shooter, but it's like a I don't know. It's like a over the top Galaga type game. It's like one of those like space, almost like a space shooter game. It's not an FPS game, but it's like a horde based thing. Or twin stick. It's sort of like a twin stick, but with on the phone. And it's still got like some of the art in a way, but in a more colorful way. That's like one way that the Doom franchise was ported over to phones. I played it like a bit, and then I don't know. It's a phone game, so I don't really play a lot of phone games. Maybe Hearthstone, but even then, I prefer to play it on the computer personally.
If phone games tend to have like a shallowness to them on purpose, like you kind of want it to be easily hop in and outable. Like you don't necessarily want to be grinding a ton of depth in it. You kind of want to be able to just like go in, play for 5 minutes, and then do whatever else you were gonna do. So
they're not mechanical. A lot of them are like strategy based because there's not much.
Yes.
There's very limited mechanical expression on a phone.
And you probably want a little fair bit of like idling as well. Like idle games are obviously like a huge thing in the mobile platform.
Oh yeah.
But you probably want a fair bit of idling where it's like you can't actively be watching it all the time. You kind of want to be able to do a thing, and that's what was great about Hearthstone when I did play it on the phone.
Exclamation
like,
mark ad
like,
Raid Shadow Legends boys.
You can like set your turn, do something else, come back like 30-40 seconds later, do another thing, come back. So it'll be interesting to see how that develops. I think this leads nicely as well to the last sort of major leak that I want to talk about is that Cavalry reported that a major feature. This isn't from Jason Schreier. This is actually just from a job listing on Blizzard. Is that a job listing hints at a major feature currently in development. They're seeking someone to build anticipation and drive engagement for that feature launch. And I wanted to bring this to a more general discussion because I think that from my personal experience, from when we started having like more direct communication with the devs, like in the build up to Overwatch 2, in the launch of Overwatch 2, we got the chance to talk to a lot of developers, and all the developers I talked to, especially some of the like higher up devs, the ones who were in the positions to be making decisions. One of the things that excited me back then was that they all had this like charged energy where they were all like, man, we're cooking up some crazy shit. Like we're going to make some awesome shit. Like the sky is the horizon. There's no limits. We're thinking big. We're not just thinking this game. We're thinking like super, super big. And at the time I was like, damn, that's really cool. I'm really excited. And of course we were kind of ignorant and we didn't really know what was happening with Russia. We didn't know how it was going to come out. And now, 2 years on, it doesn't seem to have manifested immediately. But of course, in light of what we've just discussed about like, well, Overwatch 2 itself was essentially a year of work. It kind of makes sense that they're not there yet, because the real timeline was probably that a year before the launch of Overwatch 2, they actually got to work on what Overwatch 2 is going to be. When the leadership shifted, when probably Bobby was like, okay, this is how it's going to be. And that's probably when we set into motion these kind of things, like this mobile project and whatever else like the big wigs are planning. And this is what makes me wonder about this thing, right? Like where they're going to go, like what big scope they might be planning. Maybe another Netflix or some other show is in the scopes. But where else could they go? Like where else feasibly could we see them go for, again, major project in development? Considering that, Microsoft canceled.
Wait, project or feature?
Feature. Let's say a feature. Major feature. But I think if we piece that with the mobile game, I think what I'm alluding to is just from my own talks to the dev as well. It feels like they're developing many things at once now. Like it's not just some feature. It's not just a mobile game. It's like they're thinking about the whole universe of Overwatch. So, I mean, we could talk about the feature first if you want to go, like, what the major feature could be, if you guys have any inklings. But I'm also interested in hearing about where you think the game could go bigger picture. So do any of you have an inkling of what the major feature could be? Spilo?
I mean, I have some conjecture. I think there was some discussion when you had Alec and Aaron on. There's a lot of discussions about introducing more features like hero bands. They're obviously at the whole pickable passives run. This current team seems very much in the bandwagon of just trying things out much more aggressively, and just trying different aspects and adding different things to the game. Like I think like the pickable passives is a great example of like where it's not just about balance for them. It's almost an entirely new system that's being introduced into the game. Now, I wasn't a big fan of that personally, specifically, but I do think that that's kind of like the ballpark of what we're thinking is like they seem like whether it's something in the game or not, they're going to be a lot more aggressive with like, just trying new things. And honestly, whatever that is, whether that's hero bands or map bands or whatever else, like that's probably something along the lines of something like that, if anything.
Mm-hmm. Sam? He's smiling, audio listeners. He's smiling big.
Oh man, how far do I want to go here? Okay, let's start in the realm of reality here. All right, we'll start in reality, then I'll say what I want to do. I would love it to be some kind of map editor. I think that Overwatch has been lacking that for a long time, and community-based content has dominated the multiplayer space for many years now. UEFN has been insanely successful, in my opinion, in terms of retaining player counts and monthly active users. Roblox has absolutely killed it, even surpassing Minecraft, whose UGC has fallen off, and they've been flat for a couple years now because of it. I think a map editor and encouraging that kind of stuff in the Overwatch engine would be brilliant because it's the most beautiful game engine that I think I've seen. Now, big picture SPB, and I'm going to say it high. Everyone called me crazy for saying this in 2020 and 2019, right? But I would like to say that I think that my idea would have worked out a little bit better. I would love a BR in the Overwatch universe. I'd love it. I've said it for years. I think it's on brand for what it kind of exists in the multiplayer space. And obviously, like, you wouldn't really play as the Overwatch heroes. Imagine with some of the talents or trees that you had, you would play as like agents, and you could select like, if you wanted to play as a talent agent this game, or if you wanted to play as a Overwatch agent, the trees could be much more simple, right? And then you could have the heroes in the game kind of function like Jedi do in a Battlefront game, where like you'd have to complete mission contracts. Only one player as your team could play as an Overwatch hero or a talent character. You probably could reuse some of the stuff from the PvE. That's what I would love to see. Obviously, it won't happen anytime soon. I think it would have been better than the PvE. And it's not really. It probably would have been easier to develop as well because you don't have to do as much. But that's something I would still love to see in the Overwatch franchise. I mean, I was huge into Warzone, and I think that you can make a different version of Apex Legends using the Overwatch engine. Because one of the big reasons I don't play the BR games is because it's too hard to see stuff sometimes. I think Overwatch's visuals are just fantastic. The optimization generally is a lot better too. I think the sky's the limit on that regard. So if that's something that's on the table for them, I wouldn't write it off. That's just me though. I know people will call me crazy for it, but.
Yeah, I mean, with regards to the PvE, I remember one of the things that came out in like the Reddit AMA that Jason Schreier did was that the practical problem that Jeff ran into is that he was wanting like hundreds of PvE opponents, like in the PvE missions, and of course Overwatch's system just wasn't built to have like 100 bots in your face and you're fighting them all the time. So like they had to scale that back, and that presumably is a big part of why the PvE didn't manifest. But do you still think the environment of battle royales is kind of the right, like battle royales themselves have been kind of suffering, right? So like, do you think that like the genre itself is somewhere that we can go?
I mean, I think it depends on the workload, right? Like if the workload is generally like lighter, I do think that there still is potential there, and I do think that there's a lot of room. I think the reason why Warzone fell off is that they made Warzone 2, and you could see the drop in player count from when they even went from Warzone 1 Verdansk to Caldera. They lost 30 million players year over year because, again, they were more focused on making something new instead of maintaining something that's high quality. As for Apex Legends, I can't really speak on Apex. I don't follow it too closely. Fortnite has really expanded into its UEFN stuff, and that's what they're looking to do. They're looking to make Fortnite kind of a platform itself for publishing games and doing things like that. So to answer your question, I do think there's still room. It would not be the top of my list right now, full transparency, but if we're talking, hey, 3-4 years down the line right now, you know, this is what we're starting to build, it wouldn't be off the table for me, no.
What makes the BR genre popular? I'm sorry. What makes a BR genre popular?
It's super easy
just
to
like
access.
The loadout?
Super easy to access. The thrill of playing in a one life battle royale is very attractive to a lot of people. It's always been that way, whether it be Minecraft Hunger Games, whether it be Minecraft UHC. I think MCSG, the network I played on in 2012, was one of the big pioneers in that genre. It was super popular to Minecraft UHC, to DayZ days. It's just been a very streamable, high risk, intense, good viewing experience for a viewer, and just, you know, it's always just been very approachable, and it's easy to put on multiple platforms too, even on mobile. You want to talk about porting to mobile very well? Look at freaking PUBG Mobile. Look at, you know, Warzone Mobile. Look at all that stuff. They did 100 million. I think Warzone Mobile did 100 million players in a month. Something crazy numbers. So, you know, when it comes to sustainability as well as, you know, a different twist on a game, I think it'd be more likely for an Overwatch BR to come to mobile and be playable and accessible than it would be for the actual game that we have right here, right now, in my opinion. I'm not saying they should do that, but there's a long list.
I'd add.
Go ahead. Pray for you.
On the BR point, to illuminate why it's so successful, is like there's a high heroic upside potential where you get into the game and the ceiling of what your game experience could be, like winning the whole thing, you sort of can enjoy the like, it's crazy the output to get to that point, but also at the same time it's so insurmountable that the dross and fodder players, all your mobile players that get in the Fortnite games, all the Switch players, whatever, who are unlikely to win, they sort of know they're unlikely to win. So most people lose. So that helps the like skill curve of the game, as opposed to, let's say, my favorite game of all time, Quake, where if you are better, you literally run circles and never die and kill everyone else. Like the skill gap is too much. So it's a way of like making skill gap not so punishing in that, because most people know they're bad and they're just like happy with whatever they accomplish. Like, oh, I survived a few times and got this kill, and there's like a survival aspect to it as well, where you're like gathering resources and you know it's RNG to go into it. You're not expecting a fair competitive experience. So because of that, they get away with a lot of bullshit. As opposed to Overwatch, where we're like nerding out over, well, this breakpoint got slightly changed, and this
everything.
And also, I think that expectation of a loss, I think, is really helpful for not creating anger amongst the player, right? You kind of you go in and you expect, like, I'm probably gonna die. You don't expect to win, so when you win, it's like a great, oh wow, I actually did it. Whereas like in Overwatch, you lose, it feels horrible because you're kind of expecting to win every game you play. You're kind of going in with the sort of, and if you don't win, there's like a failure somewhere. Whereas in Battle Royales, you can kind of accept like, hey, well, you know, we got third partied. It was impossible for us to win. RNG, you know, blah blah blah. Not to mention, one more thing to add is like the sort of the loot boxification of the game itself, right? It's like you go in and you open boxes and you RNG into some really good gear. That's like a great feeling, and you're kind of chasing dopamine, like a gambling. You're kind of chasing the high, right? Exactly, like a dopamine hit. You're like, oh my god, I found the legendary armor. Whatever, the awesome weapon that I need to, like that game lives on in your mind. And the 3 games where you landed and immediately died, you move on from them pretty quickly because you're like, whatever, it didn't matter. So does that answer your question, Spilo?
You're muted, by the way. He said yes.
Yes, very thoroughly.
Yeah.
Yes, very
Yeah.
thoroughly.
Okay,
I've
there
never
you go, there
really
you go.
played DRs before, but
They're fun,
I think the
man.
one interesting thing is that people do play Overwatch for the respawning. Like that's what got me in like the rapid action. So like, would that be too much of a split of like what got people initially into Overwatch at the expense of other games? I'm just playing complete devil's advocate here, but yeah, fair point.
I've always pushed back against Sam wanting a BR, but this seems to be the most likely time if it was ever going to be a thing. Back on the first I want to say the only BR I do like is Battlegrounds, Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Like I don't really, for all the reasons we just said why BRs are good, I don't like them because I want intensely.
A pistol.
Yeah,
Imagine Mercy in a BR. I'm sorry.
It would be kind of like that, yeah. And then maybe you get like original Valk as the golden champion unlock or whatever. Yeah. So when they say a new feature for the game, it's like, unfortunately, I think it's more likely that it's in line with what we already know they're doing, and it's just like another hire for things they've already said. So, unexciting tournament mode or other things.
It's more skins. It's a new feature.
An AI skin generator.
I'm just saying, weapon skins would go hard. Oh my god.
It's gonna be a Zenyatta skin, but it still looks like Kiriko for whatever reason. So.
Yeah. That's so weird.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, character bending skins. There you go. That's an idea. Unfortunately, like this is like probably closer to reality than a BR. Like a BR, I think actually would be awesome at this point because they're not going to go back to be PvE just because it was such a failure. They'll get laughed at if they even try, even if it's a good idea. That's not going to happen, right? So like other game modes that are adjacent. The other thing I might think of is if they lean, and I like that you said like map editor. I think like leaning into, because they're doing these things with talents, like other like extreme casualified versions of the game. And I lack the ability to articulate what that would look like, but things that are more customizable or something like that, like a more alternative, less competitive, casual thing. Those are like themes I think that I could see them going down because it's like in line with what they have kind of expressed as a goal. Because if we think back to things they've stated, it's like they want to really service the competitive game and keep that core. So we've got all these map overhauls, new core game modes, new heroes. That's going to keep coming. And where they're weak, I think, where they would want to hire someone new is like, well, how do we get that like Jeff Kaplan flair, like wackiness back? The RPG elements are like a little weak, perhaps.
Yeah, the listing as well. The interesting about the listing, I mean, the listing was really just an excuse to talk about what theory craft ideas you're going to cook up. Because the listing suggests that they're looking for someone on the marketing side, or they're looking for someone to build hype and anticipation for a feature that they are about to release. Whereas more what we learned about with the mobile game is that there's like a wider scope. So yeah, I would be very curious again if there's any other ideas you guys have, because I think the world is their oyster, right? Realistically, they could make so many things. I guess one problem is that they are to some extent competing with their other Activision Blizzard titles, though potentially less now than before the Microsoft merger. Like previously, they probably wouldn't have wanted to release a game that competes with COD per se. But now they could, because I don't know if they'll have the same attachment to Activision as they once did. But they may still not release, for example, a card game, because that will conflict with Hearthstone to some extent. Sam, you were wagging your finger. You had an idea.
I'll challenge you on this. Apple sells there's multiple types of MacBooks. There's a MacBook Air, a MacBook, MacBook Pro, and to challenge you again on Bobby Kotick's vision. Hey, more things for him to milk, man. You never know. But I get the sentiment for sure.
Well, I mean, I think what I mean by that is that they would release something that isn't a direct competitor to the thing, right? Like like the different MacBooks. To go with that example, it's like, well, they're for different price ranges, for different like uses, right? Like someone wants, like if I want like a Chromebook because I just want to use my email, then I'll get that. But if I want something more, like my mother has a MacBook for editing, for like editing stuff, because she does documentary stuff. So like that needs to be more powerful. It needs to be in that same vein, they could do that, where it's like, okay, well, they don't release a battle royale that explicitly competes with something, but I think now they would. I think now they would potentially, if they were gonna release one that competed with Warzone. I don't think they'd care so much. But like, let's say if it was a card game, it probably wouldn't be a card game that competes with Hearthstone. It would have to be like, let's say that'd be like is it Slay the Spire? That's like a card game roguelike. Like that's something they could do, right? They could do something in those lines, or a roguelike in general. There's loads of room to create a roguelike involved in the Overwatch world. Strategy games. I saw people speculate on like an XCOM style Overwatch game with like a not a tac shooter, but like a tactical shooting game.
Yeah.
RTS probably off the book because that feels like that's a dead genre, to be honest. Like I don't see anyone manifesting. But is any other ideas that you guys want to throw out of what could come in the Overwatch
I'll do
land?
this for flats. An Overwatch Balloons tower defense game.
Actually, true. That's what makes Overwatch such a good game, is because the character and hero design is like so recognizable. It could port into so many different directions.
A TV show? Wait, sorry.
Yeah. Frito, too soon. Too soon. Oh man.
I mean, maybe that's back on the cards. But you're right. Like a tower defense, like that's where the mobile game could.
Yeah, you never know.
Be going. Like
We'll
we don't
see.
know. We never know.
We'll see.
So there's a whole. I mean, and they could also be. We're thinking these kind of genres, but they could also just be something much more stripped back. Like we forgot about Lover Watch. Remember that was a thing. Like that is a strand that they could go down. Like.
Overwatch dating sim, a full dating sim. Oh my goodness.
Like a date, or like just a general
smash.
story.
Printing money, bro. It's gonna make more money than free to play Overwatch 2. Watch. Mark my words.
There you go, Blizzard. There's a free one for you. I mean, they already made one, so they don't need our input. But yeah, like,
you know what they name it? Overwatch Rule 34.
Oh God.
Oh boy, that would get searched for all the wrong terms on Google.
Yeah.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Blizzard. I just saved the company.
It alarms me how well that would do. And like you just know that would like just absolutely kill it. Like, oh man.
Overwatch 3, 4. Like.
Yeah. Oh my.
There you go. That's the genius right there.
I'm a creative at heart, boy. So.
They should hire you to advertise the feature, guys. We're releasing Overwatch 3 and 4 at the same time.
Wow. Oh my God.
Frito, I just did it.
I'll
There you
never
go.
top that. I will never.
Honestly.
I will never top that. Oh my God. Okay.
No one.
It's hard to be
will.
this good, Sam.
There you go, Blizzard. There you go. There's your game saver.
Oh man. Jesus.
Any other thoughts on this area of where Blizzard could go that you guys want to express? No?
I don't think.
I think the truth is Microsoft has this team lean on purpose.
Yeah.
So it's like, what we got is what we're getting. That's how I feel about it. I feel like lower your expectations. There's no more of the shoot for the stars at all. Like if anyone in the company was like, let's try some super risky, like high. Shut up. We make skins now. Or like what's that? Like Rick and Morty meme. It's like you churn butter or something like that. That's how I feel about it. It's like you make skins. Just keep the charming Junos coming. Keep the Kirikos. Just keep we just need more of those so we can put skins on them, and then we'll all be able to have jobs. And that's where the game is now.
Maybe. Honestly, very likely that is the truth of it. But yeah, it's nice to dream. It's nice to dream every now and then of what, on an episode full of what could have been. Here's another strand of what could be. But all right, if nothing else, is there anything else you want to, that maybe I haven't addressed on the topic of leaks that you guys want to discuss? Otherwise, maybe we can discuss the patch notes real quick. Because we have actually got, for our podcast standards, we haven't actually marathoned yet. So we got a little bit of time.
Oh man.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Any other leaks, things you guys want to discuss?
I don't think so.
No? All right. Well, let's quickly go over the patch notes. And I did say we wouldn't necessarily go with it, but I think it's worth. We won't spend an extended amount of time. I don't want to turn this into a whole, because sometimes what happens, we get on this discussion, and then as Spilo attests to, we'll like start talking about push or something, and then like 2 hours later, we're still talking about the intricacies of push versus flashpoint. So we won't go too deep. We'll save that for a future episode. But let's run over our sort of initial impressions of the new patch. Starting with, since we were talking about skins, starting with the My Hero Academia collaboration that's going to be coming this season. So that's like the first part of the patch notes. We've got the confirmation that there's going to be, several My Hero Academia skins. Fellas, any My Hero Academia fans in the call?
I didn't know it existed.
Formerly.
Formerly.
SVB, I've got a story for you.
All right, I'm listening. I'm locked in.
So, okay. I used to love My Hero. It was fire. Like 2018 to 2020, 2021 My Hero fire, absolute fuego. The fan base, though, let me tell you, there's this Discord, okay? I admit this was some troll behavior on my part, but it was really funny, okay? There's this Discord called the Temple of Ochako, and it's an Uraraka, like, fan Discord, okay? This was, like, 2018. My stepbrother always would tell me how he would troll, like, this subreddit in particular all the time. I went in this Discord one time, and I baited everybody a little bit. And I said, like, that there was some rumor about a love interest in the show between, like, this character and Bakugo, and everybody freaked out, and I started a civil war on accident. It was really funny. Now, I will say, I think it's a great collaboration for Overwatch to do. Like, the skins, they're going to sell like crazy. The My Hero fans are rabid, dedicated. Now, the show fell off big time. Sorry, not sorry. It just did. Like, you know, not all the writing's great. I'm not going to spoil anything for anybody. But I think it's, on Overwatch's end, it's great. But I am going to throw shade at the My Hero fans. Y'all are fanatics, and you're a little too weird about the show that ended up being mid anyway. Naruto is better. Stay mad. That's all I got. That's all I got.
I mean, not to add fuel to Samito's fire, but I described it to my chat the other day as mid-Hero Academia. I feel like that is what it is, essentially. It started off with some promise, but it kind of delved into very quickly into just being very mediocre.
Not everything's going to be exceptional. You know, it was a good, solid show. Bleach is also better. If you have not been watching Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War, whew,
I haven't seen the new thing. I want to rewatch the original before I dive. Sure. I've literally been 10+ years since I watched Bleach. I have no recollection of what's happened.
Good. It's the best arc in the whole series. Freaking fantastic. Beautiful animation, beautiful choreography. And what I loved about Bleach so much was the orchestration, like the music was fantastic. So
yeah, I remember, I mean, not to get too deep into the anime weebar, because I think Spylo's staring at us like a really confused granddad.
I'm looking it up on IMDb, and I'm like, man, I have never even heard of this stuff.
You are so boomer, man. You're so boomer.
I am so boomer. No, there's just like a specific subset of like culture that I just am totally ignorant on.
Yeah.
Completely. You spend all day grinding Overwatch, man. You need to get on the Crunchyroll subscription.
Just
binge. I mean, there's plenty. Anyways, I was just gonna quickly nostalgize that. I remember watching like the golden age of anime when it was Naruto, Bleach, One Piece airing at the same time, like week for week, sitting there waiting every week for an episode. But to the substance of the collaboration, it's like it seems pretty cool. It seems like they made some cool hero concepts. I think validly people are kind of like the heroes. We've kind of thrown out the window that the heroes need to look like themselves anymore. Like they just kind of
it's cool.
They just it could be one of three. Like the Tracer is Deku and like the Juno is Uravity. It could be like 4 different heroes that are this. Especially the Juno is Uravity. Like
it fits.
It could have been 4 heroes that was this. But what do we make of the collab on its substance? Like you think it's a good direction to keep going? Spylo, you're sort of kind of confused. But are you happy?
If it is good for Overwatch, sure. Good for them. Very, very pleased. I'm like the father that's like trying to like I'm literally like I feel like, oh my gosh, it's like Inception. I'm like my father watching me play Are You Winning, Son? You know, I feel like I'm like this with this collab. That's good for them. All right. Collaborations.
You're like what Sam was like when the K-pop collab was announced, where Sam was just thoroughly confused.
I have no idea what is going on, but good for them, or sorry it happened, or something.
I ain't reading no lab, bro, type thing.
Yeah.
Frito, how about you? Did this kind of raise your eyebrow in any sense?
Context. What are we talking about?
The My Hero Academia collaboration.
No comment. I don't know.
He doesn't know shit. Okay, so I mean, it's me and you.
You're asking the wrong guys, SPV.
I don't watch anime at all. The Porsche skins, fire. Anime, and whatever. Like, no opinion.
These guys
I don't even know anything about cars.
I don't even like cars. I just think the skins are fire.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
These are not men of the people here. These are not representative samples of the Overwatch community who love the weeb shit. But hey.
I think it's good for the community we have. Yeah, I mean, I stopped watching anime probably in the 5th grade when Dragon Ball Z went on another arc where it just like was next time on Dragon Ball Z, the same thing that we just had for the last 20 minutes, charging up for the whole time. It's like
that's every arc of Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, so that's when I stopped watching any anime probably.
That could describe any moment from like episode 2 to like episode 300. So.
Oh!
It is hype. It is hype.
Channeling that spirit bomb. All right. Yeah. So like Halloween stuff's coming back. I don't want to dwell too much on that. There's a hero mastery mode with Cassidy and Brigitte. Let's talk about interactive scoreboards. I think this is a nice little quality of life feature that I think we've been asking for a while. So to give players easier access to social features, especially on controllers, we've added the ability to interact with the scoreboard. The interactive scoreboard is intended to make reporting faster and easier, but also to improve your social experience through whatever channels you prefer to communicate or avoid entirely. And yeah, basically we can adjust the mic volume of other players, adjust your mic volume, report players easier, leave and join the chat easier. So yeah, they basically made the scoreboard and integrated it with the P screen, otherwise formerly known as we had to like go into a separate screen. And yeah, how do we feel about this? Spilo, you seem happy.
It was great. It looks cool. It's super fast, super intuitive. It was a nice little quality of life change for PC and especially console players. No criticism. Great job.
Frida, since you passed on the anime, any thoughts on the scoreboard?
Exactly the kind of thing that the Overwatch 2 philosophy is good at. Like, this is the kind of thing that we would have wanted for 6 years in Overwatch 1, but like they barely were doing enough then at the time anyway, and we're distracted by everything we talked about last few hours. So good. These things add up to me over time and makes me like happier with Overwatch 2, I think, than a lot of people tend to be, because like I start to jump into a new map that's been reworked or one of these features, and I'm very appreciative of the way it feels around me. The experience of playing the game, like that matters to me a lot. So I like it. I didn't need this, but I know console players will definitely be like, okay, night and day difference, right? Sort of like there a few of these add up, self-healing over time, et cetera, et cetera. There's Overwatch 2-esque ideas.
I agree. I think it's just like a nice, again, quality of life. It'll make people's quality of life better. Sam.
Yeah, quality of life change. Good. Again, a lot of this stuff from a system standpoint, they've been nailing. So I'm excited to. I hope that they keep working on a lot of these new systems and like making them great, and then find some big boom they can do to shed that Overwatch 2 branding, so people can look at these new systems and look at the stuff they've done and be like, okay, I like this. I think a lot of the stuff that they do, and myself included, I've done this several times too. It's things that end up being good end up getting mixed, if that's the right word, with like the bad perception around this whole fiasco, if that makes sense.
Yes.
You guys get what I'm saying?
Yes. People are like, oh, it's Overwatch 2. It sucks. I'm like, bro, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. And
the SpongeBob meme.
It's Overwatch 2.
That is SpongeBob meme. Oh my god.
Which is like tearing.
Oh yeah, true. Actually, yeah.
Okay, we'll quickly touch then on some of the matchmaking updates as well. I think the one that stands out to me, because there's various changes here. Tuning changes to reduce the queue times for wide matchmaking. Lost streak avoidance tuned down to prevent cases where it would increase worst case scenario queue times. Role delta tuning tightened to try and match the ranks on the roles more closely. And I think this one that stands out to me is role delta has been updated to prioritize the tank role above other roles. So the developer comment reads, we've been thinking about how to improve the tank experience from every angle to give them more even matchups and reduce one-sided matches for the whole team further. Spilo's already standing, sitting, fidgeting in his chair. He's ready to drop some thoughts on this one. Go ahead, Spilo.
If you don't mind. Gavin, can you confirm? I see you in SVB's chat. Role delta, does that mean the power expected from a player at that role, at that rank? In other words, if you have, the analogy I always use is you have 4 golds and a platinum player. Who do you want the platinum player on? Tank, DPS, or support? And I think my guess, we don't really have confirmation of this, is that tank impact approximately role delta is matching MMRs, your calculated skills. Right. So my guess is that in general, I might be smoking here, so Gavin pull the leash otherwise, is that tank has a slightly higher impact than the other roles. I think it's a little bit overblown, right? But it is slightly higher. And I think Gavin, I had the screenshot, Gavin confirmed that at the higher ranks, it's basically about the same. But this to me seems like they're acknowledging that potentially and making it so that if you are, you're not screwed if your plat player's on support as opposed to tank, essentially, is my impression, if that makes sense. So if like because like when we're matchmaking, not everything's gonna be perfect. Maybe you have a gold 1 tank and a gold 3 DPS and support line, and they have a gold 1 DPS. I remember back in Overwatch 1, everyone always say, oh, they have their GM player or their diamond players on DPS were screwed. Everyone thought DPS was the strongest role. Impact is hard to talk about. It changes based on rank. Yeah, the high ranks are very similar. But yeah, that's my impression. But it's. I think the goal of this is to try and deal with tank diff GGs. Again, I don't know if Gavin can clarify on that, but I think that's the intention, is to be like, oh, tank diff GGs, and I think that they're trying to address that potentially. But
I'm somewhat confident I know how this works. So, in this patch specifically, they're making tank a priority in the matchmaking, and what role delta is what the allowance for role to role MMR would be. So. The tank one, they're going to try to get even closer than it was before, and generally that they did try that with role delta, a little bit biased towards the tank. Now it's just amplified a bit more. So what you'll find often in matchmaking is like, if you are, let's say there's a game that's like Diamond 5 to Masters 5, right? And you're the Masters 5, whatever role you're on, it's pretty likely that the enemy will have someone of that same rank. So you can kind of guess. You're like, and those two players should like stick out as the top player in the lobby, basically. Where what they won't do so much is like one of them be a damage, one of them be a support, right? Like they try to match them up, more or less, and then bias even more heavily towards tank now. And I think that's probably pretty smart, because especially when, I mean, we know we're in an era of giga tanks nowadays. Sorry, I have to mute that for a second. So I think tank diff probably is more extreme now, at least in my experience. I think in the last couple seasons, it's got more severe. The stronger they've made tank, like the more you're probably going to notice if there's a MMR discrepancy on the tank role. I would have to guess. So I don't know if it's either a little bit to a lot. It's definitely significant, I think.
I will play devil's advocate to that, in that I think the impact of the tank is largely, as I said earlier, a little bit overstated, just because it's the most visual impact. And I can't tell you how many VODs I've reviewed of gold, plat, diamond, even masters players who they go, oh yeah, it's just tank diff, and they're standing directly behind the tank. They don't ever take a flank. They don't ever take an angle. They just sit there and heal bot their tank over and over again. So it's
we would never dispute that. Trust me. We will just sorted a bill. Yes, you're totally right on that.
For the audience out there, it's like, it is, you can recognize that tank may or may not have the bigger impact, but there's still a lot of capability for support and DPS to take. I think the problem, actually, and again, is that I think the impression, this is a whole nother conversation, maybe not today, but like the impression of what a support should do in Overwatch 2 is not intuitive with the MMO healer mindset. And so support players victimize themselves with how they play. But that's a topic for another day. So.
Yeah, well, I would love to talk to you about this for hours, bud. We are so much in agreement. Like I think what you're more talking about is like what the potential of that given player could do, like the skill ceiling. And then, but what they usually tend to talk about it is with the mind state that like these players are going to stay in that pocket. And then when you like the gold player who's infinitely going to be a gold player, like how does that end up, right? So the player base's perception that they couldn't improve past to carry that game that they're in. You're definitely right, Spile. I mean, 1,000%. I love that.
Actually, guys, as the person here who plays gold on support, I am victimized by my tank diff every game.
It was the tanks to blame, huh? The tank through?
Yeah, I bet they did.
Just play Moira.
I bet they did. I bet they did.
Just play Moira and heal your tank. That's what the
heal. Sorry, I only throw damage orbs. So.
Oh, okay.
So the last word we'll get on this from Gavin, he says, when tanks are mismatched, we believe one-sided matches are more likely to happen.
Yeah.
Tank hero balance matters too, of course. Yeah. So yeah, I think basically just smoothing out, an attempt to smooth out the matchmaking, and again, their pursuit of reducing one-sided matches in various different ways. I think this is another step along that way. Okay, so there's a couple other quality of life type changes, but let's move on to the top 500 competitive changes. I think Sam in particular will probably be interested in this one. The requirements to appear on the top 500 leaderboard have changed. Win requirement per season reduced from 50 to 25. And the season competitor challenge, brackets 750 lifetime wins in competitive play, is now required to be completed to be eligible for any top 500 leaderboard starting season 12. So basically it's an anti-smurf measure, let's call it that way, or anti-alt measure.
Yeah.
So, Sam, give me your thoughts.
Really good change. Really, 50 wins to get on top 500 leaderboard is ludicrous. And as someone who took some pride, even a little bit of pride in being rank 1 combined most seasons, when it got to 50 wins, it was just a participation award completely. And it already kind of was a participation award before, but now it just got ridiculous. 50 wins was insane. I think this is a great compromise to get what they want to get done. And again, this is why I'm going to keep complimenting the systems and the things and the decisions they make around the systems surrounding the game. I think those have been really, really good and upgrades across the board. So I think they should be really happy with what they did there. It's simple and it's better. That's it.
Yeah, I think that there could be people might be afraid that like, oh, this is gonna make more like lower ranked people rank, but I think it's gonna be the opposite. I think it's gonna be more higher ranked people will charge because at the moment.
It's lifetime
at the moment,
wins.
you know, right? But also, just like it takes so long to get 50 wins that you can race to 50 wins, right? Like, let's say you're a Master 1 player, and normally you would be in the early top 100 leaderboard, but you don't like getting 50 wins in 2 weeks is a lot of time. Like, it's a lot of games you have to play. So, like, someone who's diamond can race to 20, can race to the 50, just outgrind you, and then get on the leaderboard. Whereas with 25. The people who are already in the top 500 area, they have a lesser time to get back there and just qualify. So I think it'll actually make for less of a LOL platinum / diamonds on my top 100 leaderboard type
100%.
situation.
100% right. 100% right.
Okay. Any other thoughts on Frito, Spilo on these two changes?
I really like top 500 combined as well because I feel like it's a area I can try to compete in more as more of a flex multi-role player. However, it might be a lot harder too now. Now it'll be better basically. Whereas prior to this change, not enough people got 150 games in wins. That's a lot in 2 months. You know, I barely do it. So that threshold being a lot lower now, it'd be interesting what that leaderboard does now.
Yeah, it should be a lot more competitive. Basically, it should be a lot more.
Not just a participation trophy, which is what it is now. Kind of, it's just like you're in the top whatever percent, and you played that many games, and you get it. Here you go.
Yeah, it's like almost default at that point. Just do it, and you'll qualify. Like if you're in the even vaguely good, you're just gonna get there. Okay, so now let's move on to the actual hero / updates, / general updates, because we have first the general swapping your hero hides your selection on enemy scoreboard for 15 seconds. Developer comment, this change adds a more friction to counter swapping, especially in the extreme case where 2 players on opposite teams are both sitting in spawn with a scoreboard open and rapidly switching their heroes in response to each other's choices. I can already tell you that if no one else, our friend Nathan, the podcast friend Nathan will hate this to no end because he's long been an advocate that actually when someone swaps, it should immediately ping everyone in chat to say that this person is swapped so that you don't get surprised by, let's say, like a Widowmaker swap in spawn. So this is actually the opposite end, but how do we feel about it? Is it going to be effective or is it going to be a bit weird? Spilo, how do you feel?
I don't know. I don't feel like I fully understand the implementation. I'm not sure if it hides the hero or it shows you the old hero until you swapped. Does you kind of see what I'm saying? Like I don't fully understand exactly. My initial response was that either this is going to be a pretty decent change that we're like, man, why wasn't this in the game earlier? Or it's going to be like, bleh, dumb, and probably get reverted. It feels like one of those changes. It's like there are so many potential little ramifications for it that I don't feel like I'm smart enough to really think all the way through. Like one of the things that immediately struck out to me is that in some ways maybe it helps counter swapping because you don't even know what they counter swap to or that they've even counter swapped you at all. And they're like, oh, they're on Sombra? I didn't even know. Like, I'm Widowmaker. I didn't even know that they're on Sombra. She just is in my backline and instantly kills me, right? So, I don't know. I mean, but that's assuming that I can't see that she's swapped. It's like, there's a lot of... I don't think it's game-breaking, but it's definitely going to be something that I want to see played out first. And I think that it's like... It's not a problem solver. It's an alleviator, maybe, but it's not going to like revolutionize anything, I think.
I think one change I can already see them making to it is that it should probably be hides your selection for 15 seconds or until one of your teammates sees that hero. Because I think that like if again, it really depends on exactly what it means. But if it's like it just obscures them for 15 seconds, could there not be a scenario where, like, let's say they swap the Tracer, a Tracer runs out and you can't actually see them on the scoreboard? Like, you can't actually confirm that it's that same. I mean, you know, but like if you press tab, you might either see the old hero or you might see a grayed out hero, and you're like, wait, there's a fucking Tracer here. So it might actually be disinformation rather than no information. It's actually giving you disinformation. So whereas I think if one of your teammates gets visual confirmation on the new swap, it should just update your scoreboard. Otherwise, we're going to be in a lot of like angry scenarios where people are like, I didn't even know they fucking swapped to this thing. This is bullshit. Right? Frida, how do you feel about this?
Sorry, I'm texting. Not gonna lie.
Okay, no worries. So you text away. We'll come back to you on another thing. Unless you want to chime in.
What, the hero swap thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be controversial because a lot of people really badly want to be able to do the optimal swap, but I think our community is like vastly misunderstanding what the real optimal swaps are in this game. Like, most people just know the TikTok counterpick triangle for the tank role, and that's it. And it's like so much more complex now that they keep adding other heroes. Like, whether you have like an Ilaria on your team or not, like, dramatically changes that calculus, in my opinion. And so anyway, I don't know. Like, to me, part of it, the community's got to like change their perception on this, especially get more up to date with how the devs have smoothed out the tank v tank counterpick situation. Admittedly, kind of making it worse in some cases with like what they did to my boy Ram, but yeah, that's kind of my opinion on it. It's like the good thing about it with it being delayed now is like you'll have to now think of, are you willing to lose another team fight, as in like not contribute? It's like 15 seconds, a long time. Like, you could come out on a bad pick, but at least touch card again and get like another fight going. Are you willing to wait that long to get an optimal, quote unquote, counter pick? Again, don't actually believe the community knows what that is most of the time. So I think the devs are devs now, Overwatch 2 devs. They really like to look at how the player is playing and like lean the game towards that. Like we're gonna force you to do the thing we think you should be doing a little bit. Like, you know, with the system changes and the class changes and, you know, the way they do objectives, and they're really trying to smooth the game out towards the player base to speed it up, which is probably the right call. But my opinion is like we kind of need to upgrade our philosophy on this. Like, I think the tank counterpicking issue is like a high level rank issue, and if you're not at the highest ranks, you're probably viewing it wrong, in my opinion.
Sam?
Horrible change. Horrible. If somebody swaps Widow at spawn and we're about to cap or something, I need to know immediately, because I might get one shot instantly. Like, the ramification, like, if you want to try to stop counter swapping in the tank role, there's so many easier ways to mitigate it first than do this. For example, SVB, you've talked about this for 2 years. Why do you retain ult charge when switching? Why is that still in the game? If you're addressing this to stop counter swapping, like, to me, anytime they've made information inaccessible in Overwatch, it's been received poorly, and when they've made it more accessible, it's actually been received well. I think the scoreboard is a prime example of this, where I can see the damage numbers, I can see what's going on, I can figure out and piece together. And granted, most players probably don't do this. I do, because players who have a higher understanding of the game generally are better at reading that information and trying to understand and problem solve with what's in front of them, right? I see it doesn't actually solve the problem, as Spilo said. Like, people, like, you know, are DPS just gonna sit there and scout, be like, oh, he swapped to this, oh, he swapped to this, you stay in spawn, do this. Like, you know, there's different ways to get around this. It doesn't actually solve any core problems. It just hinders people, and it's just gonna get exploited. Like, swapping Widow now when they don't expect it on certain points and just quickly turning the corner, pop shot, one shot, dead. Okay, well, they had no way of knowing that you were on Widow, and you're instantly around the corner here, a sniper hero that doesn't have a glint, that doesn't have a laser, that has, like, you know, I see so many things coming up compared. I see way more downsides to, like, what does this actually solve? You know, I think it's just a really bad change, and there's just better ways to mitigate counter swapping than to do that. I also might have to hop here in a second, so I don't know if I can stay for the whole patch notes. Sorry about that. I had a friend have an emergency come up.
No worries. I hope your friend's okay. If you gotta go, absolutely get out no worries, and thank you for your time.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Sorry
Just
to
drop-
hop early here, guys. I apologize.
It's all good. Just drop when you gotta go.
It's girlfriend
Peace out.
troubles, and so it's a
Oh, that's some real shit. You gotta be there for that.
I thought they don't exist, Sam.
Frito, see, if only the world
I'm a
thought
real
the way
fan,
we
see?
did, right? You know, if only the world
Speak
thought
for
we
yourself.
did. Yeah, exactly. Shit. Okay.
I
all
try
right.
to learn from you.
Yeah. Shit. Jesus Christ. All right, guys. I'll see y'all later. Jesus. All right, boys. I'm gonna have to hop here. So sorry about that. I do have to drop and go take this call. Gotta be there for the boys. You know, when shit hits the fan, gotta be there for the boys. All right. I love you all. I'll see y'all later. Take care. Peace out.